Well, basically, I was able to make 2-time runs. So my first time run, my car showed me that it could go like a 460 with a 7 or something like that. So dialed 461. I was able to let go. I didn't really think I had a great light, so I hit my bump down one time. And then as I'm coming through the finish line, I kind of rubbed on the brakes while keeping the throttle wide open, and it worked out.
Oh, look at that.
000 for Jeff. And he did it.
Oh, he does it. He does it.
He got it.
Trip, zip, dead, 0. Jeff, Sarah. And at least a share of the Brody run for the 50K.
I've won a couple races at the Flings, but you know, the feeling when I went through the finish line and saw the dead-on 0 after the 000 reaction time, it was like almost like an out-of-body experience. You know, it was something that it almost tops winning. You know, that instant, because like when you win a race, there's like a build-up. You know, you go through, you know, a bunch of rounds to get to the final, so you kind of know that you could win once you get to that point. But like it was just like instant shock. Like I'm going down the track thinking that, you know, I'm still at that point, I'm like 50-50 or less, and then to see the finish line light up dead on with a 0 is just, it's even hard to describe, basically. I was thinking how lucky I am, you know, just to be able to have these opportunities. Like I live so far away, and then I was able to come race for Shane Thompson in Silver State. I'm thankful that, you know, he trusts me with his equipment, lets me race. And then I was just thinking, like, I wish my kids were here, my 2 daughters, Adrian and Brianna. Wish they were here to see it. You know, I called them immediately after, but, you know, if they were here, that would have probably just took it up just one more notch. Never a bad time when you get to take some of Peter's money.
Well, good morning. For those of you that are joining us on the live feed, presented by Jegs and Hoosier, part of the Fling Race Series, we have got cars under the arch for our Brodix Run for the 50K. You just saw, if you were watching online, the video of Jeff Sarah when he was able to put together a perfect lap last year and net himself a $50,000 payday. We'll see if somebody can do it again here today. Mr. Witherow did it in Bristol. Mr. Sarah did it here in Vegas. And we have got a bunch of racers. They're going to try and do the same thing this morning. But again, in our Brodix Run for the 50K, every racer that has a tech card in for the million gets an opportunity to take a swing at the racetrack and see if they can't find perfection for a $50,000 bonus. If not, our top 3 best packages are going to end up with some pretty awesome prizes no matter what. Best overall package gets a set of Brodix SR20 heads valued at just over $6,000. Second best package gets $2,000. And the third best package gets a 2026 Fling Million entry. So as our track prep is wrapping up, we've got Larice Pro under the arch. Again, Larice Pro, if you have not yet made your way to the lanes, we do need you there ASAP, please. And Super Pro Door Car. Super Pro Door Car. both odd and even. We have invited you into the staging lanes as well, Super Pro Door Car. We need to get you rolling into the staging lanes right now, please. The signal has been given. The cars have fired up. Brian King and Caroline German. Are going to be our first two competitors to see what they can do as we make our way down the racetrack. So with Caroline rolling up in the Fool's Gold at 1998, Trans Am out of Henderson, Nevada, and Brian King, who lives just over the mountains in Pahrump. A couple of racers that run here at the Strip on a regular basis. The dial-ins are up on the scoreboard. It's a bogey-style tree. No difference as far as how the tree's going to drop. Both sides of the tree will drop at the same time. The objective, put your best package up on the board. So no crosstalk, nothing like that. Just run. So the 584 number goes up on the board for Caroline. Brian King puts up 576. Brian's 66 on the tree. Caroline's got a 108. So 580 on a 584 for Caroline. Brian goes 575 on a 576. Again, racers, remember, this is the Brodix Run for the 50K. In order to make this run, you, number one, have to be a million entry. You have to have already entered the million. Number two, it is $50 payable in the staging lanes per run. If you've got 2 million entries and you want to make 2 runs, it's $50 per run. So again, $50 payable in the staging lanes. Right side of the racetrack, 619 was the dial, 617 is the run after an 035 red light start. Jeremy Plyler is 41 green and goes 583 on a 581 as Gene Milton and Michael Clement will roll up in our Larice Pro category. So again, racers, this is the Brodix Run for the 50K. Top 3 best packages. Best package number 1 gets a set of Brodix SR20 heads. Best package number 2 gets $2,000. Best package number 3 gets a 2026 Fling Million entry, Gene Milton. In the 80-bodied Ranger, looking for 657, goes 656.9. Under by 1,000th of a second after being 18 green. Michael Clement, 26 green, and runs 649 on a 652. We'll bring up Paige Smith and Howard DeVore. DeVore had a day yesterday he wants to forget. Let's just say that run did not go well, as his opponent had broke on the line and he took the stripe full bore. He's dialed in at 674. Paige Smith dialed in at 602. Again, racers, this is the Brodix Run for the 50K. It is a $50 entry in the staging lanes as Paige Smith airs out the Chevelle, 15 green, and goes 602 on a 602. Paige Smith is 20 thou total. Howard DeVore, 44 green, and runs 672 on a 674. So Paige Smith being 20 total, sitting at the top of the sheet right now. Do not believe in any way whatsoever that is going to stick by the time we're all done with this, but that was a pretty nice little lap. As now Jacob Phelps and Zach Ealing. Zach with a 646 dial. Jacob with a 647 dial. In the lineman.edu Vega, coming in out of Nampa, Idaho. Jacob Phelps is 19 green, leaving his side of the racetrack. Zach Ealing's 27 green, as Ealing goes 644 on a 646. Jacob off the mark with a 658 on a 647. But that's got Craig Marilees and Rob Vigasa. Craig, your pro winner yesterday, or as part of the Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday, should say, dialed in at 6.40 seconds, and Rob Vigasa dialed in at 7:46. Red light start for Craig this morning by 0.07 of a second. Rob was 63 green and goes 7:37. Craig ends up 6:44 on a 6:40 dial. Rob 7:37 on a 7:46. As Paige Smith's 20,000s package sits atop the list. Here is Cliff Hall. Cliff, who I believe yesterday, looking back at the sheet, best overall package of round number 1 in that combined Thursday and Saturday event. Yesterday, he was 1 total. I assure you today he's hoping to do the same thing, and Ken Tolsdorf. Tolsdorf goes red by 27,000ths of a second. Cliff is 006 and then runs 6:17 on a 6:19. So the 006 reaction time was looking good, but got there too quick to be 14 thou under what he thought that car would run. So we've been running through our Brodix run for the 50K. And as we run through the Brodix run for the 50K, remember, racers, it is $50 payable in the staging lanes. The run for the 50K is open to those who are entered in the million, and only those who are entered in the million. If you've got an entry in the million, you can pay your $50 and come in and take a swing at the track. Maybe you could turn 50 into 50,000. If not, you're one of the top 3. Got some nice prizes up there as well. For each entry you have in the million, if you are doubled in the million, you can take 2 swings at the tree. It's $50 each. So Kyle Cramsey, 003, red, goes 608 on a 609. Brian McGinnis, 20 and 17 thou above. Ends up 37 thou total and ends up in the number 2 spot for right now. Oh, man. Dean Tabert comes out of the water box and leaves a puddle there on the starting line, so they are pushing the Nova back out of the way. Going to send Robert Butler on a solo. Looking for 628. Butler ends up with a 627.9. Was 42 green and under by 1,000th of a second. And unfortunately, we're going to be on hold here just for a moment. So while we are on hold, we've got almost 1,000 people watching online already. Again, folks, remember, as you come into the live feed, please hit that like button for us. Each and every day is a brand new feed, so even if you hit the like button yesterday, please hit the like button again today. Subscribe to the channel if you're not there yet. We actually started the event on Tuesday with about 6.5 thousand subscriptions. We've already jumped that up to over 7,000 subscriptions. So like and subscribe as you make your way into the live feed. Again, thank you so much to Jegs and to Hoosier. Thank you to Mosier and Optima. Thank you to all of the sponsors that help keep these events happening. Thanks to Pinella Race Engines, Rad Torque Systems, ATI Performance Products, Kids Performance and Dyno, Hoosier, and Cascade Truck Body and Trailer Sales are round sponsors, as they have been throughout the week. Certainly appreciate the folks at Brodix for all that they do and for their sponsorship of the run for the 50K. Again, we're going to try to give away $50,000. If not, we're still giving away a set of Brodix SR20 heads. We're still giving away $2,000 worth of cash and $2,000 worth of a Spring Fling Million entry. Again, thank you so much to the folks at Impact Helmets, Mazier Enterprises. Thank you to Autometer, Altronics, Mazier, Regiles, Computech, Advanced Product Designs, who put up that Bounty Award, which Who knows if we'll be giving it away? We might. Gage has got something to say about that. Gage Birch, as he was Wednesday's winner and now has that bounty on his back in that white Achieva. But it is Million Day. They are still selling tech cards back here in the tower. If you want to come up and get your entry for the million, now would be the time to do that. We should have all of our Super Pro door cars. Super Pro door cars, odd and even. Super Pro door cars, odd and even. For the Brodix run for the 50K, you have been called into the staging lanes. We're going to bring up Mark Fall and Henry Robertson. Henry in the GT350 Mustang, dialed in at 6.44 seconds. Mark Fall in the El Camino out of Tacoma, Washington. Multi-time national event winner, dialed in at 7:07, and Henry, who picked up a bunch of Wallies over the past couple of years in that Mustang, dialed in at 6:44. .008 is the reaction time for Fall, 17 green for Henry. Henry goes 6:46 on a 6:44. Mark Fall, 008, 21 thou above. So Fall ends up 29 total. Puts himself second on the list. Steve Alanak out of Sacramento in the fastback Mustang, and J.J. Pennington. One of the... it's Jared and JJ, man. Those guys are awesome. Brought them in here to hang out with us and help announce the Flings as they've always done. So JJ dialed in at 6:05 in Big Red. Alanak dialed in at 6:65. Steve is 003 and goes 6:64 with a 0. JJ 6:02 on the 6:05 after being 27 thou green. So JJ's 27 and a few under. Alanak 003 and 1 hunt under. That'll bring up Monty Beagle and Justin Lamb. Justin Lamb dialed in at 575. Beagle dialed in at 584. Justin Lamb 003, or excuse me, Monty Beagle 003 goes 582 on a 584. Justin 16 and dead on 6. So a 16 dead 6 is a 24 pack for Justin. Make that a 22 pack for Justin. Let me do my math right. Puts him right behind Paige Smith's 20 pack, but Justin Lamb 22 total is Nick Engler and Steve Kelly will roll up. Nick is red by 4 thousandths of a second. Steve Kelly's 21 green as Kelly goes 625 on a 628. Nick Engler 004 red, 620 on a 621. That'll bring up Bryce Miller and Butch Belair. Belair in the S10 out of Minnesota. Miller out of Buffalo, Minnesota. As a couple of the Mafia folks go side by side and head to head here in the Brodix run for the 50K. 684 is the dial for the pickup truck. 543 is the dial for the Camaro. Once again, Super Pro Door Car, odd and even. Super Pro Door Car, odd and even. If you are going to be taking a swing at this track in the Brodix Run for the 50K, you need to be in the staging lanes. Bring your $50 with you. Bryce Miller had a reaction time that started with a 1. Bummer. And then goes 540 on a 543. Butch Belair, 006 early, 677 on a 684. It's Taylor Pofall and Richie Mason. Mason in the Achieva out of Winnebago, Illinois, dialed in at 603. Taylor in the S10 out of Tennessee, dialed in at 626. Continuing our way through our Larice Pro category. Here we go. Richie's 11 green. Taylor's 14 green. Richie 604 on a 603. So 11 and 13 thou above. Taylor is 14 and dead 5 to be 19 total. So a 626 on a 626. Taylor Pofall takes over the top spot, moves Paige Smith into the number 2 position. Again, I don't think there's any kind of illusion here. As we've seen in past years, if you want to be one of those top 3 best packages, it's going to have to be tight, like really tight. Starting to roll our Super Pro door cars out of the staging lane. So again, Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door car. If you are going to be taking a swing at this run for the 50K, wow! Lucas Walker puts the nose of that Mustang straight up into the air. Goes 607 on a 595, but he rode the bumper of that Mustang all the way out to about 64 and a half feet before the nose started to come back down. That thing went straight to the sky and then towards the center line, but is able to set it back down, and oh my goodness. That thing hooked and flew. Oof. 21 green and 607 down the racetrack. Oh, my. Craig Johnson now, dialed in at 680 in the Malibu wagon. Bug McCarty in the Calais. Calais dialed in at 610. Craig Johnson dialed in at 680. Malibu puts the wheels up in the air. It's not a Lucas Walker type run, but 607 on a 610. Bug McCarty, 42 green and goes under. And again, thank you so much, Bug, for what you did yesterday, putting a couple of those million entries up for grabs. And if you were not aware, Bug McCarty got 2 million entries, grabbed 25 drivers that otherwise might not have entered into the million, drew numbers, and put 2 of those drivers into the million. Basically told those drivers that it was on him. They get to keep half of whatever it is that they win, and the other half is going to go to St. Jude's. Lots of love, lots of respect. How about the T1000 Nick Hastings? Putting it on the back tires for a little bit. 614 on a 618 for Nick, was 19 green. Dean Tabert, 16 red, and then goes 616 on a 579, and I believe that is going to wrap us up for our Larice Pro category. Once again, Super Pro door car. Odd and even. Lucas Walker with the wheel stand of the week. That might have been wheel stand of the month. We've seen a couple of them here, but man, that was wild. I agree. Lucas Walker, you may not have been the biggest fan of that wheel stand. I don't know, maybe you were, but you may not have been the biggest fan of that wheel stand, but the folks in the chat bleachers sure were. That was exciting. I'm sure it's exciting in a different way for you. So a quick little touch-up around the track. Coming out of our pro category, we had 19th thou was the best package overall. Let's see what Super Pro can do. Getting into Super Pro at door car. So if you've got a Super Pro door car, doesn't matter, odd or even, doesn't matter. If you are going to be running in the Brodix Run for the 50K, and if you have not yet made your way to the staging lanes, we need you to do that at this time. If you are still sitting back in the pit area debating on whether or not you are going to enter the million, well, it would be time to head up to the tower and see the Divas. So Super Pro door car. Taken to the racetrack right now. The best run in pro was Taylor Pofall's 19-pack, then Paige Smith's 20-pack, then Justin Lamb's 22-pack. The question is, how long will they last? Now, Lane Weber's 24 on the tree, so he's not going to get there. David Phillips with a 10 thou reaction time goes 6:89.7 on a 690. Ends up 3 thou under the 690 dial. Again, Super Pro door car, Super Pro door car. Last chance. If you're not yet in the staging lanes, let's get you there now, please. Super Pro door car. Again, run for the 50K drivers. Once you've made your way into the staging lanes, please stay with your car. We would appreciate that very much. How about the Fro, DeAndre Fitzgerald? 81 Malibu. The wagon lining up left side who raffled his way into this event. And Jeremy Waterman in the 67 Nova. Nova dialed in at 540. DeAndre dialed in at 647. Jeremy Waterman 008 and 536. Oh, DeAndre. Dialed 647, goes 647.0. But had an 083 reaction time. Oh, what might have been. Dead zero, but just a little bit late at this end of the racetrack. Jeremy Waterman, 008. Ends up 536 on a 540 dial. That'll bring up Mark Barnhart and David Beckwith. Barnhart in the pickup truck out of New Mexico, dialed 726. Beckwith in the Malibu, dialed 729. Red light start for Beckwith by 18 thousandths of a second. Mark Barnhart. 24 green and goes 726. Both of them run 726. Beckwith dialed 726, or Beckwith dialed 729, goes 726. Barnhart dialed 726, goes 726. But the 24 thousandths of a second reaction time didn't quite work out. I know it's not going to stand up, but in order to be in the top three, and you got to be like 21 on the tree or better at this point. It's going to get tighter as we go through. It's going to get way tighter as we go through. But you're going to need to do it. Already up to 1,300 people watching along on the live feed. Doug Carter's got the bold he needs. He is 004 and 609 on a 609. Doug Carter is 9 total. 004 dead 5. Doug Carter moves to the top of the list. John Berger, 10 thou red, goes 507 on a 506. Down the left side of the racetrack is Bill Zimmer and Kerry Willywhite. Speaking of the entries that Bug McCarty had purchased and did a drawing for, Kerry was one of them. the Estes Park, Colorado 67 Camaro, dialed 524. And Bill Zimmer, the 75 dart from right here in Las Vegas. Bill on a 553 dial goes 005 early and 554 down the racetrack. William White, 532 and a 524 after being 19 green. Again, Doug Carter sitting with that 9 thou total package, top of the list right now, is Chad Campbell and Nick Pressimo. Nick's dialed 574, left side. Chad Campbell in the Falcon out of Meridian, Idaho, dialed 621 out of the right lane. Both drivers have the bulbs. They need 008 for Nick, 006 for Chad. Nick, 577 on a 574. 008 and 3 above. Chad Campbell's 006 and 1 above. Ends up 16 thou total, which is going to put him into the number 2 spot. So Doug Carter at 9 total. Chad Campbell at 16 thou total. Taylor Pofall at 19 thou total. Top 3 so far. We are just getting into it. Just getting warmed up. Final call. Final call. Super Pro door cars, odd and even. You should be in the staging lanes. Again, once you make your way into the lanes, please stay with your car. There's Sean Carnahan and Mike Lowe. Carnahan's 13 green, 504 with a 6 puts him 19 total. That's good enough to tie for third right now. Mike Lowe is 16 green. He goes 566 on a 568. Not quite going to work out for Mike Lowe. So Carnahan puts himself into a tie for that third spot. Hey, listen up in the pits. Dragsters even numbered dragsters. We'll go ahead and take you into the lanes for the Brodix run for the 50K right now. Brodix run for the 50K. Dragsters with even numbers. If you've got an even number on your dragster, go ahead and make your way into the staging lanes for the Brodix run for the 50K. Again, remember, $50 payable in the staging lanes. As we've got, best overall so far, 9 total with Doug Carter. Second best is 16 total with Chad Campbell. Third best is a tie between Sean Carnahan and Taylor Pofall at 19. It's so hard. There you go. Bill Hensley, 005. He's green, needs a 648, and goes 646. Boom, 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 boom. Didn't work. Jake Swigert, 36 red, goes 526 on a 525. There's Carl Geib and Josh Pickett. Josh should sing country music. That just seems like a name for highlighting tonight at the Sawdust Inn. Josh Pickett and the Pigeon Bros. I don't know. JJ knows more about what country bands should be named. I just want to get back down to Galat one of these times and go to that. There was some bar down there. You'd call them up on the phone if they didn't answer the phone. Be like, welcome. Where the beer is cold and the women are hot. I was like, really? That's what you put on your phone? Both drivers are red. Josh red by 13 thou. Carl red by 8 thou. Kevin's saying that it needed to be the top 3. He's thinking you're going to need to be 6 total or better. I think that's maybe a safe guess. Maybe. Mike Rock. Mike's put up some nice laps over the past couple of days. Had a few dead-on zeros, a few dead-on ones. Markel Jackson over the left side. The local racer, another one who was able to raffle his way into the million today. 678 the dial, left side. 570 the dial, right side. Mike Rock, 001. Can you be 570? No. 568 on a 570. It's quicker than they're thinking. Markel, 675 on a 678. Quicker than he thought. JJ made his run this morning. It was quicker than he thought. Lucas Walker made his run this morning. It was higher than he thought. A lot. But Lucas, thanks for the show. By the way, we run a thing called Streetcar Super Nationals here at the end of the year, where all the Mustangs come out and do that. I think you're qualified. That was cool. 008 on the tree for Justin Mosier. And 524-1 on a 524. We now have 2 cars at 9 total. Justin, 008, dead 1. Puts him 9,000 total. Doug Milner was 16 green. 683 on a 689 as Ed Nemick and Jeff Verdi will roll up next. Verdi in the Top Gun Firebird, the OG of million winners here in Las Vegas. Jeff Verdi, 009 and 2 above. Ed Nemick, 009 red and dead on 2. Oh, again, one of those what might have been moments. What might have been, but wasn't. So we got 2 tied at 9 total. Doug Carter, Justin Mosier. Then we got a 16 pack for Chad Campbell. I'm sorry to do this, but for our Larice Pro Run for the Money session, the numbers that I have on this sheet are no longer contestants. They have been contested right out of there. Rod Taylor, 6 red. Corey Galletti is 6 red. Taylor goes 513. Corey Galletti goes dead 2. What's that, back-to-back red and dead on 2? Out of the left lane? Ooh. Ooh. I'm agreeing. Come on, Road Rush. I'm going to let the chat bleachers, police themselves as far as the like button is concerned. We got 1,400 people watching, only 300 likes. So you guys peer pressure each other into pushing the like button. We're going to get that way, 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 way up there. How about the Nove? Joe Levitt, left side, 003 red. Talon Farmer, 001. Come on, 657 what? No, not 655. We said 657 what? So Talon Farmer, 15,000 under what he thought it was going to be. Joe Levitt, 18,000 under what he thought it was going to be. Apparently it is quicker than we are thinking. I am doing my best, team, to let you know that it's quicker than what we are thinking. Did I mention it's quicker? The only reason that I'm trying to do my best here is I love Pete to death. I think Pete is one of the greatest people on the planet. But I sure want to see somebody grab another 50 grand. 534 and a 537. It was quicker than Ernie Macias thought it was going to be. Reaction time was 051. Robert Ralston, 14 dead 0. You know what that gets, Robert? 3rd place. There we go. For now. For now. He does. He can get a golf clap. JJ's giving you a golf clap. We love the golf clap. Bravo. Huzzah. Whatever else it is that they're going to say. Eric Dodge in the Nova and Rocky Van Note in the Vega. Van Note's 8 red. Dodge is 22 green. Van Note 575 on a 574. Eric Dodge is 22 green and goes 535 on a 538. I think we could do that. Like if everybody puts up a decent run, be like, what do you get? You get a JJ golf clap. It's worth it. It's worth it. Totally worth it. AJ, appreciate you being proactive and liking it before the feed started. That'd be great. Red light start, Brandon Cornell, 001. Green light start, Ken Suio, 001. Oh, Brandon. One red this end of the racetrack and one thou under at that end of the racetrack. Ken Suio is 001 green and 31 thou above. Ends up 32 total. But man, 001 red, 1 thou under. That's terrible. You know, I can tell you the way that the live chat and the live feed is set up on my screen so that we can watch along. You got the little heart thing down at the bottom and it keeps cutting off words, and all I can see right now is it only takes one click of the button because the un part is cut off. Tom Carlson's 21 green, 566 on a 564. Dustin Wirtz, 004 red, goes 517 on a 516 dial. Jason Pad, Troy Grant. Jason's dialed 608. Troy Grant's dialed 663. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right. Ooh, Jason Pad with a perfect reaction time. Come on, dead zero. Oh. 6071. Perfect on the tree and 9 thou under. Troy Grant, 17 green, 665 on a 663. See, I thought Jason was actually going to do it. Because when Withrow did it in Bristol, it was like 10 pair or so after I got on the mic and your dad got on. When Sarah did it here, it was like 10 pair or so after I got off the mic and your dad got on. So there's people out there right now who are waiting to be like, Jed, get on the mic. And then they're going to try to be like the 10th pair. Be like, I can do this. Damn. We in a tight spot. So Daryl Hemley rolling up on the right side. Man, that was close. That was close. So we got 2 9s and a 14. Are our top 3 so far. And the Brodicks run for the money. Or run for the 50K. We got a 003 reaction time for Hemley. And a 469 on a 453. That's not going to work. Scott Heyer, 004 red. Goes 660 on a 656. Yeah, Brandon Lundeen, you're right. You are absolutely right. If Ed the Outlaw Jones ever needs a fill-in for his wheel stander car, Lucas Walker has kind of got some experience in that now. 10 green for Jorge Cons, 14 green for Billy Groten. Groten goes 619 on a 618. Jorge goes 602 on a 606. That's going to bring up one of JJ's favorite trucks on property. And I agree with him. That truck's gorgeous. I want to know what the color of that truck. Is it like a burgundy? Is it a Merlot? I don't know what you'd call it. That's a red wine, man. It's beautiful. It's so pretty. Uncle Bill, in the Aloha Specialties Grand Am. Talking about that, man, that's some good grinds. Good grinds. You want some good Hawaiian food? Go to Aloha Specialties. Red light start for Bill by 14 thousandths of a second. How about Jones 001 and 629 on a 628? Guess what it does, though? 13 total. And 13 total moves into the number 3 spot. Golf clap from JJ. JJ golf clap, you are third, my friend. I said third, not turd, but you're third. Be like first, second, or third. Which one do you want to be? I mean, third is still a million entry for next year. It's still $2,000 if you can hold on to it. Question is if. I would agree. I mean, if they move into number 1, we'll be like. Third is, if you get third, you get a golf clap. Second, be like, eh. No, I'm kidding. Michael Johnson, 617. He ends up going 616 on the 617. You know what, Leonard? I don't know. JJ is up here. He'll probably take over in a little bit, but we're going to make our way through door cars. We got dragsters coming up soon. Big Jed is back in the staging lanes, looking to see if he can get at least a golf clap from JJ. Ryan O'Connor's 18 green, goes 583 on a 582. It is. I mean, if you get a golf clap from JJ, you could, 12 green for Paul Lorton. He has an opportunity for a JJ golf clap. 614-2 on a 613. Not quite. Oh, he got a clap. There's ways that we can look at that. It's one thing to get that. It's another thing to get the clap. You don't want that. Joey Moore, 15 red, goes 622 on a 623. Third place, golf clap. And a Ric Flair. Oh. First place, tower goes crazy. Yeah, but what are we going to do? I mean, the tower will go crazy. The tower goes crazy for $50K. We'll burn the place down. Jorge Salazar, had a chance at the golf clap. Goes 726 at a 719. Speedy, I'm not going to say that. But it's funny. It's really funny. Yep, I'm just not going to comment because there's so many things that I could say that are going to go so wrong. Just so wrong. So Darren Van Diest and Nathan Carlson. Carlson in the Milton pickup truck. Carlson goes red. Van Diest is 21 green. So again, if you are a Super Pro door car, if you are doubled and you haven't made your way back to the staging lanes yet, you need to do that now. If you are like a Super Pro door car that's running in the 50K and you haven't even made your way to lanes yet, you better be there because we have called our dragsters even and doubles to the lanes, please.
Gary Smiley and Roger Sauter Smiley 006, one above, 319 total. Sauter was 31, one above. Doesn't get it done. Smiley had a chance to work his way into the top 3, but just by a little bit, gonna miss. 19 total, though, not a bad lap. Gary Smiley gave it a shot. Just dialed 1 too quick. Not quite that fast.
Well, thank you very much, JJ. Hey, racers, we are looking for some parts. We got a racer in need. We are looking for a PSI 1249 spring, a PSI 1249 spring. Mike Coltrane is in need. He is pitted on the main, basically the main artery headed down to the return road, or headed down to the staging lanes. Just this side of the main entrance. 578 on a 580 for Michael Miller after being 12 green. Aaron Milton had a chance. He was 002 and ends up 4th thou under. Oh. So again, we need a PSI 1249 spring for Mike Coltrane. It's a carbon black dragster on the main road headed down to the staging lanes just past the main entrance. So if you have got a spring that will help out Mike Coltrane, that it's a PSI 1249 spring, let's get over there and get him the parts that he needs. Is Mini Mac, Daniel McClelland, and Jason Mercer. Mercer rolling up in the topless Corvette. McClelland rolling up in the topless Roadster 545, little brogy. Jason dialed in at 650. Can you get at least a golf clap from JJ? Are we going to have to burn the place down? No. It's true. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. 543 on a 545. McClellan was 13 green. Jason Mercer was 30 green. Goes 651 on a 650. Craig Merrilees rolling back up on the left side. Craig, who took his shot in pro, now looking to take his shot in super pro, and Matt Daddis. Morning to all that are out there in the chat bleachers. Yeah, there are a lot of things that could have that kind of like double entendre to the whole deal. Innuendos, all kinds of fun we can talk about as we are looking for the best package here in Vegas. Who's got the best package in Vegas? Matt Daddis is 10 green. Can't take over the top spot. Could have got a clap. He's 606 on a 605. Ends up 28 total. Craig Merrilees was 34 green and then goes 645. Troy, we're going to call it. Oh, yeah. It is kind of a black cherry color for Nathan Jones's truck. I would agree with. 100%. 100%. Nacho Rivera and David James. Nacho's 009. He's got a chance to tie for the top spot. Can he be dead zero? Nope, one above. 620 on a 619. He ends up 19 total. David Jones, 576 on a 577. 47 green and 1 under. All right. Garrett Griffith and Jared Pennington. Big Jed dialed 598. Griffith dialed 636. Do we have an opportunity here? Oh, Big Jed is perfect. Can we get a dead zero? No. 596 on a 598. Big Jed should have ate that other corn dog last night. He should have ate the other corn dog. He should have ate 3 more. Garrett Griffith, 004, and he's under as well. 635 on a 636. Oh, goodness. You know, Jed saw that on the scoreboard making his way down the racetrack going, come on, come on. Oh, man. We were close. So we've had 2 perfect reaction times so far. We need to get more of them. And we need to get a heart monitor on Pete. Shane Thompson, left side, 486 is the dial. Nick Hastings in the T1000 dialed 615. Are we having like a run for the 50K or are we having a wheelie contest? That was cool. The 618 on a 615 was meh. 12 red was meh. Shane Thompson was 26 green. Got the spring. Awesome. So we've gotten our racer taken care of who needed the spring. Shane Thompson's 26 green and goes 488. All right, we need more perfect reaction times. More perfect reaction times. Mike Eames listening in from back home up in Salt Lake City and throws a trivia question out there of what do Jeff Serra, Corey Gallitti, and Shane Carr have in common? Well, one of their names all has 4 letters in it. We'll go with that. Jeremy Bargo, 006 and 619 on a 618. Not quite. Taylor Bowling, 008 red. And then 6 flat on a 6 flat. Another one of those what might have been. What might have been. Sarah, Corey Gallitti, and Shane Carr. Yeah, JJ said all the names have vowels? Consonants? Either way. The Yaya Mobile. Oh, 001, Chris Sons. You got a chance to jump to the top. 631 on a 629. Not quite going to get there. Not quite going to get there. DeAndre, 642 on a 648. Jonathan says multiple $1 million finals. So does Danny Hoff. So apparently that's what the group is thinking here. I did the phone a friend thing and said, tell me. So David Beckwith and Andrew D. Piazza. Yeah. Beckwith dialed 727. Andrew dialed 490. Not going to get it done on either one of these. Andrew is 26 green and goes 491. Beckwith is 11 red and goes 725. I like Sib's answer. All of them have more money than me. Yeah. Yep. There we go. That is a good answer as well. I'm with you. 1,700 people watching, 445 likes. You guys figure out what needs to happen there. Unfortunately, PJ, our Team Mexico announcer was unable to make it this year. At least that's what I've been told. He's not there. Not here, at least. Had to stay home and get ready for some things. So with Doug Carter rolling up and Bodie Bennett, Doug, who's in the Pro and Super Pro category. How about a perfect light for Carter? Come on. Nope. 608. Nope. We still got one of the top spots with a 9-pack. All right. Try again. Here's your winner of the Silver State Refrigeration $30,000 Wednesday. Gage Birch. In the Achieva out of Florida, and Cole Castile out of Minot, North Dakota. Cole dialed 624. Gage dialed in at 610. What do we got? You want to be in the top 3? 003 for Gage Birch. Has potential. There we go. 11 total. Puts him third. Gets him a golf clap from JJ. Well done. Bravo. And huzzah. You like those, huh? Go get yourself one today. Go get yourself one today. So Gage Birch, 003, and Dead 8 is 11 total. So we now have two 9-packs and an 11-pack. Sitting up near the top, the Black Cherry Nathan Jones Mobile has been relegated to the 4th spot. Brian Bennett dialed 518. Joe Schmall dialed 578. 007. So you're saying there's a chance. Well, 676 on a 678 won't work out. Brian Bennett missed it at this end of the racetrack. Got Andy Schmall on the right side, Mike Crater on the left side. Idaho Falls, Voices, Bedford, Texas. 493 to a 591. So now if you want to be in the top 3, 11 total or better. 001 red, Mike Crater. 28 green for Andy Schmall. Schmall's going to go 593 on a 591. Crater goes 496 on a 493. And it is your last chance, door cars. Again, if you got a door car that is doubled, you got a door car that's doubled. You haven't made it into the lanes yet. You need to be back now, please. If you haven't even made the lanes for your first one, you are late. Spencer Massey and Dave Mazier. Mazier in the topless Cavalier. Massey in the Nova. There we go. Trip zip for Mazier. Oh, 494.5. On a 495. Under by 5 thousandths of a second. Now, Pete, you got to sit right here. We're going to put a heart monitor on you. And then we're going to stream that to the live feed. Oh, man. So what do we have? What, 4 perfect reaction times now or 3? Yeah, they did. 20 on the tree for Lane Weber. 40 on the tree for Shane Carr. Carr goes 532 on a 532. 40 dead 3 for Carr. Lane Weber is 20 and 27 thou above. Oh, man. J.R. Loebner, Justin Beakley. Loebner dialed 475. Beakley dialed 612. Come on. Nope. 99 for Justin Beakley, 23 green for JR, as Loebner's going to go 472 on a 475. Justin ends up 614 on a 612. You want to be in the top spot, you got to be 11 total. You want to be in the top 3, you got to be 11 total or better. So we got to watch the scoreboards light up. If the scoreboards light up with an 11 thou or better, we got a chance. If it's not, we're just making a run. And I don't want to get to the point where we just got a case of the runs. Nobody wants to get to that. Oh. We want to get to the point where we're looking at the top spots. 003, there's a chance for Hank Grandma to move up to the top. He goes 562 on a 560. Oh, BJ Vangsness. Dead 2 at that end of the racetrack, but 001 red down here. Damn. Travis Rutzel and Logan Diggs. Logan's dialed 626. Travis dialed 545. Double 09. Logan could tie for the top. Ends up going 631 on a 626. Nope. Travis Rutzel 547 on a 545 after being 28 green, and that'll bring up Brandon Jarrell and Steve Williams. Mr. Williams dialed at 500. Mr. Jarrell coming in out of Tennessee, dialed in at 615. Let's see. Williams, a former world champ on the NHRA side, is now just Shelby's dad. Missed it by 3 thou. Jarrell has got an opportunity with a 007 reaction time. He goes 617 on a 615. Steve ends up 501 on a 500. Neither will upset the balance at the top of the list right now. Yeah. Which is crazy that it went from fast to not fast. I don't know, my stomach does that every once in a while. Go from fast to stopped. Just happens. Just happens. I agree. We've jumped up to 500. 006 Justin Mosier. How about 6 total for Justin? That moves to the top. Yeah, we got to clap louder than that. 6 total for Justin Mosier. Danny Paul, 007 red, dead 8. Justin Mosier, 006, dead 0. So now it's 6 at the top. Doug Carter and Justin Mosier at 9. Justin holds 2 of the top spots. You greedy bastard. That's cool. He's 6 total in his first trip down the racetrack and 9 total in his second trip down the racetrack. Watch out for Justin. Ed Nemick, 20 on the tree, black pick-em-up truck, 009. You can tie for third, but won't. 646 on a 647. Under by 3 thou. So basically, it's 6 total for Justin Mosier. It's 9 total for Doug Carter and 9 total for Justin Mosier. Justin's probably out there trying to finagle a way to get a third entry in here. Not that you can, but I'll just sweep them. I'll just take all the prizes. Josh Pickett, Chad Smith. Smith's truck dialed 615. Pickett's truck dialed 631. Uh-oh. Smith's truck didn't go when it was supposed to go. Josh is 10 red and goes 632 on a 631. We'll go with Chad Sandlin. Okay. It's probably also supposed to be Lubbock and not Luddock. But, who knows? I'm not. You are. There are trailers full of porta potties going behind the tower, JJ. You need one? We need to flag them down? 16 green. And then 614 on a 615. Sure. Because if you do the math, right? You got to take into account the negative numbers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So if I could go up there and be like 001 red and 1 over, I'd be perfect. Or excuse me, a thou over. Okay. I don't think that's how we're doing the math today, but okay. All right, Rocky Van Note dialed 575. Trip McCarty 593. .005 to a 004. Could they both sneak in? 575 on a 575. 4 dead 5 is 9 total. So now we got a 3-way tie at 9. He definitely gets the golf clap. Trip McCarty was 005 and ends up 5 thou under. They're team Mosier mates. So they are Mosier mates. So now basically like Team Mosier has got 3 of the top 4 spots and Doug Carter's tossed in there with him. He's like, well, all right, so Carl Guy, Brandel Reed. Doug Carter. I would too. Hey guys, can I be part of the group? Yeah, let's be friends. Let's be friends. Randall and Carl not quite going to be enough to jump into the top spots on their time run. But it's far from over. Like far from over. We haven't even touched dragsters yet. Oh, yeah. The end is on the other side of a time warp wormhole to get to a galaxy far, far away. Red light start for Verdi. Nick, 007 in 574. Jeff is red and dead 9. So red by 11 thousandths of a second. All right, so I'm wondering who's doubling in Paul Lorton's car. Or is it Lorton who just doubled? Eventually we will. Eventually we'll know. At the end of the time warp in a galaxy far, far away. Aaron G, 638 dial left side. And Lorton's Vega, the Hughes Performance on the side of that machine. Oh, never mind. 004 has a chance. 612 on a 614. I saw it wrong. I saw the 008, the way it was showing on the scoreboard. I was like, are we? Oh, no, no. 008, 423 on a 6. Yeah, I don't think it worked. It didn't work. That didn't work. We're going to have to go back and take a look at that. All right. Dragsters odd. Dragsters odd. Let's go ahead and get you headed to the staging lanes, please. Dragsters odd. We got our dragsters even. Let's get dragsters odd. All right, so Michael Pennington. Because, you know. So a 515 dial to Stephanie. Come at 655. Whoa. Stephanie leaves the starting line before Pennington's even staged up. And unfortunately, Stephanie getting a little overly anxious on the starting line. So we're getting closer to being down near the end. 006. There's a chance. Under by 2 thou. We're getting closer and closer. I believe we are out of door cars in the staging lanes. We got some door cars and dragsters lined up back here. Gotta go. I agree. We got 1,900 people watching. Only 531 likes. Come on, folks. Let's push the little thumbs up. Push the thumbs up. Matt, I appreciate that. That's nice. I have, I've taken a little break from that, stepped away for a little bit. I don't do nearly as many national events as I used to. At one point, I think I was up to doing about half of them each year. I was doing 12 of the 24. But 003, John Brown, come on, man. 506 on a 504. Jared. Before I say this, I want you to know that I love you to death. You are by far a huge inspiration to me, a man that I've up until now looked up to. But I am so tired of having you dash my hopes and dreams by doing shit like that.
You had that all. Freaking off.
Just saying. Sorry. Had to be said. Had to be said. All right. I'll go back and delete that. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. So Peeps Pennington, Preston, and Tim Wirtz. 20 green for Preston. Tim, 511 is the dial. Wirtz goes 512 on a 511. Pennington, 20 green, and goes 474 on a 475. Jake Clayton and Matt Daddis. Daddis rolling up on the right side. Out of Ohio. With that 607 dial on the Grand Am, and Jake Clayton on the choo-choo. The Mustang rolling up left side. I like that. I want to get one of them train whistle things. That's big, Jake Clayton? Big jug. What's in the big jug? Okay. Fair enough. Oh, side-by-side 002. 624.3. Jake Clayton is 5 total. There you go. Big jug. Jumps to the top spot. Matt Daddis, 002, gets there first and goes under by 6 thousandths of a second. All right, so it's the Black Cherry pickup truck. Dialed in at 627. Oh, man. Perfect reaction time for Bill Groten. Can you go 619? Oh, 620 on a 619. Ooh. Is that our 5th perfect reaction time now? Baby. 52 on the tree for the Jones pickup truck. Pete's Hart's getting a workout. Pete's Hart is getting a workout. Anthony DiPiazza. Door car dialed in at 490 in the Camaro, right side of the racetrack. Left side dialed in at 622. All right, so now, apparently 9 total is the popular place to be. 9 total is like, we got 3 people at 9 total. We got 1 at 6 total and 1 at 5 total. $24 to a 14. I'll tell you what, we're wrapping up door cars. When we wrap up door cars, I'm going to turn the mic back over to Jed. And if you do this to me again, like you've done in the past, like we're in Bristol, I got off the mic and like 10 pairs later, Withrow hits for 50 grand. We were here last year. I got off the mic and like 10 pairs later, Sarah hits for 50 grand. There are people out there going, Nate, get off the mic. They're counting like 1, 2, 3, 4, making sure they're about 10 pair back. I believe it. I'm surprised you didn't call up and be like, give the mic to JJ now, please. Anybody but you. Anybody but you. Brandon Taylor and Thompson. Thompson dialed 488. He's 9 red. Brandon Taylor is 002 green. and 626 on a 625. Shane Thompson goes 485 on a 488. We'll bring up Glenson DePonte out of Kau, Hawaii. So the Kau, Hawaii, I love the fact that they're going full out, man. They got the palm frond on the back of the car and everything. Garrett Griffith dialed in at 635. Go back and finish my thought with Matt Bynum, and I appreciate it. Again, nice thoughts. Thank you very much. Next weekend, I am actually going to come back for a day. Just a day. But it'll be fun. 635 for Garrett, 496 for Glenson. Oh. 11 dead 9 for Garrett Griffith. $23 green for Glenson. 497 on a 496. All right, so Sean Hart and Josh Decker. Decker in the truck dialed 618. Sean Hart dialed in at 472. We got 3 more door cars, and then I'm going to put myself in timeout. Give somebody an opportunity to win 50 grand. And then I'm going to go think about my life choices and why I let that slip on the mic. It's Jared's fault. It's Jared's fault. It was. I agree. It was pushed out. I know. I'm just saying. 003 red, 620 on a 618. Sean Hart, 18 green and 469. On a 472. That Massey? Or is somebody doubling with him? I bet he doubled a Nova. I'm good with that. Alec Bianco and the Dragster. BJ? Oh. Okay. So 465 to a 642. Massey's 10 red. Bianca is 24 green. Bianco goes 465 on a 465. All right. All right. I'm going to pull off one last pair and then turn it over to Jared and JJ. They got a little bit of time on their hands until we get around to round number 1. Scott Hess and Gage Birch. Birch dialed 611, Hess dialed 495. .008, the reaction time for Birch. Can't take the top. And ends up going under. 609 on a 611. Scott Hess goes 487 on a 495 after being 13 green, and that is going to get us to a little breaking point. We're going to take a break. We're going to do a little track prep. We are continuing our way through the Brodix Run for the 50K. Again, your top three right now. We got what, a 5-pack, a 6-pack, and 3 9-packs. And a keg. A keg or two. So that is what we are working on. We are going to let the tractors do a little cleanup. We're getting into our dragsters. Again, all of our dragsters. Let's see here. Y'all have been called.
Since 2010, LRA Auto Museum and Dealership in Bristol, Pennsylvania has been a destination for auto enthusiasts and buyers alike. Sporting one of the finest collections of 1960s and 70s muscle cars in the country, along with an amazing array of modern muscle cars like Mustang Shelby R-Codes, Chargers, Challengers, Camaros, and more, allows us to meet the needs of buyers looking for classic muscle or modern investment vehicles. LRA is open 6 days a week and has a knowledgeable professional sales team to help you find your dream car or investment vehicle. Visit us in person or see us online at lraautomuseumandsales.com.
Great emotion. You're going to take away the
If you've been shopping around for an AC company based on the various trucks you see on the road, good luck with that. Fortunately, I'm here to tell you about Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. The heat is on and it's time to get your AC tuned up for the summer. Silver State's technicians will service, repair, or install an AC system in your home and will always show up on time when they promise. Take advantage of money-saving offers from our website or call before it gets super hot. So don't hunt around for the next AC truck to drive by. Just call Silver State.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
All right, here we go with dragsters. A couple of dragsters already been down, but now they're running one another. We're going to start out in the left with Dwayne Ringuth, looking for a 462, and Ryan Barnes in the right, looking for a 465. Little bit of a different setup. Tree falls together regardless of the difference in dial in. So you see one car faster than the other in each pass. All they're trying to do is run the time they predicted. So that's the best kind of system for that. I've been in those run for the monies where you might be passing the car in the other lane and you're thinking, uh-oh, I might be really fast, or you're not passing the car and you think I might be slow. Plays with your mind a little bit. This allows you just to put all that thinking out of your head and just make the lap. Shout out to my old buddy Scott Underwood. See you in the chat bleachers there. Great to have you watching, bud. I'm sure you've been up washing cars and stuff already this morning. 28 and 11. Nobody's going to collect the 50 grand in that run. 463.0 on the 62 in the left. Barnes, 9 thou under. So again, what these racers are looking for is a perfect reaction. 000 on the board. And then you gotta add to that a dead on with a 0 to get that Brodix $50,000 bonus. What a cool deal. Appreciate the folks at Brodix, the Brotherton family, handling business down there in Mena, Arkansas. I run Brodix on my stuff. If you're not running Brodix, you're backing up. It's best in the business. Ty Sasser in the left, Richard Taylor in the right. Sasser, let's go perfect. 485.0, no. 37 thou under. She a little fast out there this morning. Some of you figured it out, some hadn't. Taylor with a nice 008 and 5 thou under. Thank you, Holloway Racing. Thank you, Soggy Dunn. Old buddy Sog. Appreciate you tuning in as well. Neil Pressimone in the left. 505 is his target. Chance Parker in the right, dial 479. $1,900 watching, 659 likes. The math ain't mathing. Please help us out if you have not hit the thumbs up. We would appreciate that greatly. It helps all of us, you and us. It helps keep the Spring Fling YouTube channel in your view. You're searching for things you want to watch. Dead 5 for Parker, 11 on the tree, 3 red, and 37 thou under for Pressimone. It helps make sure that these types of events, especially the Fling events, show up in your view. So hitting that like button is critical. And it's on 666 right now, so somebody hit it. Anybody. JJ hit it. It should register here shortly. You know, that's really just a number. I mean, it's really what's in your heart that matters. Kelly Rivera, 481 in the left. Kevin Johnson, 443 in the right. And 27 up front. That's where you really don't want to go dead on with a 0. If you don't leave 5 or better, you don't want to go dead on with a 0. If it's 6 or more worse than 6, just kick the throttle, put on the brake, something. Don't go dead 0. That one's going to hurt. Yes, I did, Holloway. I let go trips, and I stared a hole through that scoreboard all the way down. Old Big Red had a little giddy up this morning. She run me under about 13 thou. Talk to Peter, see what that pays. 002 for Esri. There's a chance there to take the lead. 11 thou above. Red for Dylan Howe, and then 12 thou above. Spank Jones, I appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the show. Like Jamie Johnson said, you should have seen it in color. Ain't nothing like seeing it in person out here in Vegas. The Spring Fling in Vegas is on a level that's hard to get to. This is an incredible atmosphere. Jake Jones in the left, 471. Jeremy Cisneros in the right, dial 451. Little under in the left, little over in the right. Paul Dowdy in the left, Max Mosier in the right. Mosier looking for a 449, Dowdy looking for a 491. 3 red for Mosier, 15 green for Dowdy. Mosier a little above, Dowdy a little under. Next up, Matt Lee in the left, 488. Cooper Chun, JJ's dog, in the right. Dial 491. So the Abruzzi last man standing is officially open. Abruzzi last man standing is officially open. It's $100 a ticket. It's down at the back of the tower, bottom of the tower, in the back. Abruzzi last man standing. $100 a ticket. Pays $10,000 to the racer that has the name of the last racer standing on the list. Your racer does not have to win. Your racer just needs to be the last one in competition. No perfects there, Cooper Chun. 2 red. Don't go dead zero, Coop. No, he goes 19 thou over. So you come up, you buy a $100 ticket, you random draw a number. That associates you with a driver that has that number. And it's for every racer that's in the million. You reach in, you get your ticket, and that's the driver you have. It's random draw. You don't get to come up and pick who you think's going to win. You pick a number. If you are the last racer standing, if you're representing the last racer standing, it gets you $10,000. It is car number specific. If you get a racer that's doubled, whatever number you have is the number that counts for you only. 005 for Hodson. He goes dead 7, solid lap. Just not quite good enough. Dead 3 for Horton. Really good on the dial, but 39 on the let go. Aaron G in the left, 637. Rob Mosier in the right. Dial 464. So Abruzzi, last man standing. Available at the bottom of the tower, in the back of the tower. $10,000 to win, $100 a ticket, random draw. You get the driver you get. And if it's the driver that's still in the program later than all other drivers on the list, you're going to collect a $10,000 payday. You don't have to be in the race. You can be anyone here. You come up to the back of the tower, at the bottom of the tower, buy your ticket, get your draw, take your shot. You can be in the stands just here watching today. It could still net you $10,000. Abruzzi, last man standing, at the back of the tower, in the bottom of the tower. Thank you, Troy Inskeep. We appreciate it, brother. Oh, that's cool, Holloway Racing. Oh, 1 red for Aaron G. Don't go dead zero, please. 12 thou under. Oh. Rob Mosier, 34 thou under, 27 up front. I guess those tears were from the sound you were hearing, not in a good way. That was my go-to in karaoke for a long time. Don't Take the Girl. Johnny's daddy was taking him fishing when he was 8 years old. I don't have the chops I used to have. That's a good one. I still like singing that one. Chad Broom in the left, 433. Don Sefton in the right, 451. Both reds, dead 4 and dead 9. Oh, okie dokie chiming in. Said he won the last man standing last year. His random draw was a guy named Luke Bogacki. That guy's pretty good. You have to feel pretty good when you reach in the jar and pull out Luke Bogacki. Parker Theobald, 488 in the left. Alonso Sanchez, 482 in the right. 13 and 23, no victory for either of these, but dead 7 and dead 8. So getting those dial-ins figured out. Happy Friday, Justin Crider. It'd be great to see you on the mountain, Spank. Michael Carpenter, 464 in the left. David Wright, 448 in the right. A little girl came through the front gate, holding a fishing pole. I'll finish it as the day goes. JJ's sitting over here unimpressed, got his chin in his palm. 7 green for Carpenter, 17 red for Wright. Carp goes 7th thou under, Wright goes dead 4. Yeah, that average perfect, but I don't think that gets to 50 grand. 7 and 7 red. Nah, Troy, I can't hang with a jelly roll. I can eat a jelly roll right now, but I can't sing like him. Ethan Bourne, 495 in the left. Say my name, say my name. Steve Cisco in the right. Dial 455. Jay Cameron, I would message spring fling bracket races. I would try that, see if they can help you. 12 and 33. Cisco lights the board 12 thou above. Bourne lights it 3 thou under. Yeah, I appreciate that, Troy. JJ, he just hating right now. You know, he's a better racer than me. He's taller than me. He's a better announcer than me. I got singing. That's what I got. And he won't even let me have it. Greg Pesnell, I'll stop the singing if it's going to make you go to the bar and start a tab. Been a while for you doing that. 18 and 42, no chance for Gordon Bovin or Ari Kelly. Bovin lights at dead 8. Kelly 22 thou under.
By the way, you really just like kind of made it sound like I'm trying to make everybody think I'm better than you at everything. And I didn't say those things.
Son, it's body language.
Body language. What did I do?
Your body language was terrible. I mean, you didn't even smile as I was singing. I looked over at you. I was singing for you, son.
You were singing for me?
It was a father's love singing to bring you joy, and it brought you nothing. You were a dead fish.
I'm just confused as to how it was for me. You were singing to the people in the chat bleachers because they were saying something about it.
James Lee in the left, 474.
Yeah, just dodge the question then.
Michael McQueen in the right, dial 493. Oh, Nina Bishop wants to hear Rammer Jammer. I love singing Rammer Jammer. Oh, it's perfect for Michael McQueen. Oh, I saw the 0 at the end of the number and I peed a little. Oh, that was close. 200 above, but left perfect. 16 and 14 thou under in the left. Michael McQueen let it trip, zip. I can tell you from experience, that scoreboard gets awful big when you light it trip, zip. And it gets back down to normal size when you don't run dead on 0. Oh, so, okay, that's Billy Holloway. My sleeves was up on that trip zip, Billy. I had them. Jesse Adams in the left, Mike Coltrane in the right. Nobody's close enough to lead the pack. 15 thou above and 7 thou under. And Nina, I can't sing Rammer Jammer on a hot mic. But I was Facebook Live as I was coming through the lanes playing Sweet Home Alabama in Big Red. Had me fired up. I guess I need to do that every time I go up, considering the reaction time. Carla Pontillo in the left, 450. Chris Reynolds in the right, 454. Pontillo lights it perfect. Can she do it? Oh, 11 thou above. Man, there's been, 7 perfect lights, 8 perfect lights. Trey, give me a number down there. How many perfect lights has there been? More than Peter wants, I assure you. 43 for Reynolds and 13 thou under. Trey Hatcher. I guess they don't have the mic on. I guess they don't have the speakers on down there. Beautiful, absolutely incredible day here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Battery. This is the Brodix Run for the 50K, where a perfect run will earn someone $50,000. Just straight up 50K. .001 dead 0 Tim Markaglu. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Tim Markaglu leading the pack. 001 dead 0. A 1-pack for Timmy Markaglu. He's one of Peter's buddies. He would have loved getting that $50,000 check. But he's leading the pack. And the best package wins those Brodix SR 20 heads, which is a $6,150 value. You're talking a heck of a prize. I've won them before out here. I won them the first year of the million with a 3-pack. What a heck of a prize from our friends at Brodix. Second best package gets $2,000. Third best package gets a 2026 Fling Million entry, $2,000 value. So still a lot on the line, a lot to race for out here in this Brodix run for the 50K. Jorge Alfonso Saldivar in the left, Jeremy Weaver in the right. Saldivar a couple hun over off a 16 bulb, 10 thou bulb for Weaver. A little late at the start. Oh, I like it, Neil Jameson. That sounds like something PJ North ought to do. He's got a little country sing vibe to him now. JJ's daddy was taking him racing, taking double O. I want to hear the rest of that. That's a good song. Timmy Markaglu leading the pack with a 1-pack. 1 dead 0. You don't know when you come back, are you happy about that? Do you go like, oh, man. Yeah, I mean, probably both. Probably both. I was 3 dead 0 when I did it. Speaking of threes, there's one for Bloomfield. At this point, you got to be 1 or better. Bloomfield with a 7-pack, solid lap. Going to have him a little outside of the top 3 there. Alexis Thompson is 5 red, 17 thou above. Neil Jameson, it would be more like JJ's daddy was taking him racing, spending his whole check. They knew they shouldn't even be there, but they said, what the heck, I will go buy back. 16, 12 thou above for Jaden Lawler. Alfonso Vite Morelis lights at 20 red and 21 thou above. A Bruzy last man standing is available bottom of the tower and the back of the tower. $100 a ticket, $10,000 to win. If you draw out the racer that happens to be the last racer in the program off the list, you're going to collect a $10,000 payday. It is car number specific. Whatever car number you draw, that is going to be the number you live with. If your racer's doubled, you've got that number, not all of their numbers. Well, glad to entertain y'all just a little bit, Nina. Will Holloman, 456 in the left. Shane Thompson, 456 in the right. Speaking of Shane Thompson, he's the big chief at Silver State Refrigeration. Obviously, it's Silver State Refrigeration main event Friday. They brought Wednesday to us, brought Friday to us. We appreciate Shane Thompson and the awesome folks at Silver State Refrigeration. Really good people. Saw Shane behind the tower yesterday evening. We had a really pleasant conversation, and I felt the vibe Shane was putting out. Shane wanted to make sure that our trip was good and we were taken care of while we're here, and that everybody's doing all they can to help us. And I could tell where Shane was going with that, and it really meant a lot to me. So, Shane, I know you're not hearing this, but love you, bro. Really appreciate you. Not on file on the left, 460. Tom Clark in the right, 457. A 004 and a 008. Dead 4 off the 008. 004 and 16 thou above in the left. Paige says that's the song she sings when Scooter's racing. Good stuff. Andre Jefferson, I would put an album out if I thought anybody would buy it, but I could probably make more by them paying me not to put one out. Tyler Murrup, 473. I would have named Tyler. I would have gave Tyler's middle name to be Maple. Tyler Maple Murrup. Greg Christensen in the right, 456. Four red and 27 green left him no chance. One under the dial, one over the dial. Nick Smith in the left, 441. Bodie Bennett in the right, 451. Nine red, 26 green, both of them under the dial. Or excuse me, 9 green and 26 green, both of them under. Trey Vetter and Shane Molinari, 12 and a 20 bulb. Nobody lights it up dead on at all in that one. Wow. What a story, Pete. Landon Wright in the left, 470. Justin Jones in the right, 482. Yeah, Fasano Motorsports, we're all the way out here in Vegas and just kind of a big deal out here with this event and what we're used to. So, yeah, I think I've had the bubble guts a little bit. Starting to calm down. Make a few runs, you start settling in. Perfect reaction for Landon Wright. Can Landon light the board? No. 22 thou above. Left trips. Goes a little bit slower than expected. 14 red for Jones. I'm not sure they've got that equipment out there yet, Larry Dash, but I will check with Warren. Warren, if you can hear this, they're telling me they can't hear the burnouts or the runs online. Oh, there was a perfect. Did I miss that? Oh, my goodness. I missed that perfect reaction by Caden Muth, and Muth goes 6 thou under. Wow. Back-to-back perfects. Peter needs to go slide some depends on. Man, there's perfect lights everywhere out here. Ivy Hutto, 454. Not on file in the right, 494. 002 red and 004 red, both those racers were gunning for it. Dead 7 and about 42 thou under. Appreciate that, Billy boy. Chris Dias, buyback anthem song. Man, yeah, we need a song about buybacks. That'd be awesome. Mark Kidd in the left. Kidd Performance and Dino, 465 is the dial. Kerry James, right side, on a 495. There's a perfect reaction for Kerry James, and James lights at 34 thou over. Wow. Man, these perfect lights are everywhere. 004 for Kidd, solid lap there, 2 thou under. I was calling the Brodix run for the 50K in Bristol when Steve Witherode did it, made the perfect run. And I've had some really cool moments on the microphone over ever how many years I've been doing this. But that was right up there at the top. I mean, that was a super cool moment because you know how hard this is to do. A perfect run is so difficult. Withero did it for 50 grand. It was very exciting. Anthony Bertazzi. Anderson, right? Bertazzi, 003 up front, 15 thou under. Anderson's 300 above off that 24 bulb. Jake Clayton, 450 in the left. Scott Anderson, 442 in the right. Well, hello, George Shabarek. Man, they just did a flyover here. 4 of those jets coming across the track. That was, wow. What a blessing. This is a blessing to even get to be here. Man, so cool. Six ring, 27 green. Dead 5 and 11 thou above. Like I said, if you don't leave at this point 001 or better, there's not a chance to take the lead. Can't remember exactly what's behind that. I know there was a 5-pack and I think a 6-pack. I think it's 1, 5, and 6 if I remember correctly, but it might be 1, 5, and 5. I didn't even realize that. Chris Coppage. The past 3 perfect reaction times have all been from Odessa, Texas. Maybe that ought to be triple Odessa, Texas. Y'all see what I did there? Corey Costin in the left. He's from Alabama. Blake Johnson, Colorado in the right. Okay. I think Corey's going to win this one. 2 thou under. 17 red for Johnson. And 7 thou under. Mia Hinches left lane. Logan Shannon right. 460 for Mia, 505 for Logan. .009 and 14 red. Both of those going to miss the target. Dead 4, 9 thou under. Left to right. A Brucey last man standing is available. Bottom of the tower, back of the tower. $100 a ticket, $10,000. When you reach in and draw a driver number, you're tied to that driver with that number. It's number specific. If they're doubled, you get the number you draw only. If your racer is the last racer in the program, you get 10 grand. I mean 10 grand. I'd make somebody's day here. Get in and get your shot. Eric, man, I don't remember that specific run, but it sounded like a fun story. Troy Williams Jr. in the left. Justin Hall. Troy lights it up 003. He's got a chance to get on the board. Dead 5. Nice 8-pack for Troy. We're going to have him a little outside the window. John Loebner, 470 down the left from Olathe, Kansas. Hannah Vandermeer, 479 in the right. Seeing Hannah Vandermeer, I can't help but think she must be tied to Kathy Vandermeer, which is an absolute angel sent straight from heaven. She brought me corn dogs last night. I made a parts call for corn dogs and she brought them and they were fantabulous. 2 red for Hannah, 17 green for Loebner. Hannah goes 2 thou under, Loebner goes 2 hun above. Mark Barnhart, 464 left lane. Charlie Crosby, 471 in the right. All dragsters have been called for the Brodicks run for the 50K. We get that wrapped up. We'll have our opening ceremonies and get right in to Pinella Race Engines round number 1. Double 01 red for Barnhart. Don't light it dead 0. Dead 9. Thank goodness. Crosby 9 and 9 thou under. At average perfect. JJ just busted open a sleeve of Oreo cookies. It's about the size of a baseball bat. We'll see how deep he gets in them. Yeah, it's as long as the microphone. Good call. I've already had my sugar for the day. I had a 3 Musketeers, which is my favorite candy bar. My amazing, incredible, beautiful wife, Jenny Moe, packed that for me just to make sure that I had a little bit of a snack to tide me over. So thank you, baby. I'm eating my sprees. I'm down to about 15% of a thing of spree. Probably get in my sweet tarts next. Kyle Gibson and Nicholas Contreras. 05 and 069. 5 and 10 thou over. Gibson had a chance to get on the board. Lights at 1 above. Contreras is 13 thou under and a little tardy at the start. Now, Troy Inskeep, you ain't kidding. Some good, cold, red top milk would be amazing. It needs to be red top. I don't do that 2% stuff. I like mine leaded. I like it straight out the cow. Brenda Wilson said if she is here, she'd bring us tamales and Oreos. One of those we would eat, one of them we wouldn't. We'd appreciate any of them. Red in both lanes, dead 5, and then 3 hunt over. Yeah, Sheila, them's free. They on time. I can't eat them while I'm announcing because it just gets your juices flowing, and I'd be spitting on the mic, slurring my words. I have to eat them off the hot mic. Feels like I got about 7 of them left here in this sleeve. Feeling it now in my pocket. Can't wait to get in them.
Real quick, I got to give a shout out. Shout out to the team BRDS. They know who they are. I'm not naming them off individually because there's a lot of them. So shout out to BRDS. The Braden Rampy Driving School taught me how to race. And if I win the million, it'll be because of Braden Rampy Driving School.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, if hopefully you give some credit to the vehicle you're racing, but Braden Rampy, we appreciate you and your driving school. It has been a major impact in our lives, and we're thankful for you, bro. Gerald Wirtz in the left, Misty Unser in the right. Unser goes 10 thou above, Wirtz goes 4 thou under. Logan Scribner next up, 485 left lane. Dallas Glenn, Pro Stock Dallas, Dow 442. Dallas raced the World Foot Brake Challenge a couple of times in his El Camino. His foot brake car's in El Camino. Mark Fall, you ain't the only one. Dallas Glenn got one of them too. And he's pretty dang good in it. Double 02 for Glenn, got a chance to get on the board. Can he light it dead 0? No, 14 thou, 11 thou over, and 35 on the tree for Scribner. How about a very special shout out to a guy I hadn't seen in quite some time. He was hot and heavy on the tour for a while, and I guess life threw you some changes and you're doing other things. B. Baldwin, you're one of the cool kids, brother. Appreciate the kind words and certainly miss hanging out with you and seeing you here and there. Travis Ringoff, 452 in the left. Crew Garrett, 453 in the right. I like that Crew, C-R-U-E. I think Crew Garrett could be a top 10 name. That's a cool first name. I mean, no offense to anybody, but I don't think you'd ever see a nerd named Crew. I think Crew just instantly installs coolness in you when you get that name, and you just kind of stay cool forever. $11 and $31, both under. Actually, $11 and $33 and both under. Gerald Thompson Jr. in the left, Chris Gulitti in the right. OGCG on a 437, Thompson on a 478. All right, we've called you Gary Devin Peck and Jerry Devin Peck. But at this point, it really doesn't matter what your name is if you're bringing red top milk to the tower with a glass or a cup. I'll call you anything you tell me to call you. That would be awesome. JJ's got Oreos up here. I would straight up dunk them. Go about 3 of them. There's a perfect reaction. OGCG, can he light the board? Oh, 38-0. Oh my gosh. 10 thou above. I promise you, Galiti probably bounced back and forth between the 38 and the 37 and went 37. Holy cow. OGCG lights the board, trip zip, and then goes 10 thou above. Wow. 13 dead 6 for Thompson. Very solid lap right there. Gabriel Torres left lane, 654. J.J. Russell right lane, 463. 37 and 29, no chance for either of those. Left lane did go dead on. Right lane went 10 thou under. Todd Piper says, crew whooped both me, let me get past that, and the old man en route to the win in Tulsa last Sunday. Okay, so not only is crew a cool dude, he's a really good racer. Appreciate that, Phil Billy. That's one of my dudes right there. So yesterday, Taylor Pofall was unloading his truck, and I heard him in there in the trailer. He was cranking it, and the starter kicked. And then zing, zing, zing. So he rolled it out. When he rolled it out, there was about 70% of the bolt, one of the bolts that was holding it in, laying in the floor of the trailer. We said, uh-oh. He said, oh, no, I'm done. Bolt broke off in the block. I said, hang on. Lucas parked right beside him. I said, Lucas Walker right here. He'll have the stuff. He'll know what to do. Let's just get him. I got it. And Lucas laid under there and said, oh, yeah, we can get that. Anyway, they got him fixed, but I told him, Phil Combs and Lucas Walker, the best two I've ever seen at not panicking, jumping in, and can fix any freaking thing that breaks. You guys are amazing to me, Phil Billy. Chandler Tyson, 11, dead 5. Rogelio Tamez, 5 red, and 7 thou under. So I do appreciate that, among other things about you, Phil Billy. Your willingness to jump in and help whomever, whenever. And I've even seen probably people that you didn't necessarily get along great with. Well, when they go down, you're right there to do whatever needs to be done to get them back going. So, Phil, you're one of the special ones, brother. Appreciate the well wishes. Kyler Hergemuller, 464 in the left. Mitchell Marcy in the right, dial 478. Oh, how about my bro back home? Dexter Rhodes tuning in with his pops, Jimmy D. Watching here the Spring Fling Million in Las Vegas. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Two awesome cats back home. 001 red for Mitchell Marcy. That one's going to hurt a little bit, but don't hurt so bad when you're 13 thou under. I was perfect in 13 thou under, so that took a little bit of the sting out of it. Ain't like I got real close. Did one end right. One end I failed miserably. Willie Oliver, left lane, 448. Corey Galletti. Chris's son, dial 444. I already won him a $70,000 American dragster chassis here Tuesday. Okay, how about Jerry Devenpeck has brought in the red top right here and 2 cups. We got Oreos and we got red top milk. Jerry Devenpeck is my #1 top 10 name and top 10 city for today. Yesterday was Kathy Vandermeer. Today is Jerry Devenpeck. Jage, what you waiting on, bro? Pour us up. Come on, bro. I got a job to do here. Can't be pouring milk. Parker Stewart, 496 in the left. Bree Vandermeer Herman in the right, 451. Neither of these racers going to get it done. No dead-ons either. Okay, the milk is poured. I fill the cup. The cup's cold, so Jerry was keeping that red top cold. Y'all excuse me just a moment. Once again, a Bruzy, last man standing, is downstairs, bottom floor of the tower, behind the tower. $100 ticket can turn into $10,000 in your pocket. Come get your shot. Tim O'More and Robert Butler. O'More lights at 002, got a shot. It was dead 6. 8 total. 41 dead 5 for Butler. We don't care what we run. We're dunking Oreos in red top milk. If it slows us down, it slows us down. I needed to be slower. I should have ate these before. I should have got with Jerry Devenpeck before. I was doing all that on hot mic, by the way. Hit the button for me, bro. Can't you see I'm busy over here? Microphone in one hand, Oreo in another. Got a lot happening. Dylan, what's this? Is this, you're the man, Dylan Carr. That was a very soggy Oreo that impacted my speaking. Portland Carter, my dog, 20 and under, not 20 and under for Pagot. Or maybe that's Pagot. I bet that's Pagot. It's got a T on the end. Pagot wouldn't end with a T, would it? That's Pagot. Or is it Pigot? Because that should be my name. My name should have pig in it. Piggington. I think I'm going to change my name to Big Jed Piggington. Dylan Carr, thank you. Appreciate y'all sending some scrapple up here. Dalton Garreau. See, there's how you're supposed to end it with O. 448 in the left. Jeff Watts, 493 in the right. Either of these racers are going to get on the list. Watts is 10 and under. Garreau's 29, dead 4. Man. Jerry Devenpeck. Bro. You're an incredible human. J.P. Schuster, 456 in the left. Bradley Johnson, 474 in the right. Two red, dead 1 for Bradley Johnson. Wow. He missed getting on the board by ever so slight 2 thou. 009 and 8 thou under for Schuster. Little malfunction on the starting line there for O'Connor. Dustin Wirtz. That had to impact his reaction time. Goes 7 thou under, so can't really say that cost you in that one, but Wirtz probably got distracted a little with that going on. Kimberly Jonkine, 501 in the left. Jeff Taylor, 451 in the right. Again, looking for a perfect reaction and dead on with a 0. And that'll collect somebody 50 grand. Timmy Markoglu is leading the pack for those Brodix SR20 heads with a 1 pack. 1 dead 0. Either Jonkine or Taylor is going to get this one done. Charlie Lockhart, where you been? I've needed stuff like this on my text messages. You say I might be getting Oreos and milk, but you never saw a watermelon when you was in Vegas. You and your wonderful bride Shay brought us easily the best watermelon we've had at Bristol at the World Foot Brake Challenge. Easily. Those Kentucky melons have been my favorite to put in my mouth. Did I just say that on a hot mic? Don Butkowitz and Jacob Stallworthy. 15 and 18. Dead 2, 18 thou above. Charlie, I ain't seen a watermelon anywhere so far this year. So I couldn't imagine there's any good watermelon on earth right now. I sure would love some. Now you got me wanting it. Clinton Fief, or is that Pfeiffer? Man, that's such a difficult name. Somebody give me the how you pronounce that. P-F-E-I-F. Kobe Fuller in the right. Shout out to Mr. Boo Boo. Appreciate you tuning in, brother. Y'all enjoy that Cajun cooking. No offense, but I'm out. Y'all put battery acid and like gasoline. Y'all put all kind of stuff in y'all's food down there. Can't do it. Ain't tough enough. Jimmy Williams, 446 in the left. Chad Axford, 491 in the right. That's why I love Optima batteries so much. You don't ever get any acid on you. Those Optimas are bad news. Been running them for years and years and years. 002 for Williams. Got a chance to get on the board. Oh, lights at 2,000. Actually, and then under by 41,000. Williams is 2 green and 2,000 under. Man, that was close. Jordan Stahlbomber, I'm not real sure how that works. I would message the Spring Fling Bracket Races page, and somebody there will respond to you and let you know. Okay. Randall Hull. I can go with that. Fife. Kind of makes sense, except that it starts with a P. But I understand how that works. Sometimes that P gets in front of the F. Jason Pad, 452 in the left. Raul Alanis, 440 in the right. Both red, 16 red and 18 red. Dead 7 and dead 4. Dustin Hinch is left lane, 481 is the dial. Giovanni Kolecki, right lane, dial 494. technically, Jonathan Rogers, I agree. That averages out to perfect. $481. $494 is what they're looking for. 002. Kalecki got a chance to get on the board. Oh, dead two. I think that's on the board. That's a 4-pack. I think the 4-pack is on the board. 002, dead two for Giovanni Kalecki. Giovanni gets on the list currently. I think it's a 1-pack, 4-pack, and 5-pack, if I remember correctly. I think those are the top 3. The winner, if nobody's perfect, the top seed will get those Brodix SR20 heads, which they get that either way. Number 2 best package gets $2,000, and number 3 best package gets an entry to the 2026 Fling Million, $2,000 value. Really cool prizes, and I think Giovanni Kalecki just got solidly on the board. J.R. Learcamp and Dave Mazier. Either J.R. or Dave's going to get on the board. They had 5 in the left off a red bulb, 30 in the right, and 15 thou above. The 1-pack was Tim Markaglu. Old Timmy Markaglu sitting on 1 total. John Vandermeer III and Jason McFarland. McFarland's 003 got a chance. Dead 1. McFarland's on the board. How about 1, 4, and 4 back-to-back 4-packs? Or not back-to-back, skipped a run. 4-pack again for Jason McFarland. 003 dead on with a 1. Puts him on the board. Vandermeer's 24, dead 1. Just needed to be better up front. So it is Markaglu, Kalecki, and McFarland so far. Top 3. .008 and 13, good lights, but not good enough for this one. Okay, Tracy Chun said that is Cooper Chun, not Giovanni. All right, well, Cooper Chun is on the board then. Good stuff. Thank you, Tracy. What do you say, Dale Burrow? Let's see. No, I don't see Fitzgerald on the list. Somebody said Fitzgerald had a 3-pack, but might have, just wasn't this morning. Derek Shirt, 514 in the left. Jeff Serra, 461 in the right. Jeff Serra has collected $50,000 in the Brodix run for the 50K. He did that right here last year, then runnered up the million. Pretty dang good week here in Vegas for Jeff Serra last year. $11 and 24 red. Serra goes 3 thou under. 22 thou under for Shirt. Thank you, B. Baldwin. Right now, a 1-pack is leading, and then 4 packs takes the 2nd and 3rd spot. So anything 5 or more won't get you on the list. It's a great run. Just won't work for the Brodix run for the 50K. Timmy Markoglou leads the pack. Tony Farmer in the left, 485. Rob Mosier in the right, 461. This is the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We appreciate the great folks at Mosier for all they do for us. Just a great supporter of racing. They're putting the best products possible into the racing market, and then they come out here and support us as a sponsor as well. Just much appreciation for the great folks at Mosier. 10 red for Rob, 12 green for Farmer. Farmer's 3 above, Rob's dead 9. Rick Ross, please delete your profile. Rick, how could you say Oreo cookies, S-U-C-K? I mean, what's bad about them? They're everything that's good in life. That one hurt, bro. Riley Learcamp and Max Mosier. 467 left, 451 right. Two for Mosier, 20 or 17 thou above. Had a chance there for a little bit. 21, blackjacked him in the left, didn't work out. 14 thou above. Appreciate the kind words from Derek Putnam, one of the best, doing a great job on the mic back east. I appreciate you, DP. Jason Dawson in the left, Zach Fulcher in the right. Both go red, 12 thou on the left, 5 thou in the right. $11 thou under and 13 thou above, left to right. Lucas Walker, you've just been blocked. I know you hauled my car out here, and I appreciate it if you'd take it back home, but I had to block you. Lucas sent me a picture of the Oreos he's got in his trailer. They're birthday cake Oreos. Now, there ain't no way somebody could like birthday cake Oreos over OG Oreos. That birthday cake stuff, I just can't do it. I mean, I can eat some birthday cake, but that's a maybe once a year, twice a year type thing. No way I could let them tear up my Oreos like that. Shane Thompson, Eric Nazarenas. Whoa, Nazarenas lights it. 008 and 001 for Thompson. Dead 9. Wow, Shane Thompson took a run at it. 10 pack. Nazarenas is 008 and 12 thou under. Speaking of Eric Nazarenas, Mr. Willowweight broke on the entry that he won from Bug McCarty and McCarty Auto Parts, where Bug's putting 2 people in the million, taking care of their tab, and half of what they win goes to the racer, and half Bug is sending to St. Jude. What an amazing, amazing gesture from Bug McCarty. So Willowweight broke and gave the entry to Eric Nazarenas. So he is going to be in the million, courtesy of Bug McCarty, on that St. Jude charity mission. Val Torres is not on file. 15 and the 28 going to leave both of them out. Adding Mike Eames to the blocked people on my phone, which I should have done a long time ago. I mean, I shouldn't have took this, but this is the straw that broke the camel's back. Asked me if I tried the new s'mores Oreos. S'moreos? No, thank you. He says they're legit. I have to question that. I think out of the two of us, I would know better what Oreos are the most goodest. Miss you, Mike. Wish you were here, bro. Dennis Lithgow and Ari Kelly. Lithgow's 005. No chance there. Red for Kelly. Lithgow lights at 5 thou under. Kelly's dead 5. Logan Warren, 460 in the left. Oh, that's War? Okay. That should have been W-A-R-R instead of W-A-R-N. So Logan War, my apologies, 460. Dylan Moody, 459. Lucas Walker says, don't knock them till you try them. I ain't ever eat a grit sandwich, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't like it. So don't tell me, Lucas. I know what I like. Again, you're taking my car. You brought it out here and you're taking it home. I want to apologize and take all that back. Yeah, at least until we get our car back. 004 and 10. 4 has a chance to get on the board. So 6 thou under. 10 and 5 thou under. Or excuse me, dead 5 for Moody. Mike Eames said, the OGs are king, but I wouldn't kick the s'mores out of bed. You something else, Mike Eames. I really like that guy. J.R. Loebner left lane, 468. Right side not on file, dial 490. and 49. Neither of these racers will get on the list. 13 thou above and dead 4. Michael Nuttall, I agree. You know, I can take it if you're going to say a little bit of bad stuff about Oreos. I can get over that. You let somebody say bad stuff about Little Debbie's? No. No. We'll block them. We'll eliminate them from ever being able to be on the chat bleachers again. Jeff Foster come in the tower. He runs this whole show out here. And he said, that's an East Coast thing, Little Debbie's. You guys don't tear up Little Debbie's out here? Holy smoke. What, y'all hostess people or something? Man. Somebody, get with Brandon Bailey and somebody show them how to get some Little Debbie's out here on the West Coast. 462 in the left, not on file. Alonzo Sanchez, right? Now 483. 004, dead 2, super solid lap in the left, but didn't get on the board. Alonzo Sanchez is 10 and 13 thou under. Man, Rachel Rush just came in the tower and delivered 2 monster sleeves of Oreos. We have got it good in the tower here at the Strip at Las Vegas. Thank you, Rachel Rush. You, again, are an angel sent from heaven. Yes, Mike Eames, Little Debbie Christmas trees should be sold year-round. I agree. 008 and 007 for Herman and not on file. Under for both racers.
Hey, racers, listen up. We are on the threshold of history as far as million entries are concerned. We are really, really close to doing something very special here. I mean, we're going to do something special here today no matter what. But we are really close to doing something very special. If you are one of the racers that is still sitting back and kind of wondering if you are going to jump into this event, it's time. It's Vegas. You got to let it ride. There are still tech cards available. There are going to be tech cards available for the next little while, but the numbers are kind of teetering towards a payout like we've never seen before. So, as Peter said this morning, there is a potential of having some history made as we get a 008 and an 032. Jacob McNeil, 32 green, and not on file 008 goes 448 on a 449. But Jared, it's really close. So let's encourage our friends who are still thinking about it to come up here and get their tech card, because it's close.
Yeah, Nate, we probably have about 30, maybe 30 to 40 dragsters still remaining to make their run. So there's a little bit of time, but not much. So if you're on the fence and you want to be part of history and be part of something special like we've never seen before, this is the time to make it happen. So don't know the official number. We won't know that for a little bit yet, but what we do know is this thing is teetering on a record. And if you want to be part of the biggest payout in the history of the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries, now is your time. Come get that tech card. You're in Vegas. It's time to take your shot. Don't leave here wishing you had done it. It is time. Come on out, get your run, and get yourself in what is potentially going to be the largest spring fling million ever. You the man, Michael Nuttall. I appreciate that, bro. Red for both Dylan Howe and Rob Belsham. Dead 0 and 10 red for Belsham. Ouch. Ouch. Brandon Bailey, you get out here with a truckload of Little Debbie's and just let them try them a little bit. They'll sell you out, bro. Come on out. This place needs you. Mark Horton in the left, 449. Richard Taylor in the right, 464. Leaves both of them out of the game. 17 thou above, and then dead 3 for Taylor. .003 in the left. Dead 5, nice 8-pack. Come up a little short there. at this time, we'd like to call Larice Pro. Larice Pro, we would like to call you to the lanes for round number 1. Pinella Race Engines, round number 1, Larice Pro. This is your first official call to the staging lanes for the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We're going to announce it in just a little while, but this could be a record day, pro racers. Get ready and bring them to the lanes for Pinella Race Engines, round number 1. Mike Crater in the left, Jimmy Williams in the right. 600 difference, 440 and a 446. Bring them on out here, Lance Haddishell. 11 green and 7 red. 11 thou above and 21 thou above for Williams. Man, we have 2,300 people watching the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries right now. 2,300. I know some of y'all got jobs. I mean, you serious right now? Well, we appreciate you watching. The only bad part is, apparently, the device you're watching on doesn't let you hit the like button because we've only got 851 in the likes and 2,300 watching. So there's roughly 1,500 of you that have not hit the thumbs up. You're the ones I'm talking to. We need you. Help us out. I want to see that number roll. Left lane, 467 for Jansen Melton. Sugar Shane in the right, 453. Oh, Sugar, oh. Lights are 1 pink. Oh, 10 thou above. If that had been dead on 0, I would have took him a bucket. Oh, Sugar. That was a good run. 1 red and 10 thou above. 12 and 35 thou under for Melton. Philip Yazanowski. That's kind of what I do when there's a good event on the live feed too. I work too, but I'm just not quite as productive. 1 red. Oh my goodness, for Don Sefton. Don't go dead 0, Don. He didn't. 7 thou under. 12 red and 4 thou under in the right. That driver was not on file. Did I mention that it's an absolutely incredibly beautiful day here at the Strip at Las Vegas? And I think it's going to be 65, 67 degrees, somewhere along in there. Slight breeze. The sun is as bright and clear as I've ever seen it. Sitting in my seat here in the tower, I got a view of the mountains out on the north end of the racetrack. Incredible. 006 and 20. Greg Christensen 6, 2 thou under. Learcamp, Chase Learcamp is 20 and 1 thou under. Dylan Starks wants to give a shout out to his dog, Jeremy Jensen. Good luck from back home since you left him there working. You serious, Jensen? You out here playing? You left people back to work? Good move, bro. I ain't mad at you. Appreciate you watching in there, Dylan. Get to work. He didn't leave you back there to watch. Not on file on the left, 472. OGCG, Chris Galletti in the right, 438. He lit it perfect the run before. He blackjacked this one. He goes 4th thou under, 21 and 4th thou under. Todd Zeller, don't let the boss catch you. That's all I can say. Last thing you need to do is get fired from the company you own. Appreciate you watching in, bud. Todd's Extreme Paint. Been good for us here at the Fling over the years. Both lanes, both drivers not on file. 10 thou above and 19 thou under. We're winding down the dragsters. Larice Pro has been called for Pinella Race Engines round number 1. Winding down our Brodix run for the 50K, where Timmy Markoglu is the top seed at the moment with a 1-pack. 11 in both lanes here, not a bad reaction. Not going to get them the prize. 13 thou over and 25 thou under. I was just fortunate enough to get to meet Tana Taylor. Tana, very kind young lady. Is going to be delivering the national anthem today. What an honor for Tana and what an honor for us to get to hear it. Caden Muth, 13 thou above. Preston Pennington left lane, 460. Andy Morris right, 475. 10 and 10. Preston's 3 thou under. Morris is dead 9. Appreciate that, Dylan. If JJ shows me up in my ride, I can live with it. Be all good, brother. Chandler Ball and Jeff Taylor both missed the mark a little on reaction and ET. All right, at this time, we need doubles and even number door cars. Doubles and even number door cars for round number 1, for Pinella Race Engine round number 1. Doubles and even numbered door cars for Pinella Race Engines round number 1. Racers report to the lanes. Steve Cisco, 457 in the left. Daryl Wirtz, 451 in the right. Double 03 for Wirtz, got a chance. Oh, lights it dead, 2 5-pack for Wirtz. Wow. Got him right outside of the list with that 5-pack. Solid run for Daryl Wirtz. Bodie Bennett, 449 in the left. Michael Pennington, 459 in the right. .005 red and .007 green. Pennington 12 thou over. Bennett dead 7 off the 5 red ball. Ooh, Brandon Bailey just sent me a picture of a massive amount of Little Debbie's. All the good stuff. Nutty Buddies and Swiss cake rolls. Even had them Fig Newtons in there. I love Fig Newtons, and I don't know why. That's definitely not something that I should like, because I don't really get it. I don't know what's in there. I usually have to know what's in it. Fig Newtons are the bomb. Hard to find them fresh, though. Will Holloman in the left, Dan Provost in the right. Red in both lanes. Holloman lights it dead 0. Wow. Oh. Really would. 9 red, dead 0. I don't know what's harder. Is it harder to be dead 0 or harder to be perfect? Must be harder to be dead 0 because I was perfect, which means it can't be the hardest thing anybody's ever had to do if I did it. It must be harder to go dead 0. Jaden Lawler, 454. Gabriel Torres, 477. .009 and 018. 15 thou under in the left lane. 14 thou under in the right. Nick Smith, 441 left. Greg Hicks, 466 right. Still looking for someone to go 000, dead 0, and collect that Brodix 50K. My old buddy Showtime, Paul Richardson, watching in. Good to see you tuning in, Show. Miss you, bro. 006 for Smith. Hicks lights at 29. 006 and 1 thou under for Nick Smith. Hicks is 6 thou under. We're winding down these dragsters in our Brodix run for the 50K. Kyle Gibson in the left, 415. J.J. Russell in the right, 462. Well, I assume that's Showtime anyway. It's the only Paul Richardson I really know. Hopefully that's you, Showtime. Gibson got a 4.15. 2 red. Russell's got a chance. He's 001. 15th thou above. Oh my goodness. How about Kyle Gibson? 002 red, dead on with a 2 in a car that goes 415 at 168 miles per hour. Wow. 2 thou later, he's on the board. Incredible run for Kyle Gibson. Russell was 001 up front, but lit the board 15 thou over.
Russell was what?
001.
001?
001.
Okay. We'll go with 001.
.003 dead 6 for Jake Clayton. Solid lap there, didn't get him on the board. Dead 6 for Lithgow, but it was 28 up front. Racers, we're ever so close to our opening ceremonies for the Spring Fling Million. You're going to want to have your live feed pulled up. If you don't have it available to you, it is on the big screen at the Optima Batteries trailer, right out here, just outside the staging lane area. Optima Batteries trailer has the live feed up and going on the big screen. You're going to want to watch this. We've got a nice introductory video for this year's Spring Fling Million. We're going to play that. Then Nathan Hershey will take things over down on the racing track or just out in front of the staging lanes and have our opening ceremonies. So if you have the ability to get your live feed up in the motorhome or on your phone, do that. If you want to just watch it here on the big screen at the Optima Batteries trailer, you're more than welcome to do that, but we just want to encourage everybody to have the live feed up and ready. Reds in both lanes for those 2 racers, not on file. Gary Williams, 002 and 6 thou under. Dead 1 for Jason Dawson. Come up with a 48 bulb.
That'll bring up the next pair, Talon Farmer, and not on file. At least not yet. 465 the dial in the right side, 484 the dial over in the left lane. Again, Timmy Markoglu leading the way with a 1-pack. Cooper Chun at 4, Jason McFarland at 4 total. And I think we are down to, what, just these 3? Maybe there's a couple tucked in back there. 14 green and 14 red. Talon is 14 red, not on files 14 green, goes 465 on a 465. Oh yeah, down to our last one. Pro is under the arch. Nathan Martin gonna be it. Last chance to try and get around Timmy Markoglu. Hey, if you are missing a neck collar, Time Slips has it. If you are missing a neck collar, Time Slips has it. Will it be Nathan's game or no? 003, he's got a chance to get into the top 3. And 465 to his 5 total. Nathan ends up just outside. So unofficially, Timmy Markaglu, 1 thou total. Cooper Chun, 4 thou total. Jason McFarland, 4 thou total. Those are your top 3 at the end of the Brodix run for the 50K. So again, racers, if you are not yet at a place where you can see the live feed, if you're sitting in the grandstands, pull up your phone. If you are sitting in your trailer, pull it up on your TV, wherever it is. If you are not there, back in the staging lanes, go look at the Optima trailer. We're going to do a quick little bit of track prep, and then we are getting underway with our opening ceremonies for today's Spring Fling Million.
Once again, folks, if you haven't gotten to where you can see the live feed, now is the time. We are ever so close to our opening ceremonies, and we want to make sure everybody gets to see this introductory video that we're going to be playing on the live feed. So if you haven't gotten to a live feed yet, and you're here on the grounds or wherever you are, go ahead and get that done, because we are really, really close to getting things rolling. Quick parts call. Got a racer that needs a Simpson Devil Ray visor. Got a racer that needs a Simpson Devil Ray visor. It is Joe Bob Foley. He is in the Dattis and Schuster pit. Joe Bob Foley's in the Dattis and Schuster pit, and he needs a Simpson Devil Ray visor. Help him out if you can, please. Joe Bob, Jesse Adams thinks he has one. If you guys can get hooked up out there. All right, folks. Now is the time. We're going to get our opening ceremony started. We're going to do this with an awesome introductory video to this year's Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. So please get to the live feed. That is about to come up next. And then we'll turn it over to Nathan Hershey, trackside.
Las Vegas, a city where history is made and legends are born as the greatest spectacles in sport unfold. This is the stage where triumphs echo through time. True champions are defined by what lies deep within, the unwavering grit, the unyielding determination, and the relentless pursuit of a dream that refuses to die. Today, one racer will weave their name into the fabric of drag racing lore.
On the starting line, the tree is hot, it drops, we're green on both sides. 0.003 of a second separate them in reaction time. Jeff Serra gets out of the throttle.
But make no mistake, today will not be easy. Victories that truly matter never are. This is not just another race. This is not just another day. This is the Spring Fling Million. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We are getting underway, and at the 10th anniversary of this race, we want to give an opportunity for the folks that put this together to say thank you to each and every one of you for your sacrifice for being here. I'm going to turn the mic over to Miss Emily Biondo.
Hi, everyone who's here and everyone who's watching online. Peter and I just want to say thank you so much for the support over all the years. This is our 13th year at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and the crew here is just amazing, and we're so thankful for them always hosting us so graciously. And this is our $10th million race, and we're excited to crown the 10th champion, and we can't wait to see who is the last guy holding up the trophy tonight. So Peter and I just appreciate everyone's support and awesome sportsmanship over the years, and we've seen just some really great things, and we're so happy to be involved with all of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Racers, welcome to the ultimate battlefield, the Spring Fling Million. Today, you are not just racing. You are stepping into a high-stakes arena where every decision matters. Victories are determined by thousandths of a second, where only the most precise and relentless will emerge victorious. This is a milestone year, the 10th anniversary race, where those who succeed will join a legacy of excellence, taking their place in history as a part of an exclusive group. As you sit in your cars, lined up in staging, feel the weight of the moment. This is no ordinary race. This is the race, a proving ground of your resolve and determination. This is the culmination of everything you've worked for. The Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway is more than just a track. It's the place where champions are forged, where the margin between glory and defeat is less than a heartbeat. Here, your skill and focus will be tested like never before. The road ahead will challenge you mentally and physically. You are competitors in the truest sense, armed with talent, strategy, and nerves of steel. The pressure is immense, the competition fierce, and the reward priceless. Only those with the heart to face the impossible will rise to claim their place among the legends. You are here for a reason. You are the best of the best, the ones who have earned the right to stand on this stage. The lights are ready to drop, the world is watching, and the moment is now. So stop, look around, embrace the intensity of the day ahead, and relish this moment. This time is yours. Let the battle begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps as the Nellis Air Force Base Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Ladies and gentlemen, for today's invocation, Lee Steyer with Racers for Christ.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out. So with every head bowed, every eyes closed, let us give thanks. Father in heaven, thank you for this beautiful day that you have provided for all of us to enjoy. And know that we are grateful for receiving what you have given us. And Father, we also ask of you that is these challenging and uncertain times that you come along beside us, grace us with your presence, and give us all your spirit of peace. But Father, we also lift up to you the men and women of our armed services. We ask that you bring them strength and guidance as they place their lives in harm's way to keep this great nation safe. But Father, today we also ask for your blessings as we are gathered here as friends and as families. We are here to race and to have fun and to give you thanks for everything that you have blessed us with. And Father, we also ask that you comfort our racers by placing your great hands of protection upon everyone here as they drive their cool hot rods, and also give them a place of great hedge of protection upon everyone here at the track. Father, bless us with peace and safety, and we pray that those blessings would both be generous and gracious. Let us be careful that you get the praise and glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not done so yet, please rise and remove your caps. As we listen to the beautiful words of our national anthem, let us remember the men and women, both past and present, who have dedicated their time, their service, and in some cases, their lives to protect our nation's freedom. For our national anthem, Miss Tana Taylor.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Tana. Racers, one last thing. We would not be here today if it weren't for Kyle Seipel. In his words, it's all about the story. Racers, today, you write the story. Let's roll.
Don't have any words to describe that other than wow. I've got chill bumps. I've got tears. My son's 3 pairs back. This is amazing. God is so good to us, and this is a heck of an opportunity. Okay. Pinella Race Engines, round number 1 coming at you here at the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. This is Larice Pro rolling in the water box. We'll start it out with Brian King in the left lane. Out of Pahrump, Nevada, 577 is the dial. Caroline German in the right, dial 584 from Henderson, Nevada. A couple of locals here, a couple of people from the same state anyway. 7 Hun head start. Going to German in the right lane as our first pair in the Spring Fling Million main event coming to the line. Both green, big advantage for Caroline German and a win light for German. Oh no, it's a win light for King. German breaks it out. King way late and 23 thou above. German was 56, got to the stripe, 124 in front, and broke it out by 6 thou. That one's going to hurt. Nick Engler, left lane, 625 is the dial. Nick's out of Becker, Minnesota. Robert Butler from Citrus Heights, California in the right lane, dialed 630, slight 5 Hun head start to Butler in the right lane. Big advantage going to Nick Engler, and Engler turns it into a win light. 001, take 25 to be 41 thou above. Robert Butler's 54 and 13 thou over. Steve Riggins, I appreciate that, brother. More than you know. So this one hurts a little bit. This is Taylor Pofall. He's our buddy. He's dialed 628 in the left lane out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee. Right lane? That's my boy. Come on, Jed. JJ Pennington, 605 is the dial. Don't care about the outcome. Couldn't care less. It's just about seeing him get to do this. This is a dream. Nasty in both lanes, but one of them's 10 thou better than the other. And the win light goes to Pofall. JJ, you got nothing to hang your head about, bud. You were 12 dead 5, 17 total. Pofall lays him down 002 dead 9 to take 6 thou at the stripe. JJ, that was a hell of a run. I'm so proud of you. Taylor, awesome job. Pofall moves on. Bryce Miller, 542 in the left. Andy Schmall in the right. Former $1 million winner, dial 595. Three Huns separate them. Advantage going to Miller. Win light goes to Schmall. 47 up front, dead 2. Nice set down for Schmall. Miller is 17, take 38 to break it out. 6 thou, had to take 32 or less. Sorry about that, TJ Coleman. You know, like I said, the outcome's the outcome. Who cares if you win a race? Just about seeing him get to live this dream out, and then for him to perform the way he did with all that going on, man, that's a heck of a performance. Come back to the re-entry round and get after him. Chad Sandlin in the left, 618. Nick Hastings in the right, 621. Couple of the baddest dudes around on the bottom bulb. As JJ comes back up the return road, I know there's a lot of disappointment in there, but he needs to be proud of what he did. Sandlin way out in front on the reaction time, and he turns it into a win light. How about a 9 thou package? 007 dead 2 for Chad Sandlin, and he moves into round number 2, getting by one of the best in the game. Hastings was 28 up front and 5 thou under. Sandlin, 7, take 14, made a super good lap and moves into round number 2. Rob Vigasaw, 744 dial on the left out of Utah. Justin Lamb in the right from right here in Henderson, Nevada. Dial 579. Red for Lamb. Vigasaw moves on to round number 2. 46 up front. Vigasaw's 28 thou under. Lamb 27 thou under. 16 thou too soon at the starting line. Last man standing, a Bruzy last man standing ticket still available. Bottom of the tower, back of the tower. Go back there and take your shot at winning $10,000. We also have some million tech cards still available. It could be the largest million ever. We'll announce that in just a little while. Come be a part of history. Lucas Walker in the left lane, my dog, dial 596. Paige Smith in the right, dialed 607. Ten thou separate them. Smith out in front. Win light goes to Smith. 17, 2 above. Taking 36 thou at the stripe. Lucas, 27, and then goes 4 above the dial. Not sure what happened there. He went 6 flat at 117, so he had some spray involved. I don't know what went wrong. Lucas comes up short there, and Paige Smith advances. Thank you, Ivy Hutto. I appreciate that, my friend. Jeremy Plyler, 583 in the left. Monty Beagle, 584 in the right. Big advantage for Beagle and a win light for Beagle, 31.5 above. Plyler goes 22 thou over and not 31 on the tree. This time I'm going to hand it over to Nate Hershey. Nate, that was an awesome opening ceremony. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for that write-up that you did. Incredible job. I had goosebumps. I had tears. I had it all. So you're going to take over the mic and call some laps here in Pinella Race Engines round 1.
Thank you very much, Jared. Good luck to you as you go down and get ready for your first trip down the racetrack here. And we've got Kyle Cramsey and Michael Clement rolling up next. Clement rolling on the right side, dialed in at 652. Cramsey in the truck, dialed in at 610 as the stage is set. The two drivers have got the stage bulbs on. Head start goes to Clement. Kyle Cramsey doing the chasing in the truck. 21 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light. Cramsey 11 and dead on 8 is 19 thou total. Kyle Clement runs 652 on a 652, but was 32 at this end of the racetrack and 21 thousandths of a second behind at the stripe. Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Car, all of you, both odd and even, all of you, odd and even. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please, for round number 1, the Brodix round. So they make that the Pinella Race Engines round number 1 here on a Silver State Refrigeration. $1 Million Friday. Mark Fall in the El Camino, Cliff Hall in the Maverick. 620 was the dial for Hall, 711 the dial for Fall, and it's going to be a win light for Mark. 17 and 4 above. Take 2 little thousandths at the stripe to get the win light. Cliff Hall got down there and stopped. 623 on a 620, gave it back. He was 29 green. Mark 17 green. Win light goes to the El Camino. That's going to bring up Richie Mason and Brian McGinnis. McGinnis, the 56. Rolling up on the right side, dialed in at 676, and Richie Mason out of Winnebago, Illinois, dialed in at 607. Staged up, set, and ready in round number 1 of the million. Advantage at this end of the race. Oh, no. Richie Mason has got parts flying out from underneath the rear end of the Achieva. Win light is going to go to Brian McGinnis. McGinnis was 16 green, runs 682 on a 676, but we have got some carnage on the starting line in the form of Richie Mason's, looks like rear end. That car went to leave the starting line, and we saw parts rolling out from underneath of it. So unfortunately for Richie Mason, round number 1 ended the way he did not want it to at all. Not only does he not get the opportunity to advance, he now has to fix a race car as they are going to work on getting Mason's car off of the starting line. That is going to put us on hold here for just a moment. But racers, again, welcome to the strip. We're going to roll some equipment out there on the starting line. We're going to give our pro category a moment to breathe, at least those that are remaining. Again, if you are in Super Pro Door Car, if you are a Super Pro Door Car, you should be back in the staging lanes at this time, please, odd or even. We are starting to roll those cars forward. We've got a few more left to go in Larice Pro. It is Pinella Race Engines, round number 1. Again, remember, on a $1 Million Friday, Pinella Race Engines putting up $1,000 to our best losing package here in this go-round. We wrapped up our Brodix run for the 50K moments ago, had our opening ceremonies, and are well into the thick of our first round of competition on a Silver State Refrigeration $1 Million Friday. Again, thank you so much to the entire Mosier team for all that they do for us here at the Spring Fling Million. Again, presented by Optima Batteries. The Optima folks are back there in the staging lanes. They've got the trailer set up along with a massive big screen so that those racers who are waiting in the staging lanes get an opportunity to watch what is happening on the racetrack as well. But it is going to be pretty fun. It is going to be pretty exciting, and as the day goes by, as it always has, as we get later into the rounds, the intensity will continue to increase.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Capacity of Philadelphia Yard Trucks, the right choice and solution for your business when it comes to new, pre-owned, or service for your yard truck. We offer industry-knowledgeable sales professionals, well-trained technicians, a fully stocked parts department, and a mobile repair fleet. Capacity of Philadelphia has the ability to service all makes and models of yard trucks: Kalmar, Ottawa, Tico, Capacity, and more. We have new or used yard trucks in stock to own, rent, or lease. We're the area's only dealer with a global leader Capacity brand in stock and ready to deliver nationwide. We keep the world and your customers moving. Visit us at CapacityofPhiladelphia.com.
One of the things that I think is very important is the distance between your pre-stage and your stage. And it's 7 to 8 inches. And I think that's important because you don't want to spend all your energy once you pre-stage to stage, as in bumping in so small that it takes you 30 bumps to get in. So it's really important to, I call it pre-stage deep. And so you only got 2 or 3 little bumps, so you're not spending so much time and energy on just turning the stage bump on, because you want to do it consistently, but do it with as little energy as possible.
All right, well, track cleanup is continuing. It looks like we are getting things wrapped up, and Marco just came in and gave me some information that apparently if you're craving pizza, the Papa John's trailer is open. You can get some pizza as you're sitting in the grandstands watching round number 1 of the Spring Fling Million play out here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Again, remember, we've got Fig Speed back at the back of the lanes if you get to a point where you need parts or something for your racing program. If you can't find it with a friend, I can promise you that Les will be able to help you out, or hopefully they'll be able to get something here for you. Optima's back there in the staging lanes. The folks at Mosier are here. If you need something for your rear end, I'm sure they can get you hooked up. There is so much out there that we can do. Once again, door cars, both odd and even. Door cars, both odd and even. We need to do that. We need to do that. We got burnouts happening in the staging lanes. We like it. We like it a lot. So with Papa John's Pizza available here on site, race cars on the track, a beautiful day here in Vegas. It is slightly breezy, but the sun is out, and as Jared was saying earlier, we're expected to hit about, 65, 67 degrees. We got our next two, Steve Alenak and Ken Tolsdorf. Tolsdorf in the dart out of Alberta, turns it red 30 thousandths of a second. Hands the win light over to Steve Alenak. Alenak with a 1:02 reaction time goes 6:68 on a 6:65, and the matchup on the line is going to be a fun one. Camaro right side, dialed in at 6:17. Nova left side, dialed 6:72. So with Howard DeVore getting the head start over the Camaro on the right side. Three thou separate them in reaction time. Win light goes to the Camaro. 6:17 on a 6:17. 18 dead 9. Getting the nod over DeVore. DeVore was 21 and 2 above. We'll bring out Dean Tabert and Henry Robertson. Robertson in the car they call Stickers, the 1984 GT350, dialed in at 6:48. Henry's dad standing alongside the wall down there behind the car, as he always does, and a 580 number showing up for Dean Tabert. Red light start for Tabert by 4 thousandths of a second. Tabert is 004 red. Henry is 004 green. And Henry goes 6:46 on a 6:48. So Henry moving on to round number 2 is Bug McCarty and Gene Milton. McCarty in the 91 Calais coming in out of Georgia. And if you haven't heard what Bug did something pretty cool. He bought 2 million entries, put 2 drivers that might not have been in, and he gets the win light here in round number 1. He's 37 to Gene Milton's 39 reaction time. Bug goes dead on 9, getting there second to light up the scoreboard. But Gene Milton is bowing out. Bug McCarty is moving on as Ron Nichols and Butch Belair. The S10, dialed in at 6:78. Ron Nichols, the Oldsmobile, dialed in at 7:14. As they're both in and set. Both drivers leave early. Win light turns on for Belair. Double red, True Start didn't need to do its thing. Belair leaving second with a 6:78 was 14 red. Ron Nichols leaving first was 31 thou red. As Belair goes 6:76 on the 6:78, that'll bring up Steve Kelly and Craig Johnson. Johnson in the Malibu wagon, dialed in at 6:84. Kelly dialed in at 6:31. And we are getting down to the end of our Larice Pro entries for round number 1. So a 684 on the board for the wagon, 631 on the board for the Camaro. As Steve Kelly pops it in, puts it on the starting line. Malibu set. Red light start for the Camel Washington-based Camaro and Kelly. By 12 thousandths of a second, Steve hands the win light over to the Malibu wagon. Craig Johnson is 29 green and goes 683.5 on the 684. Kelly ends up with a 627 on a 631, but Zach Ealing going to be our final car. In the Larice Pro category, 648 the dial for the blue Corvette out of Rohnert Park, California. Going on the solo shot. Not too bad to be able to get a solo shot in round number 1 of the million. Obviously, the best buy is the last buy. But the first buy is not bad either. 647 on a 648. 003 the reaction time for Zach. That puts a wrap on our Larice Pro category. Rolling into our Super Pro door cars in Pinella Race Engines, round number 1. Sean Carnahan coming in out of Montana. The 70 Chevelle with all the hardware hanging out of the hood, dialed in at 504, and Garrett Griffith. The blue pickup truck dialed in at 637. The S10 coming in out of Kentucky. Man. Garrett Griffith sitting up on the starting line. Gage Birch sitting back in the water box. Team Mosier represented out there in the water box as well. The hitters are in play here today. Garrett's off and away. Here comes Sean Winlight Carnahan. He was 17 to Garrett's 026 with that 9th thou split. Sean goes one above, 505 on a 504, taking 24th thou with the stripe. To light up the right lane scoreboard, Garrett Griffith ends up 3 above. Got down there and dropped. Sean Carnahan cruises through to round number 2. Garrett's going to have to find his way to the Diva desk today for an opportunity to get in at another shot at what is potentially a history-making day here at the Million. Justin Mosier, Gage Birch, big time matchup playing out on the starting line right now. Mosier in the Corvette out of Indiana, dialed in at 525. Gage Birch dialed in at 613. Birch has already been in the winner's circle by way of that Silver State Refrigeration Wednesday, picking up $30,000. Trying to make that payday look like peanuts here today. Just saying, 30 grand is a lot of money. What's on the line today is going to be, well, let's just say more than 30 grand. Winlight to Birch, he's 004. Taking 10th thou at the stripe as he woes it way down. 615 on a 613. Justin Mosier, 15 green, 27th thou above. Winlight to Birch, he moves into round number 2 as David Beckwith and Rocky Van Note. Van Note, part of the Mosier group back there. 71 Vega out of Red Key, Indiana, dialed in at 575. Beckwith in the Malibu out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. 730 is the dial over on the left side. Oh ho, Van Note in control. The Vega, 579 on a 575. 008 on the tree. And the Winlight belongs to Van Note out of the right side. The Malibu was 43 green and 3 above. No go for David Beckwith. Van Note will be back free of charge in round number 2 as John Brown and DeAndre Fitzgerald. The 81 Malibu, the young racer from the western half of the United States. The California guy rolls down here every once in a while. Started out racing in like a Kia SUV. He and his dad both enjoy being out here. His dad was actually running the car down at Pomona for the Winter Nationals 647 the dial for the wagon, 507 the dial for the Camaro. Both drivers leave red. Win light belongs to DeAndre. DeAndre leaving first was 7 thou red. John Brown leaving second was 15 thou red. And True Start hands the win light over to DeAndre Fitzgerald. In the wagon, he'll end up running dead on 2. That's 647 on a 647. Puts the wagon into round number next. John Brown, 15 red, goes 505 on a 507. We're going to hold up just a minute. As when the breeze is blowing here in Vegas, it happens to blow some things around, and we want to make sure that with looks like what could be a little bag just down on the right side wall just past the finish line, we want to get that gathered up and out of the way so that it does not unintentionally interfere with the timing system. Yep, Debris? How many Debras are here? All right, apparently people keep your Debris off the racetrack. So if you've got somebody here with you named Deborah.
Yeah, we got to keep the Debris off the racetrack.
Yeah, please. No Debris on the racetrack. JJ's found his way back up here. JJ, it was a good lap.
Yeah.
It was a great lap.
Yeah, I can't be mad about it. But
nope.
Man, Taylor Pawfall really hurt my feelings. Like, bad.
And I understand you guys are like pitted next to each other?
Right next to each other.
Oh. Yeah.
His S10 is parked between his trailer and the trailer that Big Red came here in.
So if Taylor wakes up in the morning and finds their trailer door dead bolted from the outside,
it won't be me.
Padlocked.
It won't be me.
Like, I didn't do it. I don't know if people still get into the whole thing. I don't think they do anymore with all the video and everything like that, but back in the day, the little innocent fun of toilet paper in somebody's house.
Yeah.
Like toilet paper their pit later. I don't know.
Might.
Wouldn't be you.
I might. It wouldn't be me.
Wouldn't be you. Well, we got little Debbie wrappers? Is that what they think they are? Yeah, there is a lot of Debras flying around today.
A lot of Debras.
Keep your Debras grounded. Lane Weber, Mark Barnhart, they're going to be our next two.
Couple of 7-second rides on the starting line here.
It'll be fun.
Not really. You wouldn't think this would be the weapon of choice in the million. A slower door car, but it has its advantages.
Every once in a while, you go out there and give them a little look.
Because while, say, someone going 550s, you wouldn't be able to judge them. They can't really judge you either because the closing rate is still the same.
You are very correct.
31 thou separate them up front. Win light. Goes left hand side to Weber. 008 and 3 above take 12 thou as Barnhart 39. 1 above, no good. Lane Weber gets the win light.
Moving on to Jeremy Bargo, Matt Daddis. All right, racers, so listen up. Here is the deal. As Matt Daddis rolls in with a 611, Jeremy Bargo rolls in with a 621. Tree drops. Bargo, big wheels up charge. 2 thou, the difference in reaction time, and the win light's going to turn on for Daddis. 13 dead 9. Gets the win light for Matt out of the right side. Jeremy Bargo was 11, take 15 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. All right, racers. So the text just went out. Not sure if you, well, I got it, so hopefully you got it. Million tech cards will be available until the end of round number 1. We will not have an official count as far as exactly how many until we complete round number 1, because it is going to be based on how many cars staged up in round number 1. We can say this. We have sold the most million tech cards that we've ever sold here before. So if you are still debating whether you are going to get into what could be the largest million event here in Vegas, don't hesitate. Carl gets the win light as Randall Reed goes red by 0.02 of a second. Reed runs 6:26 on a 6:27. Carl Geib is 6:22 on a 6:24 after being 27 thou. But I'm just telling you, the largest number of tech cards for a million here is where we're at. Got to wait until we officially run all the cars. But if you are thinking about trying to be a part of history, do it.
It's unofficially official right now.
Unofficially.
Unofficially.
Do it.
Aaron G, left-hand side. The S10 dialed 636. Right side, Jeremy Jensen in the Thompson Chevy 2. Dialed 487, I believe. I don't know for sure, but that S10 in the left lane looks very familiar. My dad owned a silver S10 like that for a while. And by for a while, I mean about a year. Aaron G, 6 thou red, 1 above. Jensen 33 and a thou under. Gets the win light via the red light from Aaron G. So Jeremy Jensen carries that Chevy 2 to round number 2. Bill Hensley, left-hand side, dialed 647. And Jason McFarland, right side, dialed 502.
See? JJ, that's the cool thing, right? You put up a great lap like that, you don't have to be done.
Don't have to be.
Don't have to be done.
I'm holding out for a best losing package. I feel like it's going to be pretty close.
It's pretty good. 12 dead 5. That's pretty good.
I feel like I got a shot at winning something while I'm here. And it just so happens it might be a best losing package.
You're already a winner here, man. People are bringing you donut or Oreos and corn dogs.
I am a winner here.
You got it.
Bill Hensley, 16, takes 7 to be dead on 5, gets it done. Jason McFarland, 27, dead 1. No good, 28 total. Let it up dead on. Just let it get a little bit. Let him get by him. Let it get by him a little bit up front. I'm all over the place right now. Hensley lays down a 21 pack to move on. Bring up Ed Nemec, left-hand side, the Corvette on a 534, and Paul Lorton, right side, the Vega on a 614.
So with the Vega, Paul Lorton, he's already had a pretty good year. Went down to Tucson, picked up a win on Sunday, got himself a Happy Gilmore check to go in the back of the car.
Okay.
I don't think the Happy Gilmore check from that day is going to be quite as big as the Happy Gilmore check from today.
You know, I wouldn't bet on the fact that it was, but I mean, you never know.
Oh, I can tell you. It was a good win.
I'm sure it just felt good to get a Happy Gilmore check.
It was a good win. 4 thou, the difference in reaction time between Nemec and Lorton. Both of them are 00 at this end of the racetrack, and Paul Lorton, 005, take 5 thou to be 617 on a 614. Ed Nemec was 009, also 3 above, and no good for Nemec. Lorton moves on.
Josh Pickett, left-hand side, dialed 634, and the OG Spring Fling Million winner, right side, Jeff Verdi, the Top Gun Firebird, dialed 590. $15,000 separate them up front. Win light Verdi, 002 and 12,000 under gets it done. Pickett 17, take 2 to be 29,000 under, no good. And Jeff Verdi gets his first win light of the day.
Nathan Jones and Brandon Cornell.
There
Cornell out of Colorado.
There's my S10.
That is. I think you should make him an offer.
I think I should. If I win today, I might have to.
I was going to say, when you win the million today, you might want to ask what the price is.
I'll go talk to him. He's going to get a win light here, so price just went up a little bit. 12 and 35,000 under gets it done as Brandon Cornell, 7,000 red and 26,000 under, no good. Nathan Jones advances.
I would recommend, as Doug Carter and Eric Dodge roll up here, go try to negotiate a price first.
And then after I win, then pay the price.
Then yeah, because if If they see you win,
right,
then they know you've got
they know that I've got the
disposable
funds.
income.
Right, right.
And they know exactly how much.
Right.
Right? So, yeah. Try to negotiate a little contract first.
What are the chances I could negotiate the price and him somehow, maybe he runs into some good runs or something and doesn't make it very far, because then the price is going to go up anyways.
Could be. Could be. You are dealing with a fluctuating economy right here, man.
It is a good point.
Doug Carter, 6'11 on a 609. He's 005 to get the win light over Eric Dodge. Dodge was 52 green. And then goes 538 on a 537. No Holloway. Big Jed has not already ran this round. Just saying. Just saying. He's back there somewhere. He's floating around.
Joey Moore, left-hand side, and Troy Grant. And this one should be, and looks like it is, and it is, all Joey Moore. 10, one above 7, 27 total gets it done, as Grant, 47, gets their 4th thou in front, but puts it 24th thou under the dial and does not turn on the win light. Joey Moore. We'll move on.
I'll bring up a couple of locals from here in Las Vegas. Nick Pressimone, David Phillips. Phillips in the 82 Camaro. Nick Pressimone, the 577 dialed Nova. That's one of those cars that has been around this racetrack for a long time. Dad drove it while the kids were growing up. Now the kids grew up. They basically said, hey, Dad, can I borrow the keys? And then never gave them back. That type thing.
Hate when that happens.
That type thing.
I'm going to guess, since these two are both from Las Vegas, they race each other
all the
probably
time.
a good bit.
All the time. Win light goes to David Phillips. 007 and 26 thou above. 693 on a 691. Gets their first 59 thou. Nick was 21 green. He goes 584 on a 577.
Braden Taylor. I did forget about that. My buddy Braden Taylor, watching at home, sent me a message and said that I have to get my S10 painted if I win. I did make that deal that it would need to be painted if I won.
Is he your painter?
His dad has offered to paint little bits of the truck that need paint. The whole thing really needs painted, but he's offered to paint the roof and the mirrors just to really make it look better than it does now, with the sun faded roof and mirrors.
Yeah.
So his dad, Big BT, could probably knock it out for me if I won. But I wouldn't want him jacking the price up on me. So I'd have to make sure Braden knows that I'm a straight negotiator.
Straight up. Gary Smiley, 004 red. D Piazza, 004 green. Smiley's going to be kicking himself. 004 red, dead on 4. Down the racetrack, D Piazza, 004 green, and goes 488 on the 490. Win light to D Piazza.
John Berger, left side, dialed 510, and Chad Campbell, right side, dialed 624. Fourth thou red for Campbell. Berger gets away with one big time, late. And, well, you know what? It's going to show up anyways on the live feed, so put it dead 4 to be 99 total. But sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. That's what I've always heard. I'm neither.
It's Vegas.
I'm neither a lot of times.
It's Vegas.
It is Vegas.
You got to have luck.
Got to have luck.
Little bit of luck.
It's like I said yesterday, sometimes you just got to get lucky.
And every once in a while, a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, a little bit of love.
Can go a long way.
Always. Dustin Wirtz, Bill Zimmer. Dustin dialed 518, Zimmer dialed 557. Zimmer's 11 red, hands the win light over to Dustin. Dustin 29 and 15 thou above. Gets the win light out of the right side. Let's bring up Jeremy Waterman. Coming in out of Washington. The 67 Nova dialed 536, giving up the head start to the Chattanooga Choo Choo of Jake Clayton, who apparently is called Big Jug. Big Jug. And for those of us from, this part of the country, knowing somebody from Tennessee and somebody says Big Jug, we're immediately thinking like, backwoods, smoke boiling out from under the trees and, that kind of jug.
Double reds, and the Chattanooga Choo Choo carries one entry into round number next. 3 thou red, dead 1 for Clayton. Waterman 14 red and 2 above. Does not turn on the wind light. And the train keeps rolling for the Chattanooga Choo Choo.
Trip McCarty, Daryl Hemley. Hemley, the Burley, Washington-based 2002 bodied Cavalier. And Trip McCarty in the Beretta. McCarty dialed 594. Daryl dialed 453. Hey, we got a parts call. We have a racer in need. BJ Vangsness needs a 50-inch center-to-center drive shaft and a Power Glide slip yoke 1350 U-joint. So we need a 50-inch center-to-center drive shaft and a Power Glide slip yoke 1350 U-joint. BJ needs that. So if we can help out BJ Vangsness, 50-inch center-to-center drive shaft, Power Glide slip yoke 1350 U-joint, let's see what we can do. How about Daryl Hemley putting it perfect at this? Whoa, Daryl, where are you going, man? Well past the finish line. Daryl continues to roll up on the center line. Trip McCarty tripped it 2 thou early. Goes 593 on a 594. Daryl Hemley was perfect. Goes 452 on a 453. We got Hemley crossing the finish line, crossing the center line after the blocks at the end. And as they are doing that down there, we got Mike Crater having issues on the burnout. Crater's truck came out of the water box. He pulls it off to the side. That's crazy. Just a wild couple of pairs. Michael Miller waits back here on the right side. Boy.
Well, very unfortunate there for Mike Crater, as it looks like they're taking a look at it. Real quick, I want to, while it's quiet, I want to say thank you to all of my friends and everybody back home sending me messages. Sent me messages after my win light yesterday and had me feeling pretty good. And after my loss first round today, still telling me, how I made a good lap. Steve Riggins was one of them. Steve, I really appreciate that. Paige Hamlin was another one. A big group as well telling me good lap and everybody. Harrison Crawford, Phillip Head, P. Head, Seth Grantham, Donnie Algieri, all those guys, Chris Dice, all watching, trying to gas me up a little bit and get me to where I'm rolling good. Colt Psalm. Sure he's watching somewhere.
Well, so it looks like, unfortunately, this one may take a little bit. We got equipment rolling down here. I think we got a flatbed rolling down this way, but unfortunately for Mike Crater, coming out of the water box, it's just not going to work right now. Again, we got parts calls. We may be having another one coming up here soon. But again, if you can help out BJ Vangsness with that 50-inch center-to-center drive shaft, the Power Glide slip yoke U-joint, if we can do that, that would be great. So while we are letting them do what they need to do down on the racetrack, again, racers, it is a Silver State Refrigeration Million Dollar Friday here at the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. We are going to take a little break, let the track get cleaned up, and we will be back momentarily. few spots left in the Calcutta. If you would like to get in on that, there's only a few spots left. What?
Is after the burnout, it looked like there was a little bit of a mess underneath the S10, so that is very unfortunate. Hopefully, it's fixable, and hopefully he'll be able to get it back out for the re-entry round. But
I certainly hope so.
It's good news for Michael Miller because he doesn't have to spend buyback money because he's going to round 2.
You know, Michael Miller has been around for a long, long time in his little roadster. He actually in the education business. Started out as a teacher, then he was a school principal. Now he sells educational programs, whatever that is.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
Yeah. No, apparently he likes it.
Well, I guess that's all that matters.
Apparently when you don't have to go to school, going to school is fun.
Yeah, I guess so.
But if you have to go to school.
Yeah, when they're making you, it's
right?
not fun.
23 thou red. He goes 582 on a 580 on his solo shot. That was just kind of a weird couple of sets of.
It was an odd sequence.
It was. It was. To have Hemley almost going across the center line up there, and then by the time we look back down, we had Crater pulled over to the side, and let's just not do that one again.
Yeah, let's keep those to a minimum,
Skip.
and by minimum, I mean 0.
Skip that option.
Aaron Milton, or Milton, left side, dialed 581. And Darian Van Dyst to the right, dialed 450 in the door car. That is a fast door car. That's also a win light in the right lane. 003 to above gets the win as Milton 3 thou red and 8 thou under does not turn on the win light. Van Dyst will skip the buyback window.
We'll bring up Dave Mazier and Rod Taylor. Taylor out of Montana. 514 is the dial for Rod. Dave Mazier dialed in at 496. Mazier, the Mazier from Mazier Enterprises. Well, one of the Maziers from Mazier Enterprises. My man has got it handled. He's dialed 496. He has also taken really good care of Fling racers for many, many years. Oh, this one is brutal. 003 for Rod Taylor. 001 Dave Mazier. Mazier get there 15 thou, breaks out by 5 thousandths. Rod Taylor is dead 8. So 003, dead 8, 11 pack in the right side of the racetrack for the Nova. Dave Mazier was 001 and slipped out the back door earlier than he intended to break out by 5 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Taylor. But apparently if you wanted to be in this pair, orange needed to be the color of your race car. 584 the dial for Ryan O'Connor. In a truck that his dad drove to high school, his grandpa turned into a race car. And I guess they used it as like a limo for a wedding at one point. 00 each side, 009. And 23 thou above, Ryan O'Connor, no good. Roger Sauter, 006, dead, or 22 thou above, to get their 4 thou and light up the scoreboard for the Barracuda.
So, I got to say, found out a good piece of information, I guess, kinda. But Nathan Jones,
stock tip?
Nathan Jones with the S10 just sent me a message on Messenger and said everything is for sale. So, I guess he's saying there's a price on everything.
Yeah, but he didn't tell you the price.
He did not tell me the price.
Yeah, he's going to wait and see.
He's going to wait and see how my day goes.
He's going to be like, what's the price? We'll see.
Depending on how my day goes will also depend on if I even get close to being able to buy it.
Exactly.
Ever.
Brandon Taylor, 14, take 4 thou at the stripe to be dead on 7, getting the win light over Brian Bennett. Bennett, 008, and 1 above, no good. No, hey. That's what I'm saying. You know, negotiate at least negotiate a range.
Scott Heyer, left-hand side, dialed 659, and Billy Groton, the third, right side, dialed 620. Four thou, separate them up front. This one's pretty nasty. Win like Groton, 13, 1 above, take 14 thou. Higher, 009, and 3 over, no good. Billy Groton gets the win light.
I'll tell you what, Jason Mercer is waving the guys over fast, fast, fast. Looks like they got something going on in Mercer's car. All right, hey, Ed Nemick needs a lash cap for an 11/32 valve. Ed Nemick needs a lash cap for an 11/32 valve. If you've got something that'll help out Ed, where you at, Ed? In the pits. Got it. Right at the entrance to the staging lanes, just off to the side? All right. So Ed Nemick needs a lash cap for an 11/32 valve. If you can help out Ed, he is just back at the head of staging, off to the side a little bit. Ed would love your help today. Please, please, please. Let's help him out. Oh, man. Jason Mercer rolls up left side. All right, Ed Nemick, this just in. Pressimoni at the back of the staging lane says he has got your lash cap. So, Ed Nemick, we got somebody waiting at the back of the staging lanes with your lash cap. If you get back there, find Ron. He'll help you find Pressimoni, and we'll get you set up. All right, so we should have our dragsters, evens, and doubles back in the staging lanes. Again, dragsters, evens, and doubles. Jason Mercer, unfortunately with issues, going to give Talon Farmer the solo shot. Farmer on a 657 dial. Went red by 8 thousandths of a second. And then goes 658 on a 657. So we have a little bit of touch-up left to do. And then we'll get back after it. Again, we are in Pinella Race Engines round number 1 of a Silver State Refrigeration $1 Million Friday here at the Strip, all part of the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We are rolling through racers. Remember that the buyback window is open. You can come up here and see the Divas. They'll get you put back in. There may be a spot or two left in that Calcutta. If you'd like to get down there and buy one of those spots, again, those are limited, and only available until they're gone, and they're almost gone. So the possibility at the Abruzzi Racing Transmissions, $10,000 Calcutta for the million, the last man standing. Limited to 130 of them sold, and then when they're gone, they're gone. And there will be no more. And at the end of the day, somebody is going to get $10,000. 10 G's. It is a lot of G's. Bodie Bennett, Spencer Massey.
No, that's a terrible idea.
I'm just saying. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I just did the math wrong. It's okay. Everybody does.
happens.
Everybody makes mistakes.
I do all the time, every day. I got like 30 more of them coming up.
Me too.
You know?
I made a mistake when I pulled in the staging lanes wrong.
Well, it happens.
I pulled up on the wrong guy.
Bassey 008 take 1 thou at the stripe, goes 644 on a 643. Bodie Bennett 13 green and then dead on 8. See, the only problem in our life right now is the fact that, it's really cool. We get to hang out in the booth. We get to watch races like this between like Shane Carr and Dan McClellan. Carr rolling up in a pickup truck, dialed 535. McClellan dialed 547. But when we make mistakes, all of our folks that are watching online, they catch it.
Lovely listeners.
They catch it.
Yeah, they know.
And they let you know.
They know.
Right?
Yeah.
There is no grace. They'll let you know. So, yeah, just like running around in your underwear all day.
Pretty much.
Everybody will tell you, you know what? You got a big belly. Yes, I do. Shane goes red by 4 thou and runs 533 on a 535. McClellan, 73 green, definitely got away with one. Again, like we said before, there's a way to win rounds, there's a way to lose rounds, and there's rounds that you just flat out get away with. Daniel got away with one. Got away with one.
That's all it takes sometimes. Nacho Rivera left side down 621 and Chris Sons in the right down 633. As that truck has already given me PTSD. 5 thou separate them up front. Win light goes to Rivera 10, dead 3, take 0003. Sons 15 and 2 thou under. Does not turn on the win light, was locked out. 13 total for Nacho Rivera. Nice race right there. Gabe Hernandez left-hand side. dialed 619 in the S10. And Jake Swiger, right side. The GTO, dialed 527. You know, I know a guy with a GTO. It does not go 520s at Vegas, though. $14,000 red for Swiger. Hernandez 009 and one above 5 will get the win light and move into round number 2. Michael Pennington left side, dialed 516, and Cole Castile right side, dialed 626. $14,000 separate them up front. Win like Castile 5, take 8 to be dead 4-9 total. Gets the win as Pennington 19 and 2. Thou under was locked out. Win light goes to Cole Castile. Preston Pennington now left side, dialed 475, and Mike Rock in the right, dialed 570. $9,000 red for Rock. Pennington 11. $24,000 under gets the win light via the red light from Mike Rock. Jason Pad left side, dialed 610, and Big Jed right side. Jared Pennington dialed 598. Pad in the Love truck out of Alberta, Canada. Pennington out of Coburg, Alabama in the Nova. Big Red right side. Giving up a 12 hun head start here. Dead even up front, 007 on both ends. Win light Pennington 007, one above 6, take 18 thou as Pad 007 as well, but goes 3 above the dial, no good, and Big Jed turns on the win light. Ken Swale left side, dialed 583, and Steve Williams right side, dialed 502. I appreciate that, Jerry. I really do. I don't know about all of them, though. I could probably do a good bit of them, but I don't know about all of them. That's a lot of talking. $8,000 separate them up front. Win light Swayo 59, take 6 to be one above as Williams 50, 1-2 over, no good. Ken Swayo lights up the scoreboard. J.R. Loebner left-hand side, dial 474, and Ernie Macia, I can't read. Ernie Macia right side, or Macias, not exactly sure. 535 is the dial, nonetheless, for the Beretta. 25 thou separate them, and one of them's 25. Win Light Macias. Perfect, dead 5, 5 total. Take 25 thou. Loebner was also dead on 5, but was 25 at the hit. Left him 25 thou behind end to end, and the win light falls in Ernie Macias lane. Andy Schmall, left-hand side, the 2023 Spring Fling Million winner, dialed 595, and David James in the right, dialed 576. James is a bunch red, Schmall, 002, 17 thou under, gets the win as James might have forgot the crossover right there doing the math. Looks like it still would have come out to about 008 red, but I believe he might have forgot the crossover. Either way, Andy Schmall moves on. Mike Lowe, left-hand side, dialed 572, and Justin Beakley in the right, dialed 613. Win light here going to go to Mike Lowe, 008 and 2 over, get their second 3 thou actually, as Beakley 46 get their 3 thou in front to be 21 thou under. Mike Lowe gets the win. Robert Ralston, left side, dialed 578, and Hank Premov in the right, dialed 563. We have been informed by Warren that for, I'm going to say, at least 5 or 6 years of my life, I have been saying Hank Premov incorrectly. And he has not told us. I guess either he wasn't worried about it or he didn't know.
He never told me either. He's been down here racing like 10 years, 12 years.
He's in control of this one. We say his name right, and there he is. Winlight Premov.
There you go.
008 and 5 above. Maybe we should have been saying his name right this whole time.
He probably should have come up and told us earlier.
We probably should have figured out. Ralston, 52 and 2 thou under, was locked out of the race. Had a chance. Got there 9 thou. Had to take 7 or less. Took a little bit too much. Hank Premov gets the win. Bill Dykes, left-hand side, dialed 544, and Michael Johnson, right side, dialed 617. This one should be. Oh, no. Oh, no. Looks like Dykes was doing a little bit of an unexpected wheelie, or a lot of bit of an unexpected wheelie, and had to check it. Get it to come back down. So Johnson dodges a bullet there, missed it up front, but is able to go 2 above safely to get the win light as Dykes had issues.
That's going to bring up Bill Botello in the Aloha Specialties car and Markel Jackson, a couple of locals from here in the Nevada area. Markel dialed 672, Bill dialed 501. Win light's going to go to Botello. 29 green and 5 above. Win light to Bill. Markel was 24 green up front, run 6 above the dial. And the Aloha Specialties car is coming back for round number 2. Markel's going to have to find his way to the buyback window.
Jorge Cons, left side. I believe that is one of the McCarty entries that won the drawing yesterday. Thanks to Bug McCarty for doing that. So, yep, it is. Jorge Cons, part of that awesome deal where if Jorge is able to turn on the final win light later on tonight, he will keep 50% of the winnings, and Bug's going to take the other 50 and donate it to St. Jude, which is just an awesome gesture. He's got a tough customer, Nick Hastings, right side. Nasty Nick got 9 thou to work with, and Nasty Nick's got a win light 19 dead 8. Will get the win. Cons, not an awful lap, 28 take 8, but puts him 9 thou under. Was locked out of the race by 1 thou. Nasty Nick moves on.
Well, I think the cool part about it is, it's not necessarily turning on that last win light. It's, the winnings.
That is true.
Even if you turn on a win light in round number 3.
That's right.
Right? You get half of it. St. Jude's gets half of it. So, at this point, that'd be good. That'd be good.
It would be good. Be great.
So, Tom Carlson, Justin Mosier. Mosier out of Indiana dialed in with a 527. Carlson dialed 569. The Two Harbors, Minnesota-based car left side. Win light goes to Mosier. 001 get their first 9,000ths of a second to break out with that 526 on a 527, under by 2 thou. Tom Carlson follows him through and breaks out by 5,000ths of a second. Win light goes to Mosier. Travis Rutzel and Rocky Van Note. Pair on the line now. Rocky dialed 575, the Vega wagon. Rutzel in the Camaro dialed in at 548. Van Note, winner there, 002 and 1 above to get the win light. Travis Rutzel, 40 green, and then goes 547 on a 548. Hey, racers, listen up, please. We really need your help. We know that there are different combinations of numbers. There are different drivers in car. Every driver has a number. If you are the D driver, if you are a doubled number, if you are the first entry, there is a different combination of numbers. Whether it's your first entry, second entry, you do need to make sure, please, that we have the appropriate number displayed on the car. If you're in your pro entry, make sure that P is there. If you're not in your pro entry, make sure the P's marked off. The double with the D. Double D's are a problem.
They are an issue.
Well, no, they're not. No, they're not, depending on how you look at it.
For some people.
But, win light goes to Datus. Datus is 12 green, and then runs 608 on a 611 down that right side of the racetrack. Doug Milner, 13 red, goes 686 on a 685. Racers, if you could please, our tower crew is asking, pleading, begging, requesting, please make sure that the number on the car is representative of which entry and which driver. Thank you.
Taylor Bowling left side and Jeff Verdi right side. Dead even up front. Bowling, Whitland, Locust Walker's Mustang trying to turn on a win light. Does not get it done. Verdi 8 take 3 to be 1 above 4. Bowling 008 as well goes 1 above 7 to be 3 thou behind. Jeff Verdi gets the win light. I believe that means that Verdi will carry both entries to round number 2. I believe he got by on his first one. Danny Paul left side of Mobile, Alabama in the Chevelle, dialed 606, and Carl Geib. 624 is the dial in for Geib. I know we discussed that earlier on in the week, and I still forgot it. $13 thou separate them up front. Win light Geib, 22, dead 2, get their first 2 thou in front. Paul 009 and stop 607 at 102. Does not turn on the win light. Carl Geib advances.
Doug Carter now taking on Joe Levitt. Levitt, the Nova out of California, dialed in at 624. Carter, the Camaro out of Colorado. dialed in at 6:11. Head start belongs to Levitt. Doug Carter's going to do the chasing. Red light start Levitt by 0.03 of a second. Doug Carter 009 and 2 above. He's 6:13 on the 6:11. Moving into round number 2. Again, rolling through the Pinella Race Engines. Round number 1 here on a $1 Million Friday. Thank you very much to the folks at Pinella Race Engines putting up a $1,000 prize for the best losing package in round number 1. Again, racers, remember the buyback window is open. If the scoreboard fails to light up on your side, you are not or don't have to be done. Lane Weber, the scoreboard failed to light up on his side. By 0.010 of a second, he goes red and ends up dead on 5. That is a I'm not done yet moment. Red and dead 5, you got to go see the Divas. Gabe Torres, 28 green and 11 thou above. Weber needs to buy back after that run. Needs to. How about Brandon Jarrell? I believe he's sharing that car with Bug. Looks pretty familiar.
Yeah.
Looks pretty familiar. So the Brandon Jarrell piloted car left side, dialed in 619. John Brown in the Camaro dialed in at 506. Win light gets handed to John Brown by way of a 1 horrible thousandth of a second red light.
Oh, man.
Oh.
One red, dead 1.
That's also a I'm not done yet moment.
So I was talking about Little Debbie cakes.
I know.
Karen, sweet lady in the ticket booth,
Karen
hands me my ticket
and
said,
Little
"You
Debbie.
wanted Little Debbie's, right?" And I said, "Yes, ma'am." She hands me this box with 2 Little Debbies in it.
There you go. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Brandon Jarrell, I feel for you. I'm sorry. 001 red, dead 1. No good. Jeff Devy, who's doubling up in Justin Lamb's entry. 578 the dial for the Cobalt. Nathan Carlson trying to get it done. Nope, no good. Devy. 10 green, 581 on a 578. You darn right I do, Joe. You are darn right I do. And actually, it's I'm accepting this, right? I've been doing this long enough. I've got some great announcing partners that work with me here at the Strip. JJ's one of them. Gage is one of them. Jared is one of them. And I'm not even going to call them announcing partners anymore. My replacements. I am just the supporting cast. Just the supporting cast. That's what I'm going to be. Gage Birch versus Paul Lorton. Lorton right side, Birch left side. Oh, it was Justin in the Cobalt. Thank you. Again, we got to make sure the numbers are right because we're switching around what they had in the system. If the number on the car is correct, hopefully the name matches the number on the car, whether it's the D or the not D or the this or the that. 618 on a 616. Lorton was 005. No good. Gage Birch, 002, 1 above to be 12 total, taking 17 thou at the stripe. So again, racers, the importance of us understanding up here in the tower, if you are doubled, if you've got a D, if you got it marked out, if you're not running pro, if you're this, make sure that you have the right number that corresponds to the driver on the tech card showing on the car when you roll up. That would help the tower out tremendously. I'm going to go hide Jared's Little Debbie snack cakes somewhere in the tower.
Somewhere where he doesn't know where they are.
And let him sniff them out.
Joe Schmall in control, and Joe Schmall with a win, 004, and 1 above take 56 as Josh Decker 53 and tries to stop to be 2 above and didn't quite make it work. So the win light went to Joe Schmall.
David Beck with Jeremy Bargo. I appreciate that, Stan. I'm not fishing for anything. I'm just saying that my days are numbered. My days are numbered because kind of like Jed, right? He had other things to tend to. Same thing here. Like we've been talking about, maybe I need to go up to Montana. We'll go up to Yellowstone. Maybe go check out some drag strips, but I'm taking the whole family with me. I'm not going to make it a work trip. Woo!
Big wheelie for Bargo, lights it up 2 thou red and dead on 2. Ouch. Jeremy Bargo is not going to like that ticket as Beck with 43 dead 9. Win lights on. It's all that matters.
Whatever they got taken off from Nellis over there is thundering.
It was loud.
It is plenty loud. Can't exactly see the sky from where we're at. I think this is supposed to be Chad Sandlin, but it says Chad Smith.
It also says Lubbock, Texas.
Uh-huh.
Instead of Lubbock.
Yep.
6:15 the dial in for Sandlin. And Andrew DiPiazza right side. Dialed 489. At least I would assume that is Andrew. So I know that is his ride. He was in for his first entry. I would assume he's still in it for entry number 2.
We'll see. Again, there has been some musical chairs played.
A little bit.
Between some of the drivers that are in and not in and taking over so-and-so's car. And
2 thou separate them up front. Win light goes to Sandlin, 25 dead 6, take 2 thou. As the DiPiazza right side, whether it's Andrew or not, 27 dead 6. Comes up 2 thou short. It was the difference at the hit. It was also the difference at the finish line. Chad Sandlin advances.
Dustin Wirtz, DeAndre Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald left side. Oh, no. I'm not the topic of conversation in the chat bleachers. We'll stop that right now.
You don't like being the topic of conversation?
I don't. Life is good. Dustin dialed 514. DeAndre dialed 648. DeAndre in the wagon raffled his way in one entry. Rolling up next, DeAndre Wirtz with that 514, the 63 Corvette. Thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate it. So it's Ty Farmer in Chad's truck. That's what they're saying. Red light start, Dustin, by 13 thousandths of a second. And if I'm remembering right, I think DeAndre got by them both.
I think so.
Interesting. That's pretty good. So DeAndre, 52 green, and goes 643 on a 648. Dustin Wirtz handed him the win light by way of the 13 thou red light. DeAndre's moving on.
Josh Pickett, left-hand side, dialed to 630, and Daryl Hemley, right side, dialed 452. It's not often that you dial 630 on the door car side and get chased by nearly 2 seconds.
Very rarely. As we are in Super Pro Door Car, we are near the end of Super Pro Door Car Pinella Race Engines round number 1 on a Silver State $1 Million Friday.
Hemley is 4 thou red. Pickett 15 and 3 thou under will get the win light and moving around 2 with that entry.
Man. So Stephanie Cummett rolling up in the S10, dialed in at 659. Out of the right side, and Jeremy Jensen. The Chevy 2 rolling in out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. 487. The Nova giving up the head start to the 659 dial of the pickup truck over on the right side. Uh-oh. Yeah. Starting line for Stephanie went terribly wrong. Terribly wrong. Left late, Jeremy Jensen's able to cruise through 18 green and 496 on a 487. But unfortunately for Stephanie, that's going to be a trip to the buyback window in order to get that truck back in. Didn't go well. Not at all.
Randall Reed left-hand side. Former Spring Fling Million winner. Dialed 627. Joey Moore right side. Dialed 625.
Uh-oh. Stephanie's going to need a little help as the truck has come to a stop. All right, so again, racers, while it is quiet, one more request from the folks up here in the tower, whether it's the clock operator, whether it's the wonderful person who has to operate the back clocks, doing all the ladders, keeping track of the results. Racers, we know that there have been a lot of changes between yesterday and today. Many drivers have found different cars. Some have found their way into doubles. Some are not. We've got different numbers, different combinations, each representing a driver in a specific category. Please remember to have the number that matches your car and driver combination from the tech card on the car. So from a results tracking, it would be helpful, please. Again, from a time tracking standpoint, from a understanding who's who and who's in which car, please help us out. Make sure, absolutely certain, that your number combination on the car represents the driver and car combination that's going down the racetrack at the time. That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. I got to tell you, man, I do dig the Chattanooga Choo Choo. That thing is cool. I don't know why they would name you Big Jug. That part I don't understand. I mean, I get it, right? You got a little. I got you. I understand it now, but it's cool. I just think more race cars need to have names on them, like back in the day. They got to have a personality. It's cool. Yeah. See? That's how it should be. All right, looks like the top end of the track is clear. Joey Moore, Randall Reed. as we're getting apparently back into our S10 Nationals portion of the event.
That's what it would appear. There's a lot of them. And I mean a lot.
They're everywhere. We have almost as many S10s on property as we have dragsters.
That's a lot.
Okay, obviously not, but
it feels like it.
Does feel like it.
Feels like the S10 is becoming a weapon of choice.
I do like them. And I can certainly see why they would become a weapon of choice.
Yeah.
You drive one.
I do drive one.
It's fairly effective.
It is effective.
So,
I mean, makes sense.
Does. 009 and dead 6, Jeremy Moore. Gets the win light. Moves on. Randall Reed, 21 green. Take 14 thou at the stripe to break out by 20 thou. See as Bill Hensley and Garrett Griffith roll up. I don't understand this. Jed, I made you a whole plate of food. It was a charcuterie plate. It had carrots. It had tomatoes. It had some cucumbers. It had some cheese. And you roll back in here with a chicken salad sandwich and Doritos. I was trying to help you, man. You gonna, yeah? All right, Garrett Griffith getting the win light. Bill Hensley turns it red 0.003 of a second. It goes 647 on a 646. Not going to happen for Bill. At least not in that entry. He's going to have to find the Diva desk. Garrett 15 green and 637 on a 639.
Corey, says Trip McCarty. Might be Trip left side, dialed 594 out of Douglas, Georgia. And Kerry G right side, dialed 637 out of Wichita Falls, Texas. $14,000 separate them up front. Winlight G 002 take 25 to be one above 8. McCarty 16, 2 above, no good. Kerry G moves on. McCarty will have to hit the buyback window. Bring up Nick Pressimone left side, dialed 580. And Jake Clayton right side, the Chattanooga Choo Choo, dialed 626 out of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
So Clayton in the choo-choo, trying to get it done against Pressimone in the Nova. Advantage to Neil Winlight to the choo-choo. 626 and a 626. 23 green. Take 11th out the stripe, ends up dead on 8. Neil had 12th out in his pocket, goes 583 on a 580. You shaking your head, JJ. Like, what's the matter?
Craig Merrill's left side, dialed 713. Dave Mazier in the right, dialed 495.
Craig Merrill's. Really? Behind the wheel of the Hammers car?
That's what it says. We're only as good as the information given to us.
I know. Drops at 10 red. Dave Mazier, 16 green, 494 on a 495. He's under 1,000. Getting the win light. Merrill's was dead on, but red at this end of the racetrack, and he'll be buying back.
Bill Groten left-hand side, dialed 619. And Spencer Massey right side, Top Fuel Spence, dialed 643. Nasty. 2 thou separate them up front. Win light, Massey. 004, dead 3, 7 total. Take 9 thou. Groton 002, 1 above 4 gets it done, or does not get it done. Sorry, Spencer Massey gets it done. Nasty lap there in both lanes. Spencer Massey gets the win light. Ed Nemick left side, dialed 534, and BT right side. Brandon Taylor dialed 626. 7 thou separate them up front. Problems for Nemick as BT 13, dead 1. Okay. All right, BT. That's different, but whatever it takes. BT 14 total gets the win. Nemick 006 and having issues. BT moves on.
Down to our final car in the Super Pro Door Car category of round number 1. Jorge Salazar coming in out of Mexico. Dialed in with a 723. Ends up 41 green and goes 729. So that is that. Super Pro Door Car round number 1 comes to a close. We got a little bit of track prep, a couple of things to double check. We've got dragsters at the ready for Pinella Race Engines round number 1 of the Silver State Refrigeration HVAC $1 Million Friday here at a Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We are off to a good start. We are going to keep it that way. Again, dragsters.
If you've been shopping around for an AC company based on the various trucks you see on the road, good luck with that. Fortunately, I'm here to tell you about Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. The heat is on, and it's time to get your AC tuned up for the summer. Silver State's technicians will service, repair, or install an AC system in your home, and will always show up on time when they promise. Take advantage of money-saving offers from our website or call before it gets super hot. So don't hunt around for the next AC truck to drive by. Just call Silver State.
Here we go with Dwayne Ringgoth, 468 down on the left lane out of Alberta, Canada. Kevin Johnson right side from Draper, Utah, down 444. I'm not sure if y'all heard me or not, but the ET slip lady, Karen, gave me a box of Little Debbie's when I come through after my first round run. I mean, it's unbelievable. God is better to me than I deserve, no doubt about it. It's an honor to be here at the 10th anniversary of the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We're in Pinella Race Engines, round number 1. Super Pro Dragster coming to the line with a 24 Hun head start to Ringgoth in the left lane. 004 red for Ringgoth, 005 on the good side for Johnson, and goes 11th thou under. Ringgoth is 24th thou under. So Kevin Johnson moves on. Solid lap there with that 005 let go. Appreciate that little tooth. Mike Bloomfield in the left lane. Is that senior or junior? Yeah, not sure if that's senior or junior. 444 is his dial out of Fairfield, Ohio. David Wright in the right lane from Mims, Florida, dial 450. Three thou separate them. Mims with the advantage and a win light on the double breakout. 009 and a thou under gets by 12 and 8 thou under. Bloomfield took 4 thou, needed to be 3 thou or more behind. David Wright moves into round number 2. Jake Clayton in the left lane, Chattanooga, Tennessee, dialed 453. That is not Jake, JJ said. JJ said that is not Jake Clayton. One of the Farmer boys. It's Ty or Talon Farmer, JJ says. Y'all know all I can see is the back of the dragster. It's got big tires and a scoop on it. They all look the same to me. Scott Hess, 488 in the right. Scott out of Surprise, Arizona. $24 thou, the difference up front. Hess in control and a win light goes to Scott Hess. 005, take 001. That's a nasty lap. He goes 3 above the dial. The left lane, one of the Farmer boys was 29, dead 7 to be 1 thou behind. Was out of the gas, so took -1, as my friend Brad Pleward would say. Brad Pleward is the originator of round number next and taking a negative number at the stripe. That guy could do this job easily. Landon Wright, 473 in the left. R.E. Kelly, 505 in the right. Landon should have this one locked up. And he does. 56 and 26th thou above. Kelly, not 56. Got there 2th thou. Broke it out 12th thou. Landon Wright had him locked out. Outside R.E. Kelly just missed that one. It happens. Caden Muth out of Bourne, Texas in the left, 495. Matt Lee in the right from Seneca, Missouri. Now 488. Tooth Jr., I like fried Oreos. I don't know about fried Twinkies. Muth getting a 700 head start. 8 thou separate them. Muth out in front, and Muth gets the win. 009, take 18 to be 18 thou above. 17 up front for Lee. Lights it up 28 thou over to be 18 thou behind at the stripe. Jaden Lawler next up in the left lane out of Jacksonville, North Carolina, on the east coast of North Carolina, dial 454. Dylan Moody from El Paso, Texas. We all know where El Paso is. Way out there. Right on the Mexican border. Dial 460. Okay, say Jason Ritchie says it's Bernie, Texas. Okay, I like it. Moody, 11, 43 thou over, got there a mile. Lawler was 11 up front, and then something happened. That one laid over. It was over a second above the dial-in. Bernie, Texas. Well, I feel like I could have spelled Bernie a lot better than that. But if that's what it is, that's what it is. Jason, I appreciate the kind words, brother. How you doing, Radio Tire? Let's see if Lawler makes it to the window in the wall. That was kind of like to the windows, to the walls. I won't finish that. Corey Costin, Double Springs, Alabama in the left lane. 457 is the dial. One of my home track dogs. One of my tracks I run at I-22 Motorsports Park. Corey frequents that one. Stan Essery in the right lane. Out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, dial 461. Two cultures that absolutely are guaranteed to be totally different. Sherwood Park, Alberta, and Double Springs, Alabama could not be farther apart in culture. Not that either of them's better than the other, they're just different. $11 red for Essery. About double C, lights it up 007, then goes 11 thou under. Corey Costin with a solid lap, putting him into round number 2. Essery was 11 red and then 27 thou under the dial. Crew Garrett, top 10 name, 453 dial on the left lane out of Duncan, Oklahoma. Duncan's what I was doing with those Oreos when Jerry Devenpeck brought us that whole milk this morning. Appreciate you, Jerry. That was freaking awesome, bro. James Lee, Seneca, Missouri in the right, 473 is the dial. Sponsored by Mr. Cool and DIY Direct. They brought you the King of the Flings last night, where Kyle Cotrera locked his name in as the King of the Flings. 6 red for Lee, 18 on the good side for Crew. Crew goes 12th thou under, moves into round number 2. Lee was 6 red and 12th thou above. My beautiful and sweet wife and my baby girl, Emma Kate, texted me that they miss me. Not as much as I miss y'all. Corey Galitti was 001 red, then 38 thou under. Max Mosier, 002 and 11 thou under. Max with a great let go and probably ran exactly what he thought he would run. And he's moving into round number 2 with that Mosier engineering entry. Corey Galitti's 1 red. He'll throw a few in the box, take another shot at him, I'm sure. Ty Sasser, 483 down on the left lane. Alec Bianco, 468 in the right. Bianco turns her 4th thou pink. That one's going to hurt. Opponent was 43 and 29 thou above. 72 total. Bianco was 15 thou under, but left 4 thou too soon. J.J. Russell from Duncan, Oklahoma in the left lane. 467 is the dial. Here's Rob Mosier. Mosier engineering entry. Out of Portland, Indiana, dial 463. Like I say, Mosier Engineering, obviously great to us. Title sponsor here, the Spring Fling Million. They support you in a lot of different ways, putting amazingly durable products into the racing industry at fair pricing, and then showing up out here and filling the pits full of race cars and people. So really cool. We appreciate the great folks at Mosier. .003 for Mosier, 007 for Russell. Russell gets it done. 7 and 12 thou under, gets by 003 and 13 thou under. 1 thou margin of victory for J.J. Russell. That was a tough lap right there. Tim Markaglu, our Brodix, run for the 50K champion, got those SR20 heads with that 1-pack. Dial 443 out of Staten Island. Jeff Taylor in the right from Apache Junction, Arizona. Dial 453, Taylor out in front and gets a win light. 001, take 003. That's silly nasty right there. To be 6 thou under. Markaglu went 441.0 in his time run. Dialed it up to a 443, went 441.9 to be 11 thou under, come up 5 thou short. Jeff Taylor advances. Oh, Chase Huffman. Next level, bro. Will Holloman in the left. Chance Parker in the right. Holloman giving a head start to Parker. He made up a few thou of that up front and gets it done on the other end, 14 and 12 thou under. Gets around 21. Parker blackjacked him, didn't work out, broke it out by 37 thou. 25 thousandths margin of victory going to Willywood. So Chase Huffman just sent me a picture of a little design he did. Big Jed certified top 10 name sticker. Got to get some of those stickers and hand those out when the little bit of announcing I do. That's really awesome. Chase Huffman, he knows how to do it. Guy's talented. Next up is Steve Cisco. Say my name, say my name. 458, Trevor Harkema, 495 in the right. Fairly even on the starting line. This should be a $1 race. And Cisco gets closer, 16, 3 thou under. Harkema, 18, 14 thou under. Harkema's 18, take 9, was 2 thou behind at the starting line, had to be 2 thou or more behind at the stripe, and took 9. Cisco moves on. Nick Smith in the left, 442 out of Hazlet, Texas. Richard Taylor in the right from Baxley, Georgia. Dow 465. Now, I would bet Hazlet, Texas and Baxley, Georgia are similar cultures. What's up, Gene Schmaltz? Good to have you tuning in, bro. Can't wait to see you on the mountain. 12 red for Taylor. 39 on the good side for Nick Smith. Smith goes 12 thou under. He moves into round number 2. 12 thou red and 32 thou under for Richard Taylor. Richard will get that corrected and get back in the program, take a shot at him. Buyback window's open. If things didn't go the way you wanted them to go, you know, there's a fee for it, but you can get yourself right back in the middle of this thing and take your shot at winning what could be the largest Spring Fling Million winner's purse ever. Left lane is Mark Kidd. Kidd Performance and Dyno, one of our great sponsors here. Thank you, Mark and the Kidd family. 467 is the dial out of Twin Falls, Idaho. I bet that's a beautiful place. Beautiful. Glenson DuPont from Hawaii in the right lane. Dial 5 flat. I know that's a beautiful place. Six red for Glenson. Kidd moves on, 19 up front, 26 thou under. He'll advance to round number 2. Glenson, 006 red, and then 27 thou under the dial. So Eric Sandlin says Hazlet is not a gated community. Rob Fisher. Okay. Hope to see you make it. Chris Galletti, OGCG, moving on. 17 and 9 above. Got there 10th as Logan War was 27 and then slowed to 19 above the dial. Chris Galletti advances that entry to round number 2. Troy Williams Jr. Okie dokie entry. Dial 455, Chris Reynolds in the right. Out of Bear, Delaware. Dial 454. Only a Hun head start going to T-Rock out of Bradenton, Florida. Couple of talented dudes right here. Obviously, Troy Williams Jr. needs no introduction. He's won everything you can win. And Chris Reynolds probably don't get out quite as much as he used to, but he still got it. He didn't prove me right there, but believe me, he still got it. Troy's 005 red, needs a puke bucket. Karen, if you will, take Troy's ticket and just toss it in the wind. He don't want to see that. Reynolds, 73 on the let go, 12th thou under. Probably tomahawked it. I've done it millions of times. But he got the win light, and that's really all that matters. They still pay you no matter how you get there. Jacob McNeil, left lane, 458 is the dial out of Gilmer, Texas. Odessa, Texas is Michael McQueen, dial 497. If I remember right, Michael lit it up trip zip in the run for the heads, the run for the 50K. Didn't run the dial in. He knows where the let go is. Let's see if he still got it. Oh, I'm sick for you, Michael. Sick. Michael's 15 up front. Breaks it out by 14 thou. Legged it. McNeil just crossed the finish line with a 24.67. That one hurts so bad. You just really don't know what to say there. That's a painful one. Chase Learcamp, Olympia, Washington racer in the left, dial 463. Chad Brown from Fort Worth, Texas in the right, dial 434. A lot of Texas racers here. You know, certain parts of Texas, this ain't a terrible distance from it. I would guess most of these racers are in the eastern half of Texas. That starts to become a pretty good ride because just riding across Texas is a day. Those of you that have driven out here know it. Oh, one of them's perfect. About Chad Brown. Perfect, take 15 to be 29 thou above. Learcamp is 22 and 22 thou over. 44 total, had him 15 thou behind. As Chad Brown lights it 000. Chad Broom, I'm sorry. Chad Broom, my apologies. It said Broom on the screen. I just fouled it up. Chad Broom, you deserve better than that, leaving 000. Gary Williams, 468, down the left lane. Another one of those talented racers from out in Bradenton, Florida. He's won an absolute ton. Jake Hodge, I knew you'd be chiming in. Rogelio Tamez, 476 dial, getting a 800 head start out of Mexico. Another perfect reaction, and it doesn't work. 005 for Gary Williams. Dropped out of sight down there to be 21 thou above. Rogelio left perfect, got there 55. Broke it out 29 thou, had to take 26 or less. In his defense, Gary did disappear on him at the stripe. 470 at 131. But that's what great racers do. They know what moves to make down there. And Gary fits the description. He's a great racer. Rogelio buy it back, come back up here, go 100 and get on somebody. Don Sefton, 453 in the left, out of Bremerton, Washington. Ryan Barnes in the right from Brunswick, Georgia, dial 467. Double O's in both lanes. And 006 dead six gets it done. Takes a thou, does Don Sefton at the stripe. Barnes 002 and goes 11 thou over. Actually, what happened was Ryan Barnes took -1. How about 468 at 137? Hello? Parts call for brake pads. Ryan Barnes. Solid lap in both lanes. He's 13 total, come up a thou short to that 12-pack of Sefton. Jake Jones in the left, 473 is the dial. Alonzo Sanchez in the right, dial 481. Jake Hodge says they call Chad Broom clean sweep. I wish somebody would call me clean sweep. That'd probably mean I did something right. $49 red for Jake Jones. Alonzo Sanchez is 11 up front. And goes 2 thou under the dial and moves into round number 2. So, Danny Hoff says I'm Mr. Clean. Road Rush Nation says clean sweet. I like that. 19 red for Rivera. Parker Theobald moves on, 20 up front and 17 thou under the dial. Rivera was 19 red and 13 thou above. Okay, very cool. Thank you, Troy Inskeep, for reminding me of that. Nobody made a perfect run in the Brodix run for the 50K. So if somebody does it in competition, you're going to get a win light and you're going to get $5,000. How cool is that? Mike Coulter 19, Schuster 20. Schuster gets it done. 20 and 22 thou above. Dropped out of sight down there. Coulter was 19, take 33 to be 10 thou under. Needed to take 23 or less. Schuster sets it down nicely to get behind and get a win light. It's fast out there, folks. My radiator is moved back 3 inches from the headwind. I have no idea how it's fast. Zero. Don't understand it. But it's fast. Rabbit, Kevin Brannon out of Jessup, Georgia in the left, dial 457. Dylan Howe, 450 in the right, out of Junction City, Oregon. I've been to Oregon. That's a beautiful state. I mean beautiful. Two Huns separate them. Rabbit in control of this one. He don't mess those up very often. 16, take 15 to be dead on with a 5. 21 total, blackjacked him. Howes 36 up front, goes dead 0. Right on the dial in. But little late at the let go. And that left too much room for Rabbit. Can't give him a lot of room. He don't take up a lot of space because he's so little, so skinny. You give him a little bit of room, he'll take it. Jorge Alfonso Saldivar. Out of Mexico, dial 476. Tom Clark in the right, dial 460. Spokane, Washington is home for Tom. Way red for Tom Clark. Kind of messed Jorge up a little bit, but Jorge moves on, dead on with a 0. Saldivar moving into round number 2. Odd number dragsters, we need you please. Odd number dragsters, we need you please for Pinella Race Engines round number 1. Odd number dragsters, we need you please. I'm going to ask JJ to take a few pair here. Well, if you can get a few pair, I need to go find my stuff, and I'll be back in just a little bit.
All right, here we go. Mike Fuquay, left-hand side, dialed up 463. Iron Mike. Man, didn't even know he was here. Valerie Joe Hodson, right side, dialed 484. That's a guy left side you can't let get hot. Iron Mike. Do some damage. And this one should be, and is, Iron Mike Fuquay. 18, 4 above, gets it done. Hodson late and dead on 2. Got it dialed in right, but just having some issues at the starting line. Not sure exactly what happened there, but hopefully get it figured out and get back, bounce back in the re-entry round. But nonetheless, Fuquay advances. Shane Thompson left side, dialed at 437. And Jagger Anderson right side, dialed 457. Seventh hour red for Anderson. Thompson, how about 6 total? 005 dead 1 for Shane Thompson. Nice lap there. Going to move on as Anderson 7 red, 1 above, no good. Shane Thompson gets the win light. Kyle Gibson left side. Down to 415. And my dog, Coop Chun, right side. Cooper Chun down 495. Separate them up front. Win light Chun 001 and 3 above take 33 thou. Gibson 22, 4 over no good. Cooper Chun gets the win light. Neil Pressom on left hand side out 501 and Scott Anderson right side out 444. Winlight going to go left-hand side to press him on 10, one above, take 31. As Anderson 43, dead 8, no good. Neil Pressimone gets the win. Paul Dowdy, left-hand side, down 492, and Jeremy Cisneros, right side, down 454. Cisneros is red and 2 thou under. Dowdy 009 and 8 thou under was going to be tough to handle. Paul Dowdy advances. Carla Pontillo left side, dialed 452, and Blake Johnson right side, dialed 468. $15 thou separate them. Winlight goes left-hand side to Pontillo. 11-1 above. 21 total gets it done as Johnson, 26, take 4 to be 9 thou under, was locked out at the hit. Tried to make it work down there on the big end, but couldn't quite do so. Going to have to hit the buyback window, and Pontillo advances. Michael Carpenter, left-hand side. 468 is the dial, and Logan Shannon in the right dial, 505, as Carpenter was a semifinalist, the lone semifinalist, back in October, late September, actually, not October, late September, at the Fall Fling 500K. Gonna look to go a couple more win lights farther here at this event. 14 thou separate them. Oh, but Carpenter stays behind. Shannon 23, 1 above, 5 takes 2. As Carpenter was 009, but goes 3 above the dial to be 2 thou behind. Believe, as Dad Brad Plord would say, Michael Carpenter took -2 right there. Logan Shannon advances. Mark Horton left side, dialed 450, and Jacob Beakley right side, dialed 491. Winlight Horton 13, 8 above, take 18 as Beakley just missed it. Put it dead on 8, but left too much room at the starting line. Winlight goes to Mark Horton. Jimmy Williams left-hand side, dialed 450, and Charlie Crosby in the right, dialed 470. Jimmy Williams, the Trailer Ranch entry out of Cameron, South Carolina, that 2024 American dragster. Williams in the Maddox ride that is Maddox country up there in the Carolinas. And Crosby in the American, the 2020 American out of Tallahassee, Florida, getting a 2/10 head start.
All right, hey racers, for those that have kids on property between the ages of 2 to 12-year-old, if you've got kids here between the ages of 2 to 12 years old, our Easter egg hunt is going to be happening underneath the tower at 3 o'clock.
5,000 red for Jimmy Williams, and one above Charlie Crosby. 13, one above 7, will advance in round 2.
Once again, racers, if you've got kids here on property between the ages of 2 to 12-year-old, we are going to have the egg hunt down below the tower, back in the grass area where it's been in years past, at 3 o'clock. That's about 45 minutes from now. So bring up the little ones in 45 minutes at 3 o'clock. Let's go hunting for some eggs and get some prizes and have a little bit of fun with the kids.
Jeff Serra now left-hand side. Last year's million runner-up, dialed 465, and Jeremy Weaver in the right. 454 is the dial for him. Pennsylvania representative left side. Weaver out of Washington. $8,000 red for Weaver, Sarah 13, and $2,000 under Jeff Serra will advance. Riley Learcamp left-hand side, dialed 469, and Alfonso Vite Marillis. I don't really know, right side. Sorry, I butchered that, but 476 is the dial. $10,000 red for Marillis. Learcamp 26-1 over. Will turn on the win light, laying down a 41 pack to advance. Trey Vetter left side, dialed 461, and Greg Christensen right side, dialed 458. Both drivers are red. True Start does not have to go to work. Vetter 2,000 red and 13,000 under. Christensen is a lot red and 12,000 under. Trey Vetter moves on. Tony Farmer now left side, down 484. And Raw Alanis right side, down 439. Winlight goes left side to Farmer, 10 and 3 above. Gets it done as Alanis late and a lot above the dial. No good. Tony Farmer moves on. Nathan Martin left-hand side down 467. Ryan Gluckhorn calls him Nate Dog. Taking on Alexis Thompson right side down 455. $11,000 separate them up front. Winlight, Martin 24 dead, 125 total. Get there 34 in front. Thompson 35 and 2 above the dial. No good. Nathan Martin picks up the Winlight. Gerald Thompson Jr. left side dialed at 480. And Morgan Rose in the right dialed 463. Winlight going to go to Thompson 12, take 10 to be 6 thou under. As Rose just missed a little bit, 54 and 33 thou under the dial, no good. Gerald Thompson advances into round 2. Jason Dawson left side, dialed 458, and Dallas Glenn on the right. Pro stock Dallas Glenn, dialed 443. Six thou red for Glenn and 39 thou under. Dawson 49 and 2 above. Gets away with one and will advance. Ethan Bourne left side dialed 497 and Cortland Carter in the right. Carter dialed 466. $12 thou, separate them up front. Advantage to Bourne. Winlight goes to Carter, 23 dead, 9. Gets the win as Bourne, 11 take 33 to be 12 thou under. And to take 21 thou or less, Cortland Carter will advance. Greg Brotherton left-hand side, Team Brodix, dialed 443. And Brian Bennett right side, dialed 451. Fourth thou red for Bennett. Brotherton 36, dead 137 total. Will light the scoreboard to advance. Mia Hinch's left-hand side dialed 470, and Andy Morris in the right dialed 480. Two racers from Olympia, Washington. Something tells me this was not planned. Both racers out of Olympia, Washington. I'm going to guess they race each other a good bit, and that they didn't want to do this. Not round one. Five thou red for Hinches. Morris 005 green and 2 under will get the win light. Darren O'Connor left side dialed 469. Greg Hicks in the right dialed 471. Double reds and a true start win light goes to Greg Hicks, 2 thou red, and 44 thou under O'Connor, 8 thou red, left second. Normally would get the win light, but was the worser of the two reds, and the win light goes to Greg Hicks. Dennis Lithgow left side down 459, and Chad Axford right side down 489. Seven thou separate them up front. Win light going to go to Lithgow 16, one above. Take a thou, Axford 009. One above 8 comes up 1 thou short. Axford got a little bit too much brake pedal right there, and Dennis Lithgow will advance. Jesse Adams left side, dialed 484. Chris Whitfield on the right, dialed 463. Whitfield, a former Spring Fling Million runner-up. Going to try to turn on an extra win light this time around. Seven thou separate them up front. Win light Whitfield 23, take 10 to be dead on 8. Adams 16 and sets it down to be 2 above. Got a little bit too much brake pedal himself. And Chris Whitfield advances. John Bandemir III, left-hand side, dialed 461. Right side, not sure who that is on file. Nobody on file just yet, dialed 439. Win light goes left side to Bandamere, 19, 2 above, take 3 thou. Right side, 31, 1 above, no good. Win light goes to John Bandamere. John Loebner left side, dialed 474. Kyle Cotrera right side, dialed 452. Seven thou, separate them up front, advantage Cotrera, but the win light goes to Loebner, 16 dead 0. Lays down 16 total. Cotrera 009 and 2 above the dial, no good. John Loebner gets a win light. Jason Pad left side, dialed 456, and Ari Kelly in the right, dialed 503. Win light Kelly, 18, 1 above, gets it done as Pad. Late and 4 above, no good. Ari Kelly moves on. J.R. Learcamp left side, dialed 458. Rob Mosier in the right, dialed 462. $24 thou, separate them up front. Learcamp with a win, 10, take 5 to be 3 above. Mosier 34, 1 above, no good. J.R. Learcamp gets the win light. Michael Pennington left-hand side, 462 is the dial, and Max Mosier right side, dialed 453. $5 thou, separate them, and one of them is 005. Win light Mosier, 000, 1 above, 8 lays down 18 total. Pennington 5 takes 16 to be 3 thou under. Had to take 13 or less. Max Mosier will collect himself a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin with $50 and a win light. Val Torres Jr. left side, dialed 464, and David Wright in the right, dialed 450. 10 thou separate them up front. Advantage right, win light right. How about 7 total? 006 dead, 1 take, 9 for David Wright. Torres 16 dead, 0. Not a bad lap at all, but is locked out. 16 dead, 0 and had no chance. David Wright laying down a 7-pack to move on. Preston Pennington left side, dialed 463, and Shane Carr right side. Sugar dialed 458. Attention in the pits, Nick Engler. Nick Engler, you are the best reaction time of Larice Pro round number 1. You have won an ATI Super Damper. Nick Engler, you had the best reaction time of round number 1 of Larice Pro. You have received yourself an ATI Super Damper. Nick Engler, best reaction time of Larice Pro round 1. You've received yourself an ATI Super Damper, as well as Daryl Hemley, who had the first perfect reaction time of round number 1 Super Pro door cars. You also get an ATI Super Damper. So Nick Engler and Daryl Hemley, you have both won ATI Super Dampers. As Peeps Pennington, 23, 1 above, take 2 thou. Shane Carr, 009 and 3 above, stays 2 thou behind. And Preston Pennington advances. So again, Nick Engler and Daryl Hemley, you both have won yourselves an ATI Super Damper. Please come collect your prize here in the tower. Josh Herman left side, dialed 452, and Dustin Works right side, dialed 467. $12 thou, separate them up front. Win light goes to Herman 7 take 1 to be dead on 8-15 total. Wirtz 19 and 3 thou under was locked out. Win light goes to Josh Herman. Gabe Torres left side, dialed 477, and Kerry James in the right, dialed 499. $25 thou, separate them up front. Win light goes left-hand side to Torres. 15 dead, 7 gets it done. James, 40 take 3 to be 21 thou under no good. Gabe Torres moves on. Mark Barnhart left side, dialed 465, and KJ Desai right side, dialed 494. $7 thou, separate them. This one's nasty. Ooh. KJ Desai, how about 6 total? 001 dead, 5 for KJ. Take 17 thou. Barnhart, 008 and 1 above, 5. Not a bad lap, but had him 17 thou behind the 6-pack for KJ Desai. Colby Fuller left side, dialed 482. Justin Hoff in the right, dialed 465. 8 thou red for Hoff. Fuller 28. Dead 1, 29 total. Lighting up the scoreboard here in Pinella, round number 1. So we are rolling right along. We have 3,000 people watching online on the live feed presented by Jegs and Hoosier. Thank you to those great companies keeping this live feed free to the viewer. We got 3,000 watching and only 1,200 likes. Just still don't add up. Little Mikey Bloomfield left side. Mike Bloomfield Jr. dialed 443. Gordon Boven in the right, dialed 461. Three thou separate them up front. Winlight Bloomfield 12 dead 4 gets it done as Boven 15 takes 7 to be 6 thou under. Had to take 1 thou or less. Was going to be a tall order. Not a bad lap at all either way. But little Mikey moves on. Chase Learcamp left-hand side, dialed 464. And Hannah Vandermeer right side, dialed 481. Fourth thou separate them up front. Winlight goes to Vandermeer 34 and 7 thou under gets it done. Learcamp 30 takes 7 to be 10 thou under. Got there 3 thou too much. And with that, here comes Big Jed back on the mic.
Thank you, JJ. Good job. As always, I appreciate the help there, bro. Go get yourself ready for the re-entry round. Just make that same run and you're all good. Maybe this time I'll act a little better on the mic. Jaden Lawler in the left, Kimberly Jonkine in the right. Jonkine getting right at half a second head start. Oh, both of them nasty. 002, dead 8 gets it done. Lawler 10-pack moving into round number 2. Jonkine 005 up front, got there 39 thou, broke it out 34 thou, had to take 5 or less. Here's Ty Farmer coming up next in the left lane out of Lubbock, Texas. I think Lubbock's in West Texas. Dial 453. I think that's where Texas Tech's from, if I remember right. Ken Nelson in the right from Hayden, Idaho, dial 451. Three red for Farmer. Ken Nelson, 33 up front, and then 16 thou under the dial. All right, kiddos, it's time. Parents, get your kids back here behind the tower. It's time for the Easter egg hunt. Got some prizes to be won back there. It's going to be a great time for the kids. We're going to have them an early Easter egg hunt here at the Mosier Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. Parents, get those little ones back here behind the tower. The Easter egg hunt's about to go down back here, and there's going to be some really good prizes for the kiddos. Get them on back here. Caden Muth, 498 in the left. Shane Molinari, 444 in the right. Eight thou separates them. 009 for Molinari. And then 16 thou above. Muth, 17 up front, gets there 22, breaks it out 14, had to take 8 or less. Molinari powers into round number 2. All right, once again, kiddos, 2 to 12, ages 2 to 12. Parents, get your 2 to 12-year-olds back here behind the tower. Got just about ready for the Easter egg hunt. They've got them all hidden. There's some prizes to be won. So come on back, bring those 2 to 12-year-old kids and let them hunt these Easter eggs and have a great time. Travis Ringgoff, left lane, 455 is the dial out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. Mitchell Marcy, right side from Farmington, New Mexico, dial 478. .22 thou advantage for Marcy, and Mitchell Marcy moves on. 13 up front, dead 9, 22 total. Got to the stripe, 13 thou in front. Ringgoff, 35 up front, dead 0. Had it dialed perfectly. Come up just a little short on the reaction time. Appreciate that, Todd and Rachel. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the message, bud. All I need is about 9 more of them. Both turned it red. True Start did not have to go to work. Nazarenas turned it 4 thou red, goes 9 above. Parker Stewart was 3 thou red, dead 3. Parker Stewart's red was less than Nazarenas. Parker Stewart moves into round number 2. Landon, howdy, Shell. It's all good out here, bro. Hope the same for you. Logan Scribner from Sherwood, Oregon, left lane, dial 486. Jeff Watson, to right, from Richland, Washington, dialed 491. Welded together on the starting line, only a thou difference in the left lane gets it done. Scribner's 14, dead 6. Taking 16 thou at the stripe. Scribner to round 2. Watts was 13 and 43 thou above. It's left way too much room for Scribner, and Logan took advantage. Yes, Billy Holloway. Still round number 1. We're running the dragster category, which will wrap up round number 1. We'll roll into the re-entry round next. Chandler Tyson, Lakewood, Colorado, dial 446. Right side is Citrus Heights, California's Robert Butler. Butler on a 469, 23 Hun head start to Butler. Oh, 7 thou difference up front, and a better reaction gets it done. Robert Butler is 10, dead 7, 17 total. Tyson is 17 up front, had to go dead 0 and hope the little numbers fail his way. He goes 14 thou above to be 14 thou behind. Here's Kyler Hergemuller, our Autometer Sportsmanship Award winner from yesterday. Was back there, middle of the round or so. Opponent couldn't get fired up. So Kyler said, I'll pull over, give them time to the end of the round to get the car running, and did just that. And that is tremendous sportsmanship. So our great friends at Autometer rewarded Kyler for that great sportsmanship with a $500 gift certificate. Really, really cool. And Kyler lights it up, 002 green for the win here in round number 1, 48 thou above on the let out. Victoria Christensen was 004 red, also let out to go 627 on the 467. Michelle Seller says Kyler is a real handsome man. Yes, Billy Holloway, that's how it works. So Kyler's a very handsome man. Like that. That's the kind of things you want people to say about you. Don Butkowitz in the left lane. Perrinville, New Jersey, dial 482. Misty Unser in the right, dial 450. How about my boy, Don Butkowitz? Anytime you got Butt in your name, that's a top 10 name. 003 on the let go for Butkowitz, 16 thou under. Unser's 23 red. Let go too soon, and then lights it up dead on 3. Those sting just a little. Joe Haddon, I apologize about that. I think my video is coming up a little too often. Went live this morning in the run for the 50K, and it's showing up on Facebook all over the place. I apologize. I know nobody wants to see that. Probably nobody even watched it. Steve Cisco in the left lane. 458 is the dial out of Williamstown, New Jersey. Matthew Dykes right side from Lehigh, Utah. Dial 475. Two Hun the difference up front. Cisco don't mess those up very often. 14 take 8 to be 24 thou over. 38 total for Cisco. Dykes was 35 up front. Goes 11 thou above and just left too much room there for Cisco. He slid in on it. Landon Wright in the left, Durant, Oklahoma. 474 is Landon's dial. Right side, Corey Galletti. Corey won an American Dragster Tuesday night worth, around 70 grand. Pretty cool thing to start your week. Tomball, Texas is home. He's dial 446. 9 thou separate them. The more worser light was 10. How about Corey Galletti? This kid is, talented. So talented. 001, take 001 to be dead on with a 6. When you're 1 take 1, you're going to win about 99.9372% of your runs. He lays down 7 total. Wright was 10 up front. Breaks it out by 2 thou, was still a thou behind Corey at the strike. Danny Hoff, I'm not sure who you're talking to. Maybe me. Anne Marie Glenbacke. Meridian, Idaho, dial 460 in the left. Justin Jones in the right, dial 480. From Green Acres, Washington. Green Acres is the place to be. Farm living is the life for me. 20 red for Justin Jones. 11 on the good side for Anne Marie, and she moves on 15 thou under. Jones visits the buyback window. 20 red and 2 thou under. Danny Hoff, if that was meant for me, I ain't gonna lie, I was jamming out there first round in the lanes. I played, I Just Called to Say I Love You by Stevie Wonder. Of course, played a little Sweet Home Alabama. Had some Lunatic Fringe. And I wrapped it up as I pulled up here to the tower. When I pulled in the water box, I was playing No Parking on the Dance Floor. And I was rocking it. That just helps me relax. Willie Oliver, 451 in the left from Mission, British Columbia. Bradley Johnson from Morrison, Colorado, right side. 475 was his dial. He turns at 6 thou red and goes 15 thou under. Willie Oliver moves into round number 2 with a nice 003 reaction and 3 Hun under the dial. Appreciate you, KG. We're having a blast out here, brother. The real world gets back to us Sunday afternoon. Right now, we're living the dream. Daryl Wirtz, 451 in the left, out of Meridian, Idaho. Apache Junction, Arizona's Jeff Taylor in the right, dial 452. They're 26 thou apart, and the more worser light was 26, which means the more gooder light was perfect. Jeff Taylor, 000 reaction. 24 thou over, taking 6 thou at the strike. Your perfect take 6, as I talked about Corey Galitti's 1 take 1, perfect take 6 is going to win about that same percentage. Around a little less than whatever percentage I said, but it's really, really high. 26 dead 4 for Wirtz. Had him 6 thou in the hole. Jay Fisher, JJ made a great lap, come up a little short, and I slid by first round. Dalen Miller, 455 in the left. Alonzo Sanchez in the right, dial 480. 9 thou separate them up front. Left lane, 007, dead 9 for Dalen Miller. Really solid lap there with a 16 pack. Got to the stripe 18 thou in front as Alonzo was 16 at the tree versus that 16 total in the left. So that made it simple. Alonzo had to go dead on with a 0, goes 18 thou above to be 18 thou behind. What's up, Bustin'? Stephanie Nass tuning in. We miss you down here in Vegas. When Luke Bogacki and I did the Sportsman Drag Racing podcast, we gave Stephanie a nickname. Her name is Stephanie Nass. Her nickname's Bustin'. Get it? Red for Dustin Hinches. 3 red. Bree Bandamere Herman blackjacked him. 21 dead 6. Gets it done. 27 total with the blackjack up front. 3 red and 1 thou under for Hinches. Okay, SS Glory. I said 99.9352% of the time, 1 take 1 wins. 100 take 6 wins 99.8767% of the time. My great friend and just absolute awesome individual, Big Nasty Kyle Seipel, he put percentages on everything. It was always percentages of how something would go. He was the best I ever saw at it. Dalton Garreau, 449 in the left, out of Leduc, Alberta. Sean Hart from Boise, Idaho, dialed 441 in the right. Little flicker there for Garreau. Oh, nice in both lanes. Somebody wearing the throttle out. And I think it was Sean Hart. 009, take 004 to be dead on with a 514 total. 006 and 12 thou above in the left for 18 total to be 4 thou behind. Solid lap in both lanes. Sean Hart gets the better of that one. I'll hold them up just a little bit. Dust the track up, make sure we're good to go. We'll get back with Will Holloman and Zach Fulcher. A couple of East Coast guys going to square up against one another. They've seen a little of each other over the years. We'll see how that works out here in just a little bit after we get the track prepped, back ready to go. Back here at the Jegs Hoosier live feed in Pinella Race Engines round number 1, where our great friends at Pinella Race Engines are going to put $1,000 in the hands of the best losing package. I see we've got 3,000 people watching, 3K watching online. Thank you, Jegs. Thank you, Hoosier. What an awesome deal to allow the people to watch this for free. But only 1,200 of you have liked it. So there's obviously the vast majority of the crowd that has not hit the like button. We need you to do that. Todd, hope it goes well out there in Galat. Sure you guys will have a great time. JJ will be there. Just a little more action on the track. They're going to be ready for us to get fired back up here. Okay, it went to 1.3K. But how much higher can we go? I think way higher. So y'all just reach down there and hit that thumbs up. That helps us keep the Spring Fling YouTube channel in your vision, in your sight, in your line of sight. When you're searching for racing activity on YouTube, the more likes we get, the more likely it is, no pun intended, for Spring Fling events to be in your view. So help us out there. Y'all hit that like button. Let's see that number roll. Got the Easter egg hunt going on back here behind the tower. Ages 2 to 12. If you're not here, you're late. Y'all come on, get those kiddos some prizes. Will Holloman, Jacksonville, North Carolina, left lane, 457 is the dial. Right side is Zach Fulcher. Zach dialed a 5 flat out of Mayfield, Kentucky. Appreciate that, Joe Robertson. Yeah, he did. He made a really solid lap. Taylor Pofall just made a really solider lap. $17 thou the difference. Willie Wood had her tuned up on the starting line, and he gets it done. 001 take 006 to be 32 thou above. Fulcher is 18 up front, lights it up 21 thou over, and comes up 6 thou short. Will Holloman advances into round number 2. Trey Hatcher, check your phone if you're not already. Tim O'More next up in the left, 499 is the dial. Richard Taylor in the right, dial 464. $14 thou advantage for Taylor. He's 004, goes 10 thou above, taking 10 at the stripe. Taylor moves into round number 2. Tim O'More, 18, dead 6. Here's Clinton Fife, $518 out of Pueblo, West Colorado in the left. Michael McQueen, right side from Odessa, Texas, dial 493. .002 and 3 above for Clinton Fife, moving into round number 2. McQueen is 20 up front, got there 17, broke it out, 1 thou. Had to take 16 or less. Clinton Fife into round number 2. J.R. Loebner in the left, Chris Gulitti in the right. Loebner, 10, takes 7 to be 2 above, 28 thou to be exact. He moves into round number 2. OGCG's 27 up front and then 18 thou above. Win light falls to J.R. Loebner, former $1 million race runner-up here in Vegas. Tim Markaglu won the Brodix run for the 50K, won those SR20 Brodix heads. What a heck of a prize, $6,150 value from our awesome friends at Brodix. Staten Island, New York's where he calls home. He's dialed 442. He's going 441. Kevin Brennan, Jessup, Georgia, the Rabbit, former $1 million winner, dialed 435. Angela Macy, it's where you let go, jump back, and let go. You let go too soon, jump back on and let go. Hence the tomahawk motion. 17 dead 0 for the Rabbit. He moves into round number 2 with that 11 thou in front at the stripe. Tim Markaglu is 11 up front, had a 6 thou advantage there, but goes 17 thou over to be 11 behind. Old buddy Bo Hicks chiming in. How you doing, Bo? Appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words. Tyler Murrup, 002 and 6 thou under, moves into round number 2. Chris Reynolds was 5 red and 13 thou above. Reynolds a little too quick on the let go. Murrup was going to be a handful right there. Tyler Murrup moving into round 2. Tammy Pagat, 461 dial on the left lane. Abbotsford, British Columbia. Ryan Barnes, right lane from Brunswick, Georgia, dial 467. Uh-oh. Ryan Barnes not going to have any trouble with this one. 13 up front, 7 above. Pagat. Reaction started with a 2, and that ended Tammy's chances in round number 1. 22 thou above to be still way behind. Bo Hicks chiming in and saying hello and sending some kind words. I don't know, probably first time I ever announced out here. The U, it's BEAU and they had it in the computer as B-E-A-V. So I thought his name was Beeve, and I was like, that's the coolest thing ever. His name's Beeve. So I called him Beeve Hicks. Turns out it was Bo Hicks, but really cool story, and Bo's been one of my dogs ever since. Gary Williams gets it done. How about 15, take 2? He's a true legend in the sport. That's the kind of stuff he does. 38 thou above for Williams. James Lee was 40 and 15 thou over. Rod Belsham, left lane. Prince George says BD. What is that? Was that supposed to be British Columbia? Should be BC, okay. All right, so that's British Columbia. 442 is the dial. Dylan Moody in the right from El Paso, Texas, dialed 460. Three thou red for Moody. Belsham moving in around number 2, 14, and dead on with a 6. Nice 20 pack there for Belsham. Rye Lane, Moody, 3 red and 2 thou under. All right, there's apparently a car parked in the Mosier pit right outside the staging lanes there. Somebody's left their car parked over there, and it needs to be moved. If you have parked your car in the Mosier pit area right outside the staging lanes, they need it moved ASAP. Derek Shirk in the left, 5'11" out of Langley, British Columbia. Cooper Chun in the right, Vancouver, Washington, dial 499. Cooper Chun has a 37 thou advantage and a win light. 005, take 32 to be 33 thou above. Cooper Chun moves into round number 2. Talented young man there. Derek Shirk was 42 up front and 28 thou above. Not the run he was trying to make. Hopefully he buys back, gets that corrected in the re-entry round. So if you've got your car parked in the Mosier pit area, they need it moved ASAP. Dylan Howe, 450 in the left. Out of Junction City, Oklahoma. Alexis Thompson from right here in Henderson, Nevada. Dial 455. $19 thou, the difference up front. Advantage going to Howe. Win light goes to Howe. 15, take 14 to be 36 thou above. Alexis was 34 up front and then goes 31 thou over. Left a little too much room there for Dylan Howe. Nick Smith, left lane, 442 out of Hazlet, Texas. Non-gated community, except for when they're trying to keep Nick Hens, what I was told. Right lane not on file. Nick Smith, 12 and 2 above, taking 3 thou at the stripe. Smith moves in around number 2. The racer in the right lane was from Strasburg, Colorado. Blackjacked Nick, but didn't get it done. 14 thou above with the 21 bulb. Come up 3 thou short. Mike Crater and Jacob Beakley. Beakley with a nice 007, dead on with a 1. How about an 8 thou package for Jacob Beakley? Getting to the stripe, 18 thou in front. Dead 6 for Mike Crater, but left 20 up front. That had a deficit he couldn't make up. Jacob Beakley takes a solid 8 thou package into round number 2. J.J. Russell in the left lane, Duncan, Oklahoma, dial 467. Jacob Stolworthy, right side from Boise, Idaho, dial 439. Russell going to get almost 3/10 of a head start. Nine thou separate them. Advantage left lane, Winlight right lane. Stolworthy, 14 up front, dead on with a 0. Pretty solid lap right there, 14 total. Russell left 005 at the starting line, got there 17, broke it out 8 thou, had to take 9 or less to get the win. Winlight falls in Jacob Stolworthy's lane. He goes to round number 2. Brandon Taylor, OBT in the left lane. Roanoke, Alabama, dial 456. Dallas Glenn, Pro Stock Dallas in the right, out of Mooresville, North Carolina, dial 442. He'll be here cracking them in Pro Stock next week. Fairly even on the starting line, only 2 thou separate them, and BT makes it work. Brandon Taylor, 14, dead 9. 23 pack, getting to the stripe, 13 in front, doing some driving out there. Well done. Dallas Glenn, nice 16 bulb and 2 above the dial. Not a terrible lap, but BT usually will punish you for those. Nicholas Contreras. Left lane, 458 dial out of Avondale, Colorado. Right side, that driver's not on file. 443 is the target. Fairly even on the starting line, neither in a hurry to get off the line, and Contreras gets it done, 43, 11 thou above, 54 total. Right lane was 48, take 14 to break it out, 8 thou, had to take 6 or less to get the Winlight. Winlight goes to Nicholas Contreras. He'll advance to round number 2. Michael Carpenter, left lane, St. Petersburg, Florida, dial 469. Charlie Crosby, right side from Tallahassee, Florida, dial 472. Do y'all realize 2 guys that bracket race in Florida are paired up against one another in Las Vegas in first round? What are the chances of that? Carpenter. Flicker, 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 flicker. Double O's in both lanes. And the right lane takes the double breakout win. Crosby's 006 take 002 to be 8 thou under. Carpenter's 009 and 9 thou under. 1,000th more breakout in Carpenter's lane. Charlie Crosby advances to round number 2. Crew Garrett, Duncan, Oklahoma in the left lane, 453 is the dial. Right side is Jimmy Williams. From Cameron, South Carolina, and that Maddox chassis, dial 453. It's a heads-up race. Typically, these are one on the starting line. Let's see if that holds true here. Five thou separate them. Advantage Garrett, win light Garrett, 14, dead 4, 18 total. Locked out Jimmy Williams. Jimmy's 19 up front. Had no chance there. Got there 25 thou, broke it out 26 thou. All right, kiddos, there's still prizes and toys at the Easter egg hunt. If anybody didn't win something, there's still some stuff back there to be won. So ages 2 to 12, go back here behind the tower and join the Easter egg hunt and win yourself some toys and prizes. Still got some back there. Matt Lee and Kyle Gibson squaring up. Gibson takes that rocket ship and moves to round number 2, 23 and 6 thou under. Gets by 17 and 9 thou under. Matt Lee on the double breakout had a 6 thou advantage at the starting line, so got to take 6 or less or get behind to get the win with a double breakout, and took 9. 3 thou too much. Mark Horton, left lane, Callahan, Florida, dial 450. Chris Whitfield, Colorado racer, dial 463. Former $1 million race runner-up. $12 thou separate them up front. Horton with the advantage and a win light. How about 5 total for Mark Horton? 4 dead 1, taking 2 thou at the stripe. That was as good as you can do it, top to bottom on the ticket. Whitfield, 16 and 9 thou under. Not a terrible lap when your opponent's laying you down 5 total. Those typically don't go your way. Okay, I'm hearing a lot of toys. Like a lot of toys left for the 2 to 12-year-olds. If you didn't come back here and participate in the Easter egg hunt, or if you did and didn't win anything, get back there. They got a lot of toys and prizes for the kids ages 2 to 12. Go on back there and join the Easter egg hunt. Not on file in the left lane. 466 is the dial. Daryl Wirtz in the right. Dial 452 out of Meridian, Idaho. Double O's in both lanes. And Wirtz moving into round number 2. Nice 004 on the let go. 11 thou above, 15 total. Daryl Wirtz, solid lap into round 2. 006 in the left lane. Takes 17 to break it out 8 thou. Had to take 9 or less. Wirtz down on mile per hour. Did it really, really nice. As was the left lane down on mile per hour. Wirtz set it down closer to the dial. Gabriel Hernandez, 493, dial on the left. Shane Thompson in the right, dial 437. Silver State Refrigeration. Big Chief in the right. Giving up almost 6/10. Shane looking like he's in control of this one, and he is. 006 take 35 to be 28 thou above. 32 on the tree for Hernandez and goes 37 thou over the dial to come up a little short there. Are the dragsters mating in the staging lanes? Man, they just keep on coming. Joe Bob Foley in the left lane. 459 is the dial. Right side, that's Nate Dogg out of Kennedale, Texas, dial 466. Seventh thou separate them. Joe Bob got a little work to do. Couldn't make it work. How about 11 dead 0 for Nathan Martin, taking 8 thou at the stripe. Well done, top to bottom. Joe Bob, 18 dead 1. 19 total, got him 8 change. Pretty solid lap there for Joe Foley. Just doesn't work out when your opponent's doing something pretty tough to beat in the other lane. Bodie Bennett, left lane, 450 is the dial, not on foul in the right. Dialed 443. Double O's in both lanes. Left lane broke it out by a hun. Right lane's 008, dead 1. 9 thou package. Right side moving on to round number 2. Left lane was 00 and 10 thou under. Both of these racers not on file. Left lane's dial 460, as is the right lane. So heads up race. 460s on each board. All right, we're going to hold them up for just a little bit. There's an incident in the pits, and we had to send the EMT to that incident, so we don't have anybody at the far end of the track to respond if we had an incident on the racetrack. So respectfully, we're going to hold things up just a little bit and make sure we get that taken care of out in the pits. And we'll get back going just as soon as we possibly can. But most important thing right now is we take care of that incident out in the pits. And we will move forward just as quickly as we can.
Hey, racers and families and fans, we understand there's going to be kind of a natural curiosity. So if there's anybody that's trying to head back and see what's going on, if you would please just kind of withhold on that for a little bit. Let's let the safety crew get in there and take care of whatever needs to be taken care of. But let's make sure that we keep that area very, very clear so that our emergency crews can do whatever they need to do to respond to the situation. We appreciate it. Again, I totally understand there's a natural curiosity. But if we could please just stay clear of that area and let our safety teams do what is necessary, we would certainly appreciate that. Thank you.
racers, we have the privilege of being joined with the voice of NHRA, Alan Reinhardt. Alan, how you doing today?
Pete, I'm doing good, and the privilege is really mine. I'm grateful to come be a part of this. I've been following along what you do for, well, basically since you started.
Yeah, and then, well, let's go back to the start. 2010. A lot of people don't realize this, but you were our first announcer at the Fling in 2010.
Yeah, back in Bristol, Tennessee. I remember it well. It started off being the 1,000-foot compromise race because, you were in an area where so many of the races were running a mile and you were bringing in a lot of guys that used a quarter mile. So you decided to go split the difference and make it a 1,000-foot race. And then we ended up the last day, because of weather coming in the night before, running 8 mile. I remember that vividly because I raced that day. Do you remember that?
You drove Dan Fletcher's car.
Yes, I did.
And
how did that? I think you had a good.
You had a good reaction time, right?
Yeah, I was 012. The guy that I was racing was 004, and I had never driven the car before. You had this stupid rule, but we're going to start here. You have this stupid rule about no time runs on Sunday, no matter what. So even though I had to race the rest of the weekend, I couldn't even get a practice run. So Dan puts a number on the board and says, you should be pretty close. Don't let off the gas unless you really know. So I went out there and hit the tree. I was 012. Todd Whitehead, I was racing, racers, right? Elephant. I'm out there and I'm looking. I don't see him. So I kind of eased back off the throttle a little bit. And he went, woo! And I went, damn, he's got a fast car. So I get back to the pits and Dan says, why'd you lift? And I said, I didn't see him. He said, didn't you see his dial? I said, no. He said, you got to pay attention to that, you moron. So I got to go visit your wife, and I got back in for round number 2. And Tommy DeLago, like world championship crew chief, Tommy DeLago just cleaned my clock. And that was the end of my spring fling driving.
And speaking of, first of all, that's hilarious because I forgot all about that. You drove Fletcher's car. And I know you guys are pointing fingers at each other on why the loss took place. But you, Alan, you were the originator of calling Emily the, what'd you call her?
The goddess of forgiveness.
There it was.
If you made some kind of a mistake or sinned and were unable to advance, you could go see the goddess and she would forgive that and let you have another chance. I thought that was like kind of cute and endearing, and you fired me for it. So I guess that's a whole different story.
I have a different take on that, Alan. I think you got so popular so fast that you just didn't pick up your phone anymore. But one day we're going to have you back at the Fling when your schedule permits, if you're cool with that.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to come back out and get involved with that. I actually wrote an article about it. It was one of my national dragster columns a bunch of years ago, and I'm sure somebody could find it if they wanted to dig it up. But I remember one of the lines is like, I've never in my life spent so much time saying 003 light leaves last, or 006 take 2, get out of the way. And it was really, I've done a couple of big dollar races in the past before. I did a couple for Mike Fuquay before, but that was the first time that I really got exposed to the Shark Tank that is big dollar bracket racing, especially back there in the Southeast. And it was a pretty impressive lesson to learn, which of course is why I said on Sunday, hey, why don't I jump into this and see what happens to me? And what happened to me is I got kicked in one shin and came back and tried to get kicked in the other shin, and that was the end of it.
I have to go. I'm sure there's video somewhere of you running that car, Dan's car. Do you remember, was it his stock eliminator car, did you say? Which
it was the stalker.
And he had a delay box in it?
He did not have a delay box in it. I was just leaving off the bottom bulb.
You were 12 off the bottom bulb?
Yeah.
Dude, this is, I mean.
Well, I used to be a pretty good bracket racer before I started announcing. Now, we're talking, back when the cars had wooden wheels. But my little racetrack out here, I started 3 days after my 16th birthday, because you couldn't run without a driver's license. And I know you'll be able to relate to this because I know your history some. But my mom's 4-door LTD with a 351, it's like shoe polish number on the window, baby, and let's go. And had some success with that car before I ended up getting my own cars, one of which I still have, my 67 Mustang, which I've had since I was like 17 years old. But I was a pretty good drag racer. Now, I'm not saying I was Johnny Ezel, but I was a pretty good bracket racer before I started announcing. So now I'm certainly not as good as the guys that are out there, but I felt like it was like maybe a little bit of the blind squirrel thing, but at least I wasn't embarrassed, right? If I'd have gone up there going, okay, here we go. Oh, look, I'm 258 on the tree, then I'd have been hearing about that until the end of time. So I was pretty proud of the fact that I was at least not embarrassing.
I'm going to say that's impressive. You've never sat in a car before. We all know how anal Dan Fletcher is. You're going off the bottom bulb. Like, can you just recall the conversation? Like when, as far as hitting the tree, RPM, like where, just talk about that a little bit. Or did he just say, here, I'm putting you at 3,200 RPM. As soon as you see the bottom, smash it and go?
Yeah, that's pretty much what he did. Walk through, obviously, all the procedures in the car and some of the stuff. And just one of the things that will always stick in my head, and his line lock switch in the Stalker is a toggle switch on the dashboard. Now, I've always had push buttons everywhere, and I'm literally thinking to myself, a toggle switch on the dashboard. But I guess that keeps you from screwing anything up. So he walked me through the procedure, and I sat in the car and went through it mentally like a dozen times in the staging lanes. And he told me, he said, I've got you set up pretty solid, and do this. Said, plant the brake, leave. And it just worked out. I followed his instructions. Obviously he's made so many runs in that car, and he and I are about the same size. So it wasn't like it was going to be 300 quicker or 300 slower because of that. So he had her dialed up pretty good, and I just wasn't smart enough to look and see how fast the guy in the other lane was. So when I got out there and went, I can't see him, I must be safe. And then I'm telling you, it was like, oh, where did you come from? But
well, I guess it's good for us that it shows that it's harder than it looks, right? Like the numbers are the numbers, and I get caught up in it a lot. People will say, "Yeah, man, what's the matter? Some of these guys are all over the place." Like in Vegas, you got wins, you got changing variables, but it definitely is harder than it looks. But I think that's a great story. I totally forgot about that. Let's go down that road a little bit, Alan. Obviously you have some talent. Do you ever, and obviously you are the voice of NHRA, and that's your bread and butter, but do you have any aspirations to race at some point, or is just life's too busy?
At this point, I simply don't have time. I think my calendar's hanging over there on the wall. I've got a good old school paper calendar, but I think I've got 42 weekends booked this year. And that just doesn't leave a whole lot of time to do it. I enjoy being able to get in a car from time to time. There's a guy on this side of the country named Chris Hall that has got a big block 1970 Stalker Camaro. And I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, he won the Vegas points race. And when he had come up in the tower, he said, hey, I just wanted to let you know, I appreciate you say nice things about my car. And I said, dude, it's a great car. It does huge wheel stands. It's, when I was a kid, I had a buddy that had a 70 Camaro, so I got a little bit of a soft spot for those things. And we got to chit-chatting a little bit. He said, well, if you want to drive it sometime, I'll let you make a couple of hits, do some wheelies. Man, I'd love to. Well, 4 years later, we did it last week. The week between the national and the regional, the week before your Fling race, they had a Wednesday test and tune. He didn't need any practice, and he said, look, it's yours. So I went up and made a couple of hits, did a couple of wheelies in it. I'd like getting behind the wheel once in a while. I'm not sure, as competitive as it's gotten now, I think it would take me a long time to get up to speed to be able to race with the guys. It's like anything else. If I do it 5 days a week and you do it twice a year, I'm going to be better than you. And I just don't have the time to invest to get good. And I'm really competitive. If you and I get into a contest and you're better than I am, you're more skilled, that's wonderful. But if you and I get into a contest and I lose because I suck, that really annoys me. And so I just don't want to put myself back in that position where I know I'm better than this, but I'm just not in practice. And so I end up getting my butt kicked every week.
But, well, how about this? We sign you up for a Fling whenever your schedule allows, right? You announce, and then we'll try and reenact you and Fletcher one day, you driving Fletcher's car. and you'll have some fun one of the days. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I'd love to. If you got a minute, just one other quick story. Goes back, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Same thing. It was a Vegas thing. Tom Gaynor, who is a racer out of Washington, his son was not coming back to run the points race, so he had a stocker that was just sitting around. And he told me, "Look, if you want to drive it, drive it." It was a C automatic 4th gen Camaro. And I said, "Sure." And so went up on the 3 time runs. I was red all 3 times. And so I go up for first round, and I told myself, I'm not going to be red. I don't care what happens. I'm not going to go 4 times to the starting line and never see a green light. So I went up, sat on the tree, turned loose. I was green. I was like 275 green. For whatever reason, the guy I was racing was 450. So I get away with it. And so I get back into the pits, and Tom comes up to me, and he said, "You can't do that." And I said, "I wasn't going to red light 4 times in a row." He says, "Look, I adjusted the car." He said, "You were consistent. You were just quick." He said, "I adjusted the car. I adjusted the RPM. I adjusted the tires. Trust me. If you do what you're doing, you're going to be green. You're going to be fine. You got to trust me, but you can't just sit on the tree." And all right, you're the boss. So I go up for the second round, and I'm racing Leo Glassbrenner. Now, for those who don't race on the West Coast, Leo's a pretty big shark out in this part of the world in stock and super stock. This year, he won the Winter Nationals and the Arizona Nationals, both in stock. So I wasn't going to get away with something with him. But I get up there, and I'm leaving first, and I'm going, "Trust your car owner, trust your car owner, trust your car owner." And I get in, and I get on the 2-step on the brake, cut the thing loose, and the front end comes up, and out of the corner of my eye, I see the green light come on. And I literally looked at Leo, and I said, "Your ass is mine." And as the car flies out there and sets down, the shift light comes on. So the car shifts 1-2 all by itself. You know what happens when you're just so happy and proud of yourself that you see the shift light, you push the shifter forward? It shifts 1-3 and goes, "Buh." So Leo just comes up, parks on me about 800 feet, and he's literally smiling at me when we drive across the finish line. And so I get back to the pits, and Tom Gaynor comes over, and he says, "Man, I'm sorry. I owe you an apology," because I don't remember. I was 20 and Leo was 35, whatever. I was in the game. And he said, "I have no idea why the car slowed down like that." I said, "I can help you with that. I know exactly why the car slowed down." And so I told him, and he said, "We've all done that if that makes you feel better." And I said, "No, it doesn't. If you did that, you're an idiot." And I did that, so I'm an idiot. But and I've teased Leo about that for 10 years now. And really good guy. And he's sorry, but he comes up and I regularly, "This is the guy that ruined my career." But I enjoy getting behind the wheel from time to time, more for fun. I just got to get my competitive side out of it so I can get in there and just go have fun.
Yeah, well, like you said, you jump in it once a year and you run against guys who are their knives are much sharper, so to speak.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you can't come in and have some fun.
Well, if we could set it up sometime, I'd love to. And I also appreciate, and I don't know if it comes across or not, but I like to go out and just remind myself of what it's like to be hanging out in the staging lanes, or what it's like to be called up and then be sitting there for 20 minutes going, "What the heck are they doing with?" And what the racers are going through on a regular basis. And I like to think that makes me better at my job. I don't know if that's true or not, but I like to pretend it does.
Absolutely. It absolutely would give you a different perspective or a new perspective. So let's talk about that a little bit, Alan. As mentioned earlier, you're the voice of NHRA. At the national events, you're the best at what you do. And if you can, you've been around the sport for how long? 3 decades?
Yeah, a long time. NHRA bought me my first plane ticket 31 years ago, 1991. I actually worked the Phoenix event a couple of years before that, simply because it's my home race. And just like now, if there's a local announcer that's good and wants to come out and kind of give it, try out with us or work with us for the weekend, we'll find a spot for them. So that's kind of where I got started. And then they decided that maybe I was worth taking a chance on.
Well, the chance was well received because everybody enjoys your commentary. You have that voice and you have the knowledge, especially in stock eliminator. You and I sat down and talked about that recently. You have a lot of knowledge in stock, and you can tell that you really enjoy what you do. Take us behind the scenes a little bit. What's challenging what do you love about your job? What's challenging about your job? Take us a little bit behind the scenes of what goes on with Alan Reinhardt at a NHRA national event.
The biggest thing that's challenging about my job isn't at the national event. The biggest thing that's challenging is the travel and the time away. Now, I'm single and I don't have kids, so I'm not missing out on school plays or little league games or any of that, and that probably makes it a little bit easier. But I also get, somebody will call me and go, "Hey, we're going to the lake this week. It's going to be the biggest party of the year. You got to," and it's like, "Yes, no, I'll be in Topeka." And, "Well, can we borrow your boat?" No, but that's another story. But being on the road so much, and people that don't travel, I think, don't realize what a headache the travel can be. Sometimes it goes really smooth, right? You get there, you get on the plane, you get off the plane, you go have a great weekend. But anytime when you're, sitting on the tarmac watching it rain for 3 hours, or you got to cancel flight and you got to find a place to get a nap tonight because you're not going to get there until tomorrow, and then you still got to try to be sharp, and that stuff really wears on you a little bit over time. But as far as at the events, and I've told people before, and it's gospel truth, there are days when my alarm goes off and I don't want to get on. And there are days when I wake up and go, okay, where am I? What hotel is this? Where we are this week? But the day I don't want to go to the racetrack will be time to quit. I love going to the racetrack. And for those that are there early in the morning, I almost always do whatever the first class is in the morning, whether it's Super Street, whether it's stock, whether it's whatever, because I want to get there. I want to kind of get going. And I love the cars, which is, I think, a big part of the reason that I'm so enthusiastic about stock is because I love the cars. I grew up in an era where cars like that were affordable. My friends had the big block Camaros. My friends had Roadrunners, and I had Roadrunner for a while, but they had the Challengers. And so I'm very familiar with that era of cars, and I love the new muscle cars. I think it's crazy what they're doing with them now. But that's what I really love about it. The one thing that makes the NHRA events, especially the national events, I don't want to say more difficult, but just different. There are so many more eyes between the sponsors and the people watching and the people, and you say the wrong thing, and it, in these days, right, everybody can go online and go, "Oh, that guy said this." It's like, that's not what I said. Whereas at a bracket race or at a smaller event, you know who you're talking to. And if you listen to me throughout the course of the day, and I know you have, in the morning, I'm a little bit looser and a little bit, because I know who I'm talking to. Right? I'm talking to the racers. I'm talking to the real hardcore people that got up and tuned in on NHRA.tv because they want to see stock or they want to see super gas. And that's who I'm talking to. But having to be a little bit more careful when the pro cars are running, which is my prime responsibility. And this, some of the people watching might not, but I have kind of a twisted sense of humor and I have a pretty sharp tongue sometimes. And when you're in a group with your friends, that's not a problem. But occasionally, if I say something over the microphone, then I will get negative feedback. And so I just have to be careful with that. And that's a bit of a challenge sometimes just because of who I am.
And that makes perfect sense. When the pros are running, sponsor dollars, that's what helps make the world go around in any sport. So I can understand that. And it's got to be a challenge sometimes to walk that line, so to speak.
It is, but I also like to, I've been out there long enough that I have some kind of relationship pretty much with everybody. And as I tell people that come into the announcing business, if all you're going to do is read the numbers on the screen and tell me who won, then all you need is somebody who can read to do that. You have to add something. You have to, and I pride myself on being pretty mechanical. When something happens, I see something on the racetrack, I can explain, this is what happened, or keep an eye on this because something doesn't look right over there. Something might go on. And I think that adds a little bit. But I also like dropping in some of the personal anecdotes and some of the things about the different racers. You just got to be careful not to get your toes over the line, because the number of times when, I'll say something about Erica, for instance. I love Erica. Okay. I've known her not quite junior dragster days, but certainly since she started racing big cars, and we get along famously. So I can say something in jest. Erica knows it's a joke. Her sister knows it's a joke. Richard knows it's a joke. But somebody online will go, "How come he hates girls?" I'm like, "Whoa, stop. That's had nothing to do with it." And there literally been a couple of times when I have had to go to the person and say, "Hey, will you do me a favor? Will you answer the email from this guy and let him know that it was a joke and that you were in on the joke and it was part of the thing?" And so it's just a little bit different from a political landscape, but you know, the world we live in, right? I mean, everybody's got to deal with that to some degree.
It is the world we live in. And speaking of the world we live in, I'm going to put you on a spot here. So, I'm excluded in this. I'm going to give you, whether it's past or current.
All right, racers, we do have a little bit of an update. The update is we have been given word to go ahead and start getting our drivers suited back up and back in their cars. Again, due to the nature of the situation, due to HIPAA and all of that type of stuff, we will not share any of the details of what occurred, but needless to say, we had an accident in the pit area, which did require our medical team to respond. Our medical team responded, has addressed, and taken care of what they can take care of here on site. So they are going to go ahead and let that play out the way that it should. Again, our medical team responded as necessary. We're able to get things situated. We're able to address the medical needs that were in the pit area. And with that, our ambulance will be repositioning itself at the top end of the racetrack here momentarily. Again, our thoughts go out to those who were impacted by that medical situation. We certainly hope that whatever is experienced is not too serious and is something that gets taken care of as quickly as possible. We're certainly sorry to hear of the unfortunate happenings, but we certainly know that our thoughts are with you, and we certainly hope that as we know, it's not something that we ever want to see happen. So again, those types of situations are things that never want to see anybody experience anything that is unfortunate, uncomfortable, or unpleasant at the racetrack. We were able, again, to get our medical team down there. We were able to address the needs and then go ahead and hand that off to the right personnel here within Las Vegas. So, again, we want to thank our fire and safety team. We want to thank those who sit up at the top end of our racetrack, whether it's an on-track incident, whether it's something here on property. They respond quickly. They are very professional in what they do, and we certainly appreciate them being here to help us. You know, we never want to have to call them into service, but when we do call them into service, they're there, and we certainly appreciate it. So once that ambulance is returned back up to the top end of the racetrack, we should be given the A-OK. We've got drivers getting back in race cars. We'll be going back racing here momentarily.
5 thou separate them. Advantage Thompson, win light Farmer. 15 take 8 to be 18 thou above, excuse me. Left lane. Thompson was 10 up front and 31 thou above to be 8 little ones behind. Forgot to mention on those 000 reactions where you get the win, you get this 000 hero coin with Kyle Seipel's likeness on it. It says, let's roll, KS. Plus you get $50. So that Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin be a really cool thing to add to your collection. Chandler Ball, 474 in the left out of Ogden, Utah. John Loebner from Olathe, Kansas in the right, dial 474 as well. Heads up race. Reaction time advantage to Loebner, and Loebner moves on. 10 up front, 10 thou above, taking 26 at the stripe. Chandler Ball's 29 and 17 thou over. Down our last couple of pair of dragsters right here. Left lane not on file, 460 is the dial. Right side is Mark Kidd. Mark out of Twin Falls, Idaho, dial 466. Five thou separate them. Advantage left lane, win light left lane. 13 and 14 thou above. 27 total. Moves that driver into round number 2. Mark Kidd was 18 up front and goes 14 thou above to be 5 thou behind. 13 take 5. Moves the left lane into round number 2. Don Sefton and Kyle Cotrera will wrap us up in round number 1. Pinella Race Engines, round number 1. Bremerton, Washington for Sefton, dialed 454. Elliott, Maine for Cotrera, dialed 454. Heads up race, likely to be one at the starting line. Maybe not. Identical 11 bulbs. Left lane breaks out 2 thou. Right lane breaks out 1 thou. Don Sefton is 11, take 1 to come up a thou short. Broke it out 1 thou more than Cotrera, and Cotrera advances to round number 2. That gets us into Larice Pro. Re-entry round coming up at you right here. Bryce Miller. Left lane, 541 is the dial out of Buffalo, Minnesota. Ken Tolsdorf in the right. From Black Falls, Alberta, Canada, dial 603. They're both off clean and green. Only 3 thou separates them. The win light goes to the left lane. Bryce Miller, 23 thou above, 46 total. Tolsdorf is 20, take 37 to be 11 thou under. Needed to take 9 or less. Awesome. Cliff Hall in the left. Carmichael, California, dialed 622. Caroline German in the right. German from Henderson, Nevada, right here close by, dialed 584. Win light goes to Caroline, 49 and 4 above for Caroline German. Cliff Hall is 24 up front, got there 67, broke it out 2 thou. Had to take 65 or less. Dean Tabert in the left, 586 is the dial. Michael Clement in the right, dialed 653. Oregon in the left, Idaho in the right. 16 thou separate them. Wind light goes to Clement. 12 dead 0. Nice 12 thou package for Clement. Advances him to round number 2. Tabert was 28, take 11 to be 27 thou under. Clement had him locked out with that 12 total. Gene Milton, left lane, Somerset, Wisconsin racer, dialed 659. Right side, it's Justin Lamb out of Henderson, Nevada, dialed 579. $19 thou separate them, and one of them was 19, and Lamb gets it done. 19 takes 16 to be 19 thou above, 38 total. Gene Milton left perfect, 000, and then goes 54 thou over to be 100.5 behind at the stripe. This one hurts a little bit. Lucas Walker in the left, Mayfield, Kentucky, dialed 598. J.J. Pennington in the right, Coburg, Alabama, dialed 605. First round, J.J. raced Taylor Pofall. We're parked with him back there. Second round, re-entry round, he's racing the guy that hauled our car out. Both of these cars will leave in the same trailer this weekend, I hope. JJ getting 700 head start. Neither of them nasty. 5 thou separate them. And Lucas Walker gets it done. 43 and 11 thou under. JJ 38, take 9 to be 15 thou under. Lucas Walker had less breakout by 4 thou, and he moves into round number 2. Poor old JJ. Had 2 tough races right there, back to back. Ends his run at the Spring Fling Million. Still super proud of him. Craig Marilees, 714 dial out of Windsor, California in the left. Robert Butler, right side, Citrus Heights, California, dialed 633. Only 10 thou separate them. Left lane, Marilees moving on. 48, dead 1, 49 total. Butler, 38 and 2 thou under. Got there 13, needed to take 11 or less. Oh, Richie Mason, left lane, 608 dial. Out of Winnebago, Illinois. Nick Hastings, right side from Shelby, Ohio. Dialed 622. Oh, nasty Nick with a big old wheelie. 15 thou advantage for him, and he turns it into a wind light. Wow. Nick Hastings, 15, take 2 to be dead on with a 5. And that was a huge wheelie that he had. Richie Mason was 30 up front, broke out 8 thou. Hastings locked him out, 22 total. Looks like my buddy Steve Kelly getting a freebie. Somebody must have broke. Kelly take a single into round number 2. 005 up front. Nice lick there. And then 26 thou under the dial. Oh, so Kelly was the buy run. Okay, Steve Kelly was the buy run. Now we're into re-entry round of the Super Pro Door Car category, where we have Randall Reed in the left lane, 626 dial out of Iowa Park, Texas. Right side, Chris Sons from Loretto, Tennessee, dialed 633. Red ball for Randall Reed. 5 thou too quick on the let go. Chris Sons is 16 and looks like 42 thou under. 2 thou under for Reed. Yep, I guess you're not far from there. Trip McCarty left lane out of Douglas, Georgia. Dial 594. Right side is Mark Barnhart from Placitas, New Mexico. Dial 728. $19 thou separate them. Advantage going to Barnhart and win light to Barnhart. 004 dead on with a 2. 6 thou package for Mark Barnhart. Got to the stripe 33 in front. McCarty's 23 and then 16 thou above. Not much you can do when your opponent's laying you down 6 total. Trip Man comes up a little short there. Aaron G next up, 636 in the left out of Wichita Falls, Texas. Errol Hemley, right side. From Burley, Washington, dial 454. Aaron G out first. Here comes Hemley. Only 2 thou separate them. G gets the double breakout win. Left lane G, 28, take 1 to break it out 1 thou. Hemley, 30 and 2 thou under. 1,000th more breakout for Hemley. And Aaron G gets through a tight one right there. Michael Pennington next up in the left lane. Lavernia, Texas is home. 515 is the dial. Lane Weber, right side. My old buddy Lane from Littleton, Colorado, dialed 704 in the Firebird. Red for Weber. Michael Pennington lit it up perfect, 000. Then goes dead on with a 5. He gets himself a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin and $50 from the spring fling. First one to make a perfect run in competition is going to get $5,000 because it didn't get done in the run for the 50K. Weber was way red, let go on nothing, and then goes dead on with a 9. Couldn't have won that one no matter what. Perfect would have had him 4 thou behind. Nick Pressimone, 584 in the left. Las Vegas, Nevada is home. Jason McFarland from Ozzie, Texas in the right, dial 504. Way late for Pressimone. Not going to work out. 53 and 46 thou above for McFarland. Pressimone was way late and then 44 thou under the dial. Jeremy Bargo, left lane, 621 is the dial. Out of Barberville, Kentucky. Chad Campbell, right side from Meridian, Idaho. Dialed 625. Couple of good wheelies right there. 24th thou advantage for Campbell. Wind light goes to Campbell. 003 and 7 thou under. Bar goes 27 up front. Then goes 39 thou under the dial. He got there 8 thou, but broke it out by 39 thou. Put the wind light in Chad Campbell's lane. Chad, nice 003 reaction. This will be my last pair. Fitting enough, it's Danny Paul from Mobile, Alabama in the left, dialed 606. Brandon Cornell in the right, dialed 620, and Cornell moves on. 11 and 23 thou under. Paul was 11 red and 7 thou under. And with that, I'm going to hand the mic over to my man, Nathan Hershey, and he'll get you through the rest of this re-entry round.
All right, so Bill Hensley and Troy Grant. Grant in the Nova, dialed in at 667. Hensley dialed in 648. The pickup truck wind light turns on for Grant. 23 and 2 above. Gets there first by 12 thousandths of a second. The golden Colorado-based car moves back into competition for today's Spring Fling Million. Hey, Dragster's odd. Dragster's odd. Let's get you headed into the buyback lanes, please. Odd numbered Dragsters. It's time. Let's get you headed back in for the buyback, the re-entry round, the forgiveness round, whatever it is you want to call it. The redemption round, I don't care. I don't care. Call it what you want. Josh Pickett and Jeremy Waterman. Waterman, 537 on a 538. Get their first 3 thou. Breaks out 2 thou. After an 046 reaction time, Josh Pickett, 18 and 29 thou above. Gets the wind light out of that right lane. As we'll bring up Robert Ralston and Tim Wirtz. Ralston dialed in 577. Wirtz dialed in 513. The Corvette out of Idaho going up against the Camaro out of Idaho. We're talking earlier about representation by state. By far, the state of Idaho has had more racers running here at the Flings than just about anybody else, at least the Vegas Fling. The Vegas Fling, we'll clarify. Head start goes to the left side. Trying to get back in to $1 Million Friday. 2 thou the difference up front. Pretty much nothing at this end. Wind light goes to Tim Wirtz. Wirtz, 12 green, dead 9. Gets himself a wind light by 11 thousandths of a second. Ralston was 10 green. Ends up 22 thou above where he wanted to be. True fact is he was 11 thousandths of a second behind where he wanted to be. Garrett Griffith and Brian Bennett. So Brian Bennett dialed in at 518. Garrett Griffith, this will be a nice matchup. The Shallow Water, Texas, based S10. Uh-oh. Looks like we're going to be backing cars out of the water box because we've got, oh, man. The fact that they are walking down the middle of the racetrack trying to find the end of whatever it is that they found out there on the racing surface. We'll have to wait and see what exactly it is that they communicate to us. But we found something down there on the track, so our matchup between Brian Bennett and Garrett Griffith is going to have to wait. So we got some tractors down there doing what they need to do. Again, racers, for those of you that are watching online, thank you. For those of you that have already hit the like button, we've got just a little under 3,000 people that are paying attention to what is happening here in the re-entry round. We have wrapped up round number 1 of the million. Announcement forthcoming as far as what the official car count was. So again, we wanted to make sure we know how many tech cards we were sold or how many tech cards went out. Wanted to make sure how many were actually turned in, how many were staged during round number 1. Those numbers have pretty much been tabulated, and we will share shortly. Just not quite yet. Not quite yet, but it's going to be coming out soon. It's going to be coming out soon. We had a whole lot of fun with the kiddos. Back behind the tower with our egg hunt. Got some good prizes out there. Handed out some scooters, some cash. Yeah? My man's over here hanging out. I was like, I've outgrown that. Back in my day, we did. But I'm going to focus more on racing now, right? I don't need eggs. I need win lights. Everybody likes win lights. Golden eggs are cool, but win lights are better. All right, so we're going to let the tractors do a quick little touch-up. Again, it is a Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC Friday $1 million event, the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. All right. So Peter Biondo has joined me here in the tower. Peter, earlier this morning, you were talking about the fact that we were on the precipice. We were possibly going to pass the threshold of what would be the highest paying fling that we've ever seen here in Vegas. We were waiting on our final car count. Our final car count is in. Racers, 384 entries puts us at a $450,000 payday. Peter, that's huge. That's huge, man.
It says a lot about the bracket racing community and their dedication to the sport and sacrifices you guys make. I know Kyle Seipel is smiling from up there right now.
Absolutely he is. Peter, I can tell it's emotional for you. We're not going to put you on the spot. We're not going to hang you out. We're not going to make you stay in here. But I can see by the look in your eyes how much it means to you, and I know how much it means to the racers. So, racers, it is going to be a record payday here in Vegas. $450,000, 384 racers staged up cars in round number 1. And on the 10th anniversary of the Fling, we talked about it earlier, we're going to weave one racer's name into drag racing lore today. Brian Bennett, Garrett Griffith, the postponed matchup between the two heavy hitters. Win light goes to Garrett. 21 green and 639 with a 0. Brian Bennett, 17 green, takes 17 thou at the stripe to break out by 3 thousandths of a second. As Doug Milner and Andrew DiPiazza. DiPiazza dialed in at 488. in the topless Camaro, right side of the racetrack. Milner coming in out of Delaware. 685. The dial in over on the left side. $450,000. That's a lot of dollars. Yeah. Could you imagine it was Vegas and we paid in nickels like they used to back in the day? You need to get like 6 dump trucks. $490 on a 488. Andrew DiPiazza lights up the board. 14 green. Taking 10 thou at the stripe gets around Milner's Blazer. Milner was 29 green and 686 on a 685. Brandon Jarrell. And Justin Mosier. So Justin with a 005 goes 529 on a 527. Brandon Jarrell was 53 green, kind of missed it at this end of the racetrack, and goes 618 on a 619. So Mr. Jarrell, unfortunately the re-entry round did not work out. In his favor. Thank you, Jake. As David James and Bill Dykes. James right side, Camaro out of Texas. Dykes left side, Corvette out of... Whoa! Bill Dykes makes a big old move, gets out of the groove right at the hit of the throttle as the Thunderbirds come flying overhead. Hopefully we got that shot. I hope we saw that. David James, 14 red. Bill Dykes, 7 red. The Corvette is coming back by way of the double breakout. That is just insane. That's right, Mr. Eames. 384 puts us at a $450,000 payday. 627 the dial for Josh Decker and the S10 out of Wheatland, Indiana. Gary Smiley out of Imogen, Iowa. Dialed in at 5 flat. 10 thou was the difference at this end of the racetrack, and the win light belongs to Decker. Double breakout. Decker get there second to be under by 4 thousandths of a second. Gary Smiley taking 17 thou at the stripe, breaks out by 11 thou. Decker gets the win light. I want to bring up Eric Dodge and Steve Williams. Mr. Williams, for the folks at Foggett, former world champion, sits behind the wheel of the car on the right side. Going up against Eric Dodge out of Boring, Oregon, 541 the dial in for the Nova in the left lane. Man. That is a... I don't know how many nickels that would be. JJ's a math guy. Maybe he can help me. How many nickels is $450,000? It's 20 nickels per dollar. I mean, I got a calculator. I can do it with that. But Steve Williams gets the win light. So 23 green, 505 on a 504. So we're saying 9 million nickels? Yeah. 9 million nickels. The only thing you didn't do right? Everything else was right. Everything else was right. Yeah, you do. And Marco gives good hugs. 9 million nickels. Paul Lorton, Tom Carlson, they're mean to each other up front. Both are 00. Win light goes Lorton's way. 600. Make that 617 on a 616 after being 003. Tom Carlson, 009, 3 above, ends up 25 thousandths of a second behind the nose of the Vega down at the finish line. Is Bill Groten. Lines up next to that fastback Mustang. 695 to Bill's 621. 003 at this end of the racetrack, 2 above. Win light goes to the Mustang. Bill Groten, 22 green, and goes 622 on a 621. And comes up 13 thou short. Win light right side is Justin Beakley and David Beckwith. Continuing on through our Super Pro door cars. Justin Beakley with that 613 dial, even second, trying to chase down Beckwith. They were separated by 6 thousandths of a second. And on the double breakout, Beckwith goes 731 on a 733, ends up under by 12 thousandths of a second, getting there second and lighting up the scoreboard. Beakley takes 9 thou at the stripe to be under by 15 thou. Win light goes to Beckwith and his boo is Jason Mercer and Bodie Bennett will come up next. Bodie, Shallow Water, Texas, home base for the door car. The Camaro rolling up on the right side. 502 is the number. 652 for Jason Mercer. Mercer rolled up during the time runs, the run for the 50K this morning, and had a little bit of an issue in the car. Had to take it back and get it figured out. We are in the re-entry round, because obviously round number 1 didn't go the way that they wanted it to. So a 652 to a 502. As we're going to sit in pre-stage here just for a minute. Hopefully not a minute. Just for a second. Let's go with that. Nobody's really showing any intention of wanting to roll forward. Mercer left side. Bennett right side. Still no activity out of either driver. They're looking over at each other on the starting line. I can see Bennett taking a close look at Mercer. The helmets are swinging back and forth every once in a while. Still nobody willing to go in. This is a battle of wills on the starting line between Bodie Bennett, Jason Mercer. They're saying, no, I'm not going to go. At some point, we're just going to have to tell them they got to go. Well, guys, while I certainly understand this is a high-intensity, big-money moment, I totally understand you got to do what you feel like you got to do. With 384 cars on property, there's 382 cars out there waiting to race as well. There we go. In 35 thou, the difference in reaction time. Jason Mercer was 002, took 2/10 down at the stripe to break out by 1 thousandth of a second. 002 take 2 plus tenths at the finish line and run 6:51.9 on a 6:52. Bodie Bennett, 37 green, runs 5:25 on a 5:02 and finds his way back into the million. Oh, that's going to be something to consider for a long time. Shane Carr dialed 534. Jorge Cons dialed 602. Win like Carr. Shane was 19 green, one above. 635 on a 634. Jorge goes 603 on the 602. After being 25 green, win light to Carr in the pickup truck. There's now Dave Mazier and Joe Levitt. Mazier in the Roadster dialed 495. Levitt in the Nova dialed 621. Winlight Levitt. Dave was 12 green. Joe was 13 green. So a 1,000 separation at this end of the racetrack. 622 on a 621. Joe gets the Winlight by 14 thousandths of a second. As Aaron Milton, Jason Pad going to roll up. Pad in the love truck. Milton in the Firebird out of Wisconsin. 581 to a 612 Winlight. To Milton on a double breakout. Jason 007 up front. Take 22 thou at the stripe. Breaks out by 13 thousandths of a second. Aaron Milton was 23 green. Runs under by 7 thou, and the win light belongs to Milton as Ryan O'Connor and J.R. Loebner. O'Connor, the pickup truck, left side, dialed 585. J.R. on the Cutlass. Coming in out of Gardner, Kansas, dialed in at 476. $9 thou was the difference at this end of the racetrack. JR's 12. Take 26 thou at the finish line and goes one above. 477 on a 476. Ryan O'Connor, 21 green. And 28 thou above, no good. That'll bring up Trip McCarty and Travis Rutzel. Travis, left side, dialed 548. Trip, the right lane. And the Beretta dialed in at 597. Off we go. It's a 9 thou split at this end of the racetrack, and the win light turns on for Travis. 006 and 550 to be at the finish line first by 12 thousandths of a second. Trip McCarty goes 599 on the 597. Comes up 12 thou short of a trip back into the million. So Travis advancing as Taylor Bowling and Nathan Carlson. Carlson and the Danger Ranger. The one that is typically driven by Gene Milton, dialed 663. Taylor Bowling, dialed 604 to Greenbrier, Tennessee. Rangers off and away. Here comes the Mustang. Finish line says Carlson. Made the buyback payoff. Made the buyback payoff. Craig Merrilee's Randall Reed. Apparently, Craig was having some issues with his Camaro that he took all the way to the last Pro Car standing during Wednesday's race. So he borrowed the Hammers car and is trying to get back into the game. He'll do it. How about a 2-pack for Craig Merrilee's? Merrilee's Trip Zip Dead 2 against Randall Reed, who was 30 green. He goes 625 on a 626. Randall, 30 green, 13th thou above. Craig Merrilee's 2 total. Trip Zip Dead 2 in Ron Nichols' car. I'll bring up Jeremy Bargo and Nick Pressimone as we get down to the end of our Super Pro door cars. We got Nick in the Nova, dial 580, right side. Jeremy Bargo out of Kentucky, dialed in 620. Winlight Pressimone, 006. Gets their first 18 thou and goes 579 on a 580. Under by 5 thou. Jeremy was 27, under 8 thou, no good. Pressimone gets the opportunity to get back into the game as John Brown going to finish things up here in Super Pro Door Car. We got Super Pro Dragsters sitting under the arch. John on the solo shot, 11 green, 505 on a 507. So that wraps up Super Pro Door Car re-entry round. Again, the re-entry rounds brought to you by the folks at Cascade Truck and Trailer. Thank you so much to the Howe family for getting that set up. Brought the ice cream out there for everybody. It was a pretty good deal for those of you that were able to get that done. Yeah. Nick telling me that in Craig's car, apparently the cam went flat. So instead of it being a Camaro, it's just an Arrow. That didn't work. So he borrowed the Hammers car to take care of things, and he went 2 total. Maybe Craig and Ron need to cut a deal a little bit more often. Ron is darn good in his car. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so if you missed it a little while ago, our total car count in round number 1 was 384 cars. That puts us into the $450,000 payout range. Here at the Fling for the 10th anniversary. So Ryan Barnes ended up with our best losing package of Panella Race Engines round number 1. 13 total. Going to get $1,000 thanks to Panella Race Engines. Again, best losing package round number 1. The Silver State HVAC. Round number 1 was Ryan Barnes. Going to get $1,000 thanks to Panella Race Engines. All right, as we pull our dragsters up here, hey, we've got a racer in need, and it's actually more of a I've lost something kind of racer in need. Mo was working on his car back there in the pits, Mo Trujillo, and he had a flat 12-inch kind of by 14-inch piece of carbon fiber that was laying on the bench that the wind decided to take away. And he needs that because it kind of goes around the wing on the back of his race car. So, if you are out there and see a random 12-inch by 14-inch piece of carbon fiber that goes blowing by you, or maybe it ended up under your trailer or something like that, if you just see kind of a flat piece of carbon fiber, about 12 inches by 14 inches, we have a racer that is missing his, and we'd love to get it back to Mo. So again, racer in need, they are missing a piece of carbon fiber that blew off of the bench while they were working on the car. The wind took it. Obviously didn't realize that it had blown away, so if you see it kind of haphazardly show up in your pit area, not sure exactly where the wind is going to take it to. But we would love for Mo to get that back. Appreciate your help. Getting into the dragster re-entry round, Ty Farmer and James Lee. Lee on the right side. The ride out of Seneca, Missouri, going up against Ty Farmer coming in out of Texas. Ty dialed 453, was 009 on the tree and runs one above to get the win light against James Lee. So Farmer 009, 454 on a 453 win light. Left side, James Lee was 17 green. Take 20 at the stripe to be 9 thou under. The win light belongs to Farmer. The trip back into the million belongs to Farmer. Lee, unless he still doubled somewhere, is unfortunately going to have to find something to do the rest of the afternoon, as Alexis Thompson and Chase Learcamp. Chase out of the left side, dialed 463. Alexis dialed 457. So Miss Thompson for Team Silver State, going up against the Learcamp group, which is definitely not small in its own right. Like a couple of gangs going at it on the starting line. Our rep, your rep. Alexis is going to win that battle. She was 14th thou better in reaction time. 20 green and dead on 9, taking 11th thou at the stripe. So a 457 on a 457. Dead 9 is 29 total. Chase Learcamp, 34 on the tree, and had no chance of lighting up the scoreboard is Caden Muth and Alec Bianco. Alec, 467 dial right side. Caden Muth out of Bernie, Texas, dialed in 498. So they stage him up. Head start left lane. Red light start Bianco. 21 thousandths of a second. Made Bianco ineligible for round number 2. He goes red. Win light, Caden Muth, the Bernie, Texas-based car. 16 green, 492 on a 498. Had a few left in his pocket when he got back down to the finish line. Just saying. Just saying. Rodney and Neal, we don't necessarily have a set time for that. We're going to wait till we get a little bit later on in the race, and at some point, when we've got a little time, and when Lela tells us it's time to do it, that's when we'll do it. There's not necessarily, I don't believe, a set time for the dragster raffle. It's later today. We'll just leave it at that. Later today. Rob Mosier, Matt Lee. Lee right side, 489. Win light, Rob Mosier left side. Lee left early by 3 thousandths of a second. 488 on a 489. Matt, Rob Mosier, 462 on a 463. He was 26 green, and he's going to be feeling a little bit, Matt is. Like I may have let one slip through my fingers on that one, but Mosier was going to be tough. Mosier gets the win light. It was Brian Bennett, Mike Coltrane. Coltrane, the Miller car out of Boise, Idaho, 444. Is the dialing up on the scoreboard. And oh, by the way, congratulations, Ernie Macias. Best overall package of round number 1, 5 total. .452 on a .452. Brian Bennett, 16 green, dead 9, winner left side. Mike Coltrane was 18 green, take 12 thou at the stripe, and ends up under by 5 thousandths of a second. So Brian's moving on. Mike's going to have to figure out what he's going to do now. As Valerie Jo Hodson and Troy Williams. Troy Williams Jr. Well, those FTI entries dialed 455. The Overkill Motorsports car dialed strong and gets the win light. Valerie Jo drops it red 1 thousandths of a second. 001 red, win light, Troy. Troy 004 and 454 on a 455. There's Chad Axford, Michael Carpenter. Coming up next. So again, Ernie Macias, best overall package of round number 1. Get the $250 towards a Larice Motorsports insurance policy. Reaction time was the tiebreaker. There were actually 2 5-packs. Ernie had the better reaction time, so he gets that Larice Motorsports insurance. Hey, Mike English, I just saw that. Good to hear from you too, man. 487 on a 487, 9 total, Chad Axford. Michael Carpenter had a 10 thou reaction time. Was dead on 18, and gets pushed out by a 9 total run. Chad 009 dead 0. Take 9 thou at the stripe. Axford moves back into the mix as Dwayne Ringeth and Zach Fulcher. Fulcher out of Mayfield, Kentucky. 502 the dial right side of the racetrack. Dwayne Ringeth with a 468. Lining up on the left side. I hope you're enjoying listening in. So as we're getting them staged up, we have a solution for that, Troy. Just kind of for the folks that are in the chat bleachers, we do have a quick solution for that, and it actually helps. I'll tell you what it is in a minute. 502 on a 502, 004 dead 2. We go from a 9-pack to a 6-pack. Zach with the 6-pack. 004 gets their first 15 thou. Ends up dead on 2. 502 on the 502. Dwayne Ringeth was 32 green. And 466 on a 468. So as our next 2 cars back up, I'm guessing, thinking maybe that's Kyle Cotrera. From what I can see, all I see is the red scoop. Maybe it's not. It's not. Nope. I don't know. The angle makes it a little difficult to see, and the number is not right on the car. Glenson DePonte. Coming in at a Kiao, Hawaii. They're driving the family car. Dialed in at 497. $20 thou the difference in reaction time. Win light, Glenson. Glenson. 005, 28 thou above. Comes down to a 1 thou margin. Down at the stripe. 25 and 458 on a 458. 25 dead 9 out of the left lane, no good. Glenson gets the win light as Chance Parker and Tim Markaglu. Market Glue dialed in 445. Chance dialed in 477. Red light start, Marca Glue, 9 thousandths early. Goes 443 on a 445. Chance 002 and 19 thou above. Chance moves back into competition. It's Jesse Adams and Michael McQueen. McQueen dialed in at 494. Jesse dialed in at 487. So with the Browns Valley, California and Odessa, Texas-based cars going head-to-head. We'll see who gets to come out on top. Advantage, McQueen. Win light, McQueen. 493 on a 494. 006, take 28 thou. 660 feet later to be 2 thou under the dial. Jesse Adams ends up 35 thou under the dial after being 67 on the tree. And with a 61 thou advantage, Michael McQueen takes himself into round number 2 of the million. Ari Kelly, Jaden Lawler. Lawler left side, 454 is the dial. Ari right side, 503. Red light start for Ari. 13 thousandths of a second. Turned on the red light right side. Ari goes dead on 8 after that. Jaden Lawler, 21 green. That'll bring up 453 on a 454. Jake Jones, Jacob Beakley. Beakley right side, Jones left side. So here is kind of the quick solution while waiting on them to get staged up. For those of you that are watching on the smart TVs, you're like, well, I don't know, I can't hit the like button. I get it. I don't know where it's at on the smart TV either. But if you pull out your phone, pull up the YouTube app real quick, find the live feed, hit it there, that'll count. That'll work. I mean, it'd be cool to find it on your smartphone and your smart TV. That way we get 2 likes, but that'll work too. 22 dead 3. Jake Jones. Take 17 ten-thousandths of a second at the stripe, and that is your winner. Beakley ends up 492 on a 493. Under 8 thousandths of a second, breaking it out and handing it back over to Jones. Beakley was 34 green. So at a 12 thou disadvantage at this end of the racetrack. Win light to Jones as Logan War and Dallas Glenn going to be our next 2. Dallas. Yeah, the Dallas. The Pro Stock Dallas Glenn. What's happening, G? 443 is the dial, trying to get it done against Logan. Advantage Dallas, win light Logan. Glenn was 006, take 18 thou at the stripe, and breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second. Logan, 15 green. Dead 2 is 17 total. Win light to War. There's Ethan Bourne, Jeremy Cisneros. Jeremy's dialed 455. Ethan leaving first with a 496 dial. I'll tell you what, for those of you that hit the like button in multiple places, we appreciate that. 499 on a 496. Ethan Bourne, 16 green. Take 14 thou at the stripe. That's your winner. Jeremy Cisneros, 27 and 3 above. Not quite going to do it. Not quite going to do it. Darren O'Connor, Rogelio Tamez. Tamez with a burnout down to like 80 feet. Starts to bring it back. With a dial in of 473 and Darren O'Connor with a 469 number. Alberta. So we get again, talking about we've got, 40 plus states represented here. 3 countries. And here in the buyback round, we are going to get a little international incident happening right in between them. O'Connor coming in out of Alberta. Rogelio coming in from the Mexico area. So Canada represented left side, Mexico on the right. Red light start for Tamez by 18 thousandths of a second. Win light. Darren O'Connor. O'Connor, 57 green, goes 468 on a 469. Moves his way back into competition for what is going to be a $450,000 payday. Rogelio Tamez, after being 18 red, goes 534, gets out of the throttle and saying things like, I don't know how to cuss in Spanish. I really don't. Hey, Larice Pro, round number 2. Larice Pro, round number 2. Let's get you headed into the staging lanes, please. Larice Pro, round number 2. Come on down. 476 for Alfonso Vite Morales and Kelly Rivera's dialed 482. Win light to Alfonso. 478 on a 476 was 046 on the tree. Kelly missed. Reaction time started with a 1. 44 on the 485. Alfonso's moving back in. So we're going to bring up Tom Clark. Continuing our way through the dragster re-entry round. So that 461 to a 460, left side dialed 1/100th of a second quicker. Then Clark, win light, left lane. Tom Clark fouled it out 5 thousandths of a second. Ends up under 7 thou. Win light left side, 18 green and 461 on a 460. So Trevor Harkema and Richard Taylor. Trevor 498 dial. Taylor 464 dial. Head start belongs to Trevor. $14 thou. The difference in reaction time. Richard 006, 28 thousandths of a second above the dial, gets their 11th thou and gets the win light. Trevor Harkham, a 496 on a 494. Grayson, we think it was Dennis Lithgow who was the not on file for some reason. I'm good with that. Went 461. I'll take it. I'll believe you. I'm easily fooled, but I do believe you. 467, the dial for Blake Johnson. 459, the dial for Joe Foley. Foley dialed a little bit quicker than the Colorado-based dragster on the right side. We get them staged up, set, and ready. Once again, Larice Pro, round number 2. Larice Pro, ooh. 7th thou, the difference in reaction time. 001 dead 3 for Blake Johnson. Johnson, 001 takes 7th thou with the stripe, is dead on 3 to be 4 thou total. Joe Foley, 008 dead 3 is 11 thou total. And nowhere to go with it. 11 pack in the reentry round and denied readmission by a 4-pack of Blake Johnson. That'll bring up Mia Hench's Stan Essery. Stan's dialed 460. Mia's dialed 471. Essery red by 40 thousandths of a second. Mia 10 green, 470 on a 471. Stan let go 400ths of a second too soon. Henches, who's turned herself into quite an impressive little brag eraser. Kind of making a big show of it. Made her first kind of appearance. I don't know if it was first, but one of her first. Down there in Tucson, went a lot of rounds each day. Is now back into the competition here as Mike Crater and Ryan Barnes found out Mike, as we were looking at the pickup truck earlier, ended up throwing the rods out of it. He said it was an engine that they had bought kind of used and knew that they were going to need to do something to it soon, just didn't do it soon enough. Ryan 007, 471 on a 468. Winner right lane. Mike Crater, 73 green, 2 above, no good. Ends up behind 51 thousandths of a second is Chandler Thyssen and Dylan Howe. Dylan, speaking to the Cascade truck and trailer folks, everybody go by and they see Brian and Mindy and Dylan. If you see them out there, thank them for your ice cream. If you never had to buy ice cream this weekend, good for you. Because the ice cream was for those that bought back. If you never got the ice cream, you're like, I didn't get any ice cream. Trust me, it was a good thing not to get ice cream. If you didn't get ice cream, you didn't have to buy back. Chandler's dialed 448. Dylan's dialed 451. Ten thousandths of a second the difference. Win light, Dylan. Dylan, 19 green. 1 above the dial. Ends up 29 total. Chandler Thiessen was 29 in reaction time. Needed to get down there and run a 448 on a 448. Did not. Ends up going 449. And no good. Landon Wright, Bradley Johnson. Bradley, your runner-up on that Silver State Wednesday. Ended up with a 475 dial coming into the reentry round and is rolling out of the reentry round, headed his way back. Why you got to have a tornado on in here? Okay, thank you. My goodness. 476 on a 475. Landon Red, 32 thou, goes 484 on a 473. Bradley Johnson, 476 thousandths of a second total to get there. Yeah. Make that. Never mind. Never mind. I got locked in thinking about 9 million nickels. Gordon Boven, Jimmy Williams. Williams gets the win light over Gordy. Boven red by 2 thousandths of a second, 461 on a 460. Jimmy Williams, 450 on a 449. So again, we should have all of our Larice Pro round number 2. You should be in the staging lanes. Larice Pro round number 2. If you are in, you should be in the staging lanes. So Jimmy, 450 on a 449. Gordon was red by 2 thou. Williams moves on. Mikey Bloomfield, Jacob Stallworthy. Maybe he shouldn't have turned the fan off. I don't know. I mean, the breeze was just right when it was set on sleep. I walked in here earlier and he said I had to set on hurricane. We don't need that. We just need a breeze. Nice. I like that. Stallworthy, 437 on a 439. Mikey Bloomfield had him covered, 17 at this end of the racetrack. Stallworthy was 58. Bloomfield on a 443 goes 28 thou above the dial. Take 2 thou at the stripe. Stallworthy had nowhere to go. Corey Galitti, Don Sefton. Galitti and the Gold Digger trying to get it done. He is 46 thou behind at the hit and 32 thou behind at the finish line. That's not going to add up right for Galitti. Adds up perfectly for Sefton. 002, 2 above. Gets him a win light by 32 thousandths of a second. Sefton back into the game as Travis Ringeth and Justin Hoff. Hoff out of Twin Falls, Idaho, 465. Ringeth out of Sherwood Park in Alberta. Dialed in 456. Identical on the tree. Justin, Travis, Winlight, Justin. Hoff, 003 up front. 464 on a 465. He's under by 3 thousandths of a second, getting there second. Travis Ringeth with Travis Ringeth was 003 up front. Take 7 thou at the stripe to be under by 10 thou. Winlight goes to Justin. Out of the right lane. We'll bring up Mark Barnhart and Misty Unser. Barnhart 467 to Unser's 451. We are getting down towards the end of our dragsters for the re-entry round. We have called Larice Pro. If you are in round number 2 of Larice Pro, let's get you headed this way. Barnhart goes red, 13 thou, and hands a victory to Misty Unser. Unser, 23 green. 448 on a 451. Legged her through. Barnhart to make matters worse, 467 on a 467. Red and dead on. Dylan Moody, Tim O'More. Moody out of Texas, 460. Dial in right side. Tim O'More, 499 dial. Left side. Yeah. Oh. That's right, Sean. The fan is set on hurricane. Sorry, I forgot. We decided it's not a hurricane. We don't pronounce it hurricane, it's hurricane. 462 on a 460. Dylan Moody was 12 green. Take 11th thou at the stripe. Tim O'More goes 501 on a 499. He was 20 up front. 23 thou above, no good against Dylan. Murphy Wallen, I'm sorry to say that no. Unfortunately, that did not happen. We wanted it to happen, but that did not happen. As we said, the only thing JJ did wrong was pull into the lanes incorrectly. Everything else went right. Just that part. Daryl Wirtz and Alonso Sanchez. But yeah, Sean, you're right. I should have remembered. It's not hurricane, it's hurricane. Hey, Super Pro door cars, doubles. Let's get you to the lanes for round number 2. Super Pro door cars, if you are doubled in your door car. Let's get you into the staging lanes for round number 2, please. Daryl at 452, Alonso 482, comes down to 1110 thou down at the finish line. Daryl 11 green, Alonso was 16 thou behind that with the 027 reaction time. Winlight Wirtz ends up 2 above and 1 thou ahead at the stripe to light up the scoreboard. We'll bring up Val Torres Jr., Jeff Watts. Nine thou the difference in reaction time. Watts breaks out big and Val Torres gets the win light. Val 18, 1 above. To move back into competition, Jeff Watts was 27 green. Take 14 thou at the stripe. Ends up 13 thou under. Win light Torres as Kyle Gibson and Jeremy Weaver roll up. Gibson dialed 417. Weaver dialed 454. Jeremy Weaver breaks out 453 on a 453, 13 green. Kyle Gibson was 19 on the tree, 2 above, gets the win light. Unfortunately, issues with Justin Jones's car. And I certainly hope it does not expose anything laying on the racetrack when we roll them back. but it looks like it might. Yep. It's a tiny stripe. Just a tiny one. Either way, we don't like it. Jansen Melton sitting over the left side. The Gleason, Tennessee-based car. Dial in at 464. Justin Jones, unfortunately, the mechanical issue going to prevent him from being able to make the run. So Melton on the solo, 16 and 463 on a 464. So as the mops are doing what they need to do, we should be back to racing here pretty soon. Looking at it, we are just about empty in the staging lanes. Again, we have called Larice Pro into the staging lanes and Super Pro door cars that are doubled. And the fact that we've got 2 lanes about, well, more than halfway back of Super Pro door cars that are doubled probably adds a whole lot of reason the fact that we are racing for more money than we've ever raced for here at a million in years past, at a spring fling million. That's going to be pretty cool. So we're going to do a quick little even out, make sure everything's good on the lanes. We'll get our next 2 ready to roll. Touch-up should be done here in just a moment. Again, Larice Pro and door cars that are doubled should be back in the staging lanes for round number 2. And here in a little bit, I think in between Dragster round number 2 and Dragster buyback round and round number 2, we're going to be drawing some names from our Pro Tech cards. Thank you very much to our Larice Motorsports Insurance Treasure Chest. We got some random prizes for our Pro entries. And essentially, we're going to draw the names of the drivers that get to come up here and draw for a prize. So if your name gets drawn, you'll get to come up here to the tower to draw for your prize. So when we draw your name, it doesn't mean we're drawing for which prize you get. We're just drawing so that you can come up here and pick your own prize. Like that. Something like that. And I'll tell you what, Warren, we'll even back up behind the yellow line when we do the drawing. I might accidentally bump the camera so that he can't see us, but I'll back up behind the yellow line. Or I'll do one of these things. Be like, okay, Warren. We're drawing now. Now we'll make it happen. Dalton Garreau and Raul Alanis. Alanis coming in out of Mexico for $39 for the quick dragster. Going to be going down the right side of the racetrack. And for Dalton Garreau, the number is 4.50 seconds. We like a 450 number. Or at least Dalton does. Raul likes a 439 number. I'd like it if my meal at McDonald's cost $4.50 again, but it's never gonna. Raul, 006, one above, gets the win light by 66 thousandths of a second. Dalton Garreau is 63 green. Raul is 10 total. Dalton is 63 up front. Dalton's got nowhere to go. They'll bring up Michael Pennington and Dustin Wirtz. Dustin doubling up Race Kids Dragster. $3,000 the difference up front. 006. Dustin Wirtz gets the win line. Michael was 009. Goes 4 above. Dustin Wirtz, 006, 470 on a 467. Wirtz gets back in. Hey, we got a parts call. John Brown needs a Mazir remote mount water pump. So John Brown got a parts call for a Mazir remote mount water pump. You know who might have one of those? Mazir. I'm just thinking he might. It's a thought. He might. Maybe he has one. Possibly. You might. Oh, 468 on a 467. J.J. Russell. A lot of womp down there at that end. 22 and 457 on a 457. 22 dead 6, no good for the Colorado-based runner on the right side. Yeah, even Don Mazir said Dave Mazir has parts. Anyway, might be Mazir. Good place to start if you're looking for a Mazir remote mount water pump. If not, you might check at Fig Speed. You might check a few other places. But racers, if there is anybody who can help out John Brown, he needs a Mazir remote mount water pump. Got to get him back on the racetrack, please. Let's help him out. Gabe Hernandez, Chris Whitfield. Chris, fighting for his life in this entry, gets the win light, 003 green. Gabe Hernandez, red by 2 thousandths of his. Gabe. Like I said, I don't know how to swear in Spanish, but I promise you if I was in Gabe's car right now, I would learn every one of those words. 002 dead 0 for Gabe Hernandez. Chris Whitfield was right there. I mean, 003 under by 3,000. Wasn't going to be easy either way. But red and dead on for Gabe Hernandez. If you want a Spanish lesson, now's probably not the time to get it from Gabe. Because whatever you learn will offend everybody in your family. Chris Galitti, Derek Shirk. Yep, and your friends. And probably get you kicked out of church. Galitti gets the win light, 006. And on a 439 dial goes dead 3. So 439 on a 439 after being 006 for Galitti. Derek Shirk went red by 9 thousandths of a second. And then 513 on a 513. Chandler Ball, Victoria. I don't think it's Victoria. Maybe. Not sure. Chandler's dialed 475. Christensen's dialed 475. Greg Hicks says he's got the water pump. All right. So John Brown, Greg Hicks says he's got that water pump. If you are still looking, I do not know where John Brown is pitted. But if we can pass that information along, I'll be happy to relay it, whatever you got, whatever you need. Christensen, 15 green to Chandler Ball, 77. Chandler was in trouble up front, but somehow survives the submarine dive and goes 476 on a 475. Christensen take a 10th and a half at the stripe to break out with a 467 on a 475. As Gerald Thompson Jr. Is that going to be, and you probably know this, JJ, is it Bowden or Bowden? Or are we just going to say Georgia? Okay, we'll go with Bowden. You know, if you say it with the right drawl and somebody goes, oh, it's Bowden, you'd be like, that's what I said. I said Bowden. I'm sure you can play it off. Right. Oof. Sugar is, oh my goodness. We got all kinds of smoke pouring out from behind Gerald Thompson's car. And Sugar Shane probably just dodged the biggest mortar that has been thrown at him. I do not know what happened. Sugar is usually not late on the let go. But this time, comparatively, he was late on the let go. I mean, I'll bet you can probably go back through and count the number of times that Sugar Shane has been over 50 on the tree. It's probably an easy number to count. We got another water pump up here? Or is this the one from Hicks? No, this is mine. This is another one. All right, so Pressimony. Neil brings one up here too. So I have a Mazier water pump in the tower. Greg Hicks says he's got one back at his pit. I would imagine Dave Mazier's probably got one in his trailer. Just a thought. But John Brown, if you want to send us another message through Pete, let us know if you've got your water pump or not. We have options. We have options. So again, Sugar was 71 green. Gerald was 009. And then Gerald's motor decided that it was no longer going to participate in the program. He said, we're out. Oh, all right. So John picked it up. That's what I'm getting the message from Greg Hicks. So I think I'll send that back with you. But if for some reason it comes up again, thank you very much, Neil. Neil Pressimony bringing one up here at the tower. He said, I got it. Greg said, I got it. Everybody got it. So apparently we got it. It's a good thing we got it. Everybody got it. Got it? Get it? Unfortunately, the track got it right now, too. So you're going to drown your sorrows in a zebra cake. All right. Well, Chad Broom had the first perfect reaction time of the Dragsters in round number 1 and wins an ATI Performance Flex Plate. All right, so what we were going to do, Warren, I don't know if you're listening in, man. We were going to do this in between Dragsters and round number 2. But since we've got a little moment here, while we do a little bit of cleanup, we're going to take care of our Larice Motorsports Insurance Pro Treasure Chest. Let me say that again. So during the million, essentially, what do we see? Lella, we got 5 or 6 that we're going to draw. 7. Oh, that makes sense because we got 2 $500 prizes, 2 impact helmets, a starter, a water pump, and an ATI converter. So we get 2, 2, 2, and 1. 6 and 1. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We are live up here in the announcer room. Lela has walked in with all of the tech cards, and go ahead and fan those out. I don't know if Warren switched over to us yet or not, but we'll show you exactly what's going on here. So, well, you're just going to hold it. You're not going to come in here and smile, Lela? You're just going to be this random hand holding tech cards in the air, floating tech cards. All right. Hello. So we are going to pick 7 names, 7 tech cards randomly from the pro field. There we go. Austin's the guy. See? I don't have chops like Austin. That's cool. We're going to, no, thank you. We're going to draw 7. Don't turn them around. I can't see the names. I'm not allowed to see. This is supposed to be random, dude. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be able to see names. And JJ cannot pull them because he's in the field. So, all right, here we go. Random floating tech cards. It's right there, man. All right, come on. I'm trying to draw cards here. So we'll go on this. Come on. Lella's waiting. So that's going to be 1. I'm going to go with this one right in the very back. 2. Right? We'll get 1 here. 3. 4. 5. 6. And 1 more right there. 7. All right, so the 7 drivers that have been chosen from the pro field. Are you kidding me? No. No, I'm laughing.
Oh. All right, then I am. Get the heck out of here.
I just want it. J.J. Pennington.
I know him.
Oh, my gosh. J.J. Pennington. Justin Lamb. So, Justin Lamb. Bug McCarty.
That's bait right there, boys.
Caroline German. Steve Olenek. Maybe with all this information on the cards, I shouldn't be putting them up in front of the camera. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do that. Yeah. Butch Belair. I just realized I shouldn't be doing that. And Rob Bigasaw. I'm like, I shouldn't be doing that. Oh, my goodness, right? I should not do that. Should not do that. I'm sorry. So Rob Bigasaw, Butch Belair, Steve Olenek, Carolyn German, Bug McCarty, Justin Lamb, and J.J. Pennington. You are the 7 names that were drawn. You guys get to come on up here to the tower and draw for your prize. Again, the prizes, thank you very much. We're going to have two $500 prizes. We're going to have 2 impact helmets, a Mazir starter, a Mazir water pump, or an ATI converter. When you come up and draw what prize you're going to get, thank you very much to Larice Motorsports Insurance. We appreciate that. That is something that, again, the team is here. Carrie is here. If you want to get a quote on your motorsports insurance, let's do that. See her. Get that taken care of. We're getting close at the top end. We're going to be back to racing soon, but thank you so much for Larice Motorsports Insurance and all they do for the pro field. Oh, man. All right. Were you sending a shout-out to I'm not really the shout-out guy. Jed's more the shout-out guy. Jed and JJ handle shout-outs. I just kind of say hi. But, yeah, shout-out to Douglas, Arizona. David Salazar sitting down there. Happy to see you guys out here. And unfortunately, we are... Yeah, RTC, you're probably right. I don't know how he pulled it off, but you're probably right. He definitely wasn't the one that was going to be drawing because of the fact that he was in there, and I thought that was kind of weird, but it whatever. JJ probably did cheat some way, somehow, because that's typically where he goes. Again, I'll the answer to the question about when are we doing the Dragster raffle, not 100% sure. It is going to be sometime today, but not exactly sure when that's going to happen. We will make sure that it happens today. Thank you very much, Shane Wint. Watching in, I'm guessing you're down in Australia right now. But it's kind of interesting. Again, ended up having that. But we'll find out. Man, the car count today was 384, which puts us at $450,000. That's probably right, Shane. Yeah, you're right to a point. To a point.
I'm going to choose not to be offended by that, Shane.
I'm not. Those that have never done it don't know.
What's that one said? Bacon on it. What's that?
Oh, there's always bacon.
Also good for pasta and ramen.
Pasta and I never thought about putting bacon in the pasta, or I mean the ramen.
Oh.
What's up, Mr. Matt Hardy, down in Baton Rouge, in Louisiana? Yes, sir.
It's bull riding country down there, boys. Yeah, bacon. Bacon. Slot machine in the pits, he says.
Slot machine in the pits. Is there? No. No, there are definitely rules and laws and all kinds of things that come into play with that kind of stuff. We don't do that.
Yeah, this ain't no gas station.
Edward, what? Well, yeah. I mean, if you've been to Vegas, you know. You know. If you've been to Vegas, you know.
I'm going to answer for him.
Carter, pretty much anywhere that's got a set of doors, you can have a slot machine in it. Except a school and a library.
Really?
No.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, you can put a slot machine in a gas station, in a grocery store. Yeah. Quick, I mean, wherever you want.
This guy's asking about Nate Jr.'s hockey expertise.
He's doing good. That's nice. All right. So a couple of things that this year's 10th anniversary Spring Fling champion is going to get is something that, let's just say, matters. It's one of those things that you can show off. Yes, you get the trophy. Yes, you get the jacket. Yes, you get the check. You get all of that kind of stuff. But there are 2 items that we are showing off right here, right now. First is this wood and epoxy Spring Fling Million Champion wall mountable, garage mountable, shop mountable. You want to put this on the back window of your car, you can do that. But nobody ever, ever, ever will get anything like this again. It's one thing, you can get a belt, you can get a trophy. But this right here is one of a kind. You got the Mosier Engineering logo on top, Spring Fling Million, Optima Batteries, the 2025 champion. And this is a solid piece that you can put up on your wall that nobody else in the world will ever, ever, ever have. Along with that, we have got the Biondo Elite Outlaw Shifter, the gold one-of-a-kind Spring Fling Million shifter, complete with a display case, which I don't know if you've got the shifter, why you would leave it in a display case, but that's up to you. It's obviously mounted, labeled Spring Fling Million winner 2025. It's got the logo of the strip. It's got a little bit of a Vegas highlight. The only thing it doesn't say is in case of emergency, break glass, because you never want to break that glass. But if you have an emergency, you can always go to your backup shifter. So if you are our Spring Fling champion, in addition to all of the other glorious things you get these 2 things as well. They want to make sure that we take very good care of our 10th winner of the 2025 million here in Vegas. That thing's going to be really, really cool. Somebody is going to have a nice little parting gift to take with them as champion. We are getting back to it. The cleanup is complete. All said and done. We're going to try, and I feel like this is a college basketball game. You ever notice when you get into a college basketball game, or any basketball game, or a football game, or whatever, there's 2 minutes left on the clock. How long does it take for you to get through that? Because there's 18 timeouts, 2 TV timeouts, all of this kind of stuff. We've had like 10 pair of cars back in the staging lanes for the last 30 minutes. We've been in the last 2 minutes of a college playoff game forever. We're going to get it done this time, I swear. Jason Pad and Jeff Serra. Jeff coming through the re-entry round. Dialed 465. Jason Pad dialed 456. One thou the difference in reaction time. Jeff Serra's entry is finished. At least that one. Jason Pad, 15 green, 461 on a 456. He is 15, getting 4 thou at the stripe. Jeff Serra comes to a stop. Win light goes to Pad. Now Chase Learcamp, Mark Kidd. I mean it. There are only a few pair left. Chase Learcamp with a 463 dial. Mark Kidd with a 467 dial. Win light goes to Kidd. 18. And then goes 466 on a 467. Chase Learcamp, 34 green. 462 on a 463. He's under by 4 thou. Mark is under by 3 thou. Kidd gets back in. I'll bring up Michael Carpenter and Kyle Cotrera. Cotrera, winner in last night's King of the Flings. Talked all about how much it meant to him with Shane Thompson and the guys putting that car together the way that they did. They stripped the car down, redid it, made it something that Cotrera is very comfortable in, and he's really appreciative of that. As Cotrera last night was the first person to notch a win at all 4 tracks that a Fling has run at. Carpenter dialed 466. Coltrera dialed 454. When he won a 15K at Bristol, or a 15K at Galata, 100K at Columbus, and 100K at wherever it was. Anyway, he won it all four. Last night made it the fourth one in Vegas. This time, he's not going to be able to get back in. Michael Carpenter is 19 green and goes 465 on a 466. Coltrera was 17 green. Take 9 thou at the stripe to break out by 12 thou. Yeah, he won a 15K at Galata, 100K at Bristol, 100K at Columbus. And then last night's win in the shootout put him at the winner's circle at all four venues. Jake Clayton now going up against Chris Reynolds. Chris was perfect and will not be coming back into the million. Trip, zip, 28 thou above. Jake Clayton is 19 green and goes 455 on a 455. It's not Jake Clayton. Okay, not Jake Clayton is getting back in. It was not Jake Clayton. I didn't know if he was in a dragster too. I have no idea. Bodie Bennett, Matt Lee. Okay. That was a farmer? Was it like farmersonly.com? Farmer needs a wife? Do they both already have wives? Okay, then farmer needs a wife. They can get on that TV show they're showing now. Yeah. Yeah, there's something called Farmer Needs a Wife. Oh. Bodie and Matt, neither one really great up front, but good enough, I guess. Bodie, 38, and Dead 3 gets the win light over Matt Lee. Matt Lee was 28 up front. Takes 15 thou at the stripe and breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. As Rob Mosier and Alexis Thompson. Oh, Alexis dialed in at 457. Rob dialed in at 463. Fourth out of the difference. Win light goes to Thompson, 39 and Dead 0. Getting there second. Rob Mosier was 43 green. Takes 7th thou at the stripe to be 461 on a 463 dial. I'll bring up James Lee and Tim Markeglu. Lee dialed 474. Markeglu dialed 444. As they are separated by 3/10 in the dial. Both are green. Win light goes to Markeglu. 15 Dead 7. Timmy by 8 thousandths of a second. Gets the win light. James was 26 and goes 474 down a racetrack. So Markeglu gets back in one entry as Dallas Glenn rolls up against Michael McQueen. McQueen with a 494. Dallas with a 442. So the Odessa, Texas-based car going up against the North Carolina-based driver. Oh, red light start. McQueen by 3 thousandths of a second. Dallas 006 goes 441 on a 442. To get the win light. We bring up Jimmy Williams, Greg Christensen, and we are down to our final pair with one in the water behind it. Pro is going to be rolling up next for round number 2. What's happening, Mr. DeYoung? Listening live up there in the great country of Canada. I appreciate that, sir. We got Canadians listening in. We got Australians. I'm sure we got folks listening in from all over the world. 3,000 folks. Again, if you would do us that favor and just hit the like button, that'd be great. That'd be really good. Christensen drops it red by 16 thousandths of a second and goes 458 on a 456. Jimmy Williams, 23 green. 449.9 on the 450. Win light left side. Williams is in. Dustin Henches going to be the final car in the re-entry round. And we'll get to move back in by way of the bye run. Dustin leaves early by 2 thou, goes 483 on a 482, and that is going to wrap up our reentry round. The Cascade Truck Body and Trailer Sales reentry round. We've got round number 2 waiting in the wings. It's going to be the Rad Torque Systems round number 2. Again, big thanks to the folks at Rad Torque Systems for all that they continue to do. For those of us here at the Fling, it is a Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We got folks in Oregon listening in, Tennessee listening in. I know they're all over the country, especially with the 3,000 that are paying attention to see what's going to happen. And for those that may not have been listening in earlier, 384 entries puts us at a $450,000 payday here at the Fling. The buyback was $600. So, man, big deal for a $450,000 race. We're going to put a couple of quick touches up on the racetrack. I can do that. So we're going to let them finish up their prep. So Gene Milton has been selected as our Hard Luck Award Series winner to win an ATI Flex Plate here at the Million. Gene, sorry about your luck, but you are at least welcome to come up to the tower and collect up your ATI Flex Plate. Gene Milton, you are going to get that ATI Flex Plate. Thank you very much to everybody at ATI. Appreciate you being on board here as well. So getting ready to roll into round number 2. We're going to let them finish up some of their track prep. The next voice you're going to hear on here is going to be Mr. J.J. Pennington, calling round number 2 of what's happening here at the Fling Million as we are racing for $450,000 on a Silver State Refrigeration Friday.
If you've been shopping around for an AC company based on the various trucks you see on the road, good luck with that. Fortunately, I'm here to tell you about Silver State Refrigeration and HVAC. The heat is on, and it's time to get your AC tuned up for the summer. Silver State's technicians will service, repair, or install an AC system in your home and will always show up on time when they promise. Take advantage of money-saving offers from our website or call before it gets super hot. So don't hunt around for the next AC truck to drive by. Just call Silver State.
Since 2010, LRA Auto Museum and Dealership in Bristol, Pennsylvania has been a destination for auto enthusiasts and buyers alike, sporting one of the finest collections of 1960s and 70s muscle cars in the country, along with an amazing array of modern muscle cars like Mustang Shelby R-Codes, Chargers, Challengers, Camaros, and more, allows us to meet the needs of buyers looking for classic muscle or modern investment vehicles. LRA is open 6 days a week and has a knowledgeable professional sales team to help you find your dream car or investment vehicle. Visit us in person or see us online at lraautomuseumandsales.com.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Order online and use promo code FLING23 for discount.
All right, so I'm going to fool you just a little bit. JJ will be right back. Kind of that after these messages, we'll be right back. What'd you pick? There we go. JJ had to run in there, and since he was one of the 7 drivers that were drawn from the tech card, went in and drew his card. He's back now as Bryce Miller, Michael Johnson. Roll out of the water box. JJ going to take you through a good portion of round number 2.
Thank you, Nate. So we get started with Larice Pro, round number 2. My hopes and dreams of foot breaking my way to a million win were crushed by first round. Yeah, basically family friend. Yeah, kind of. Right. Somebody I trust. Yeah, somebody who I cared for deeply, cared about deeply, and I thought felt the same about me, but obviously they didn't. Taylor Pofall ruined my dreams first round, but I was like, okay, we can buy back. And then Lucas Walker ruined them again in the re-entry round. So here I am, here to call some laps. Michael Johnson, 2 thou red first pair, and 1 above Bryce Miller. 006 and 8 thou under Bryce Miller. We'll advance into round number 3. Butch Belair, left-hand side. Dialed 678, and Caroline German. I thought it would be German, but I didn't want to be wrong. Caroline German, right side, dialed 587. Both of these names were also drawn alongside mine in that drawing, along with 4 other names that were drawn out. Justin Lamb and Bug McCarty amongst the 2. I forgot the other 2. I'm sorry. This one should be and is left-hand side Bel Air 006 and 12 thou under German. was 83 behind at the hit, 83 behind at the finish line, and 12 thou under. So just missed it a little bit up front. Easy to do. Very easy to do. Bel Air had to take 83 or less at the finish line. Took exactly 83, and the win light's on for Butch Bel Air. Zach Ealing left side dialed 650, and Brian King right side dialed 579. Two Hun separate them up front. Win Light King, 22, one above, gets it done. Nice lap there. Ealing was 002, got there first 38 to be 7 thou under. Had to take 31 or less, got there just a tad too much. And Brian King moves on. Rob Vigessa, left-hand side. 741 is the dial, and Monty Beagle, right side, dialed 583. Green and green, we are dead even up front. Win light goes to Vigessa, 24, one above 030 for total. Right side, Beagle was also 24, goes one above 6 to be 6 thou behind. Nice race right there. Win light goes to Rob Vigessa. Oh, man, here he is. Only thing I can do it. Taylor Pofall, left-hand side. My daddy, dialed 626 out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, will take on Mark Fall on the right, dialed 715. Pofall's one of my daddies. I got a few this weekend. Woo! Nasty. 3 thou, separate them up front. Pofall is 1 total. 000, dead 1 for Taylor Pofall. What a lap. Fall. 003, take 4 is no good. Holy smokes. Taylor Pofall is just plain dirty today. Mark Fall, hey, no shame in 3 take 4. 3 take 4 to be 6 thou under. Nothing you can hang your head about there. As me and Mark Fall now join a list of people Taylor Pofall has destroyed today. 1 total for Taylor Pofall. On a tough run with Mark Fall right there. Pofall advances. Steve Allenack, left-hand side, dialed 667. I believe Steve was drawn out of the random tech card draw for the Larice Pro category as a prize winner. Going to take on Paige Smith, right-hand side. Smith dialed 608. $13 thou separate them, and one of them is 14. Winlight Smith, 001, take 20 to be 1 above 5. Allenack, 14, 2 over on the stop, no good. Paige Smith will light up her scoreboard and advance to round 3. Kyle Cramsey, left side, dialed 609, and Michael Clement, right side, on a 652. I'm going to move on over here to the other chair so I can see this live feed chat, just in case for some reason anybody wants to talk to me. All right, got situated now. His win light right there goes to Kyle Cramsey, 10 and 2 above. Turns on the win light. Clement, 40, dead 2. No good. Kyle Cramsey, 10 take 12 advances. left-hand side, Bug McCarty. His name was drawn out. Bug is the awesome gentleman who put 2 racers in the million today and said they get to keep 50% of any winnings, and the other 50 will be donated to St. Jude. But Bug's not going to get a win light here. Lamb 24, Justin Lamb 24 and 4 thou under. Bug McCarty 13, take 21 to be 14 thou under, 10 thousandths more breakout in Bug McCarty's lane. And Justin Lamb will roll in around number 3. Craig Merrill's left-hand side, dialed 714, and Andy Schmall right side, the 2023 Spring Fling Million champion, in the right lane on a 595. Zach Bishaw, I appreciate that. It's about the only thing good I've done so far today, because couldn't pull in the staging lanes for anything, so I appreciate that, Zach. Merrill's 003 and 7 thou under gets the win. Andy Schmall 9 thou red and 7 thou under. Craig Merrill's will move on. Yeah, Zach, I made a couple pretty good runs. Can't be too mad about those. Just came up on the wrong end of both of them. 2 of the best in the Southeast. I paired up with first round and re-entry round. I can't be too upset about laps I made just not being able to get it done. Always tomorrow. Still got a shot for 60 grand tomorrow. That's what we're going for at this point. Craig Johnson left side, dialed 685, and my other on-track daddy, Lucas Walker. Lucas hauled Big Red out here for us. And now I made the dumb mistake of pairing up with him in the re-entry round, and he dropped me on my face. And now here he is, looking to turn on another win light. Four Hun separate them up front. Here comes the stop out of Lucas, and the win light does not come on this time. Johnson 002 and 3 above take 27 thou. Walker 42 2 above, no good. Craig Johnson advances. Chad Sandlin left side, dialed 618 out of Burleson, Texas. And Brian McGinnis right side, dialed 674 out of Kent, Washington. Two thou separate them. This one's nasty. Win light McGinnis 008 and stops. 677 at 94 for McGinnis to be 3 above. Sandlin 10 was probably driving that pretty tight, was closing it up nice, but just did not catch the drop, and I understand. I've been there plenty. 10 take 45 to be 14 thou under. Had to take 31 or less. Did Sandlin, and Brian McGinnis advances. Steve Kelly, left-hand side. Steve Kelly's a old buddy of ours. He's stayed at the house before. 630 is the dial in, and he's got a tough draw. Nasty Nick Hastings, right side, dialed 622 in the T1000. $18 thou separate them up front. Advantage to Hastings. Oh, hang on to it, Nick. Win like Kelly 30 and stop 631 at 100 for Kelly. 44 total. That is hard to do to feed Nick Hastings 36 thou at the stripe, but he did it. Nasty Nick 12 gets fed 36 to be 4 thou under. Had to take 32 or less. Steve Kelly stops his way in around number next. And the final pair of the Larice Pro 32 category, Nick Engler left side, dialed at 626, and Henry Roberson. Roberson dialed 647 right side. Couple of bad dudes off the bottom right here. Both of them let it squeak by them a little bit. 12 thou separate them. Winlight Engler 34 dead 7 gets it done. Roberson 46 take 2 to be 7 thou under. Was locked out on that end. Nick Engler into round number 3. Josh Pickett left side down 631 and Carl Geib right side down 624. Three thou separate them, as the first pair of the top bulb door cars roll forward. Winlight Geib 12 dead 7 take 16 thou as Pickett 15 2 over no good. Had to sit it down just a little bit less. Might have slowed down on him out there, not really sure. Nonetheless, Winlight goes to Carl Geib. Nathan Jones left-hand side dialed 629. That beautiful S10 out of Indiana will take on Jeff Verdi, the first ever Spring Fling Million winner right side, dialed 589. 9 thou separate them up front. Winlight goes to Jones. 9 take 0001 to be one above 625 total. Verdi 18 dead 7 25 total. And by 1/10,000th of a second, Nathan Jones sends himself to round 3. David Beckwith left side dialed 731, and Paul Lorton right side dialed 615. Seventh thou red for Beckwith, dead 0, ouch. That one's going to hurt. Lorton 18 and 6 thou under. Going to light up the scoreboard. Was going to be tough to handle anyways. Paul Lorton moves on. Joey Moore left side dialed 623 and Sean Carnahan right side dialed 504. Winlight right there goes to Joey Moore, 43 dead 2, 45 total gets it done. Carnahan 49 dead 2, 51 total comes up 6 thou short. And the Winlight goes to Joey Moore. I'm here, Shannon Walker. I'm back. I'm going to be here for a while because I can't pull in the staging lanes. Gage Birch, left-hand side. Gerch, dialed 613. We'll take on John Brown on the right, dialed 506. I've also heard him called George Birch. I don't think it matters what you call him, though, because he wins a lot. That's a bad dude in the left lane. Tell you what, this whole tower view is pretty nice. Look down at everybody sitting next to the tower right here. Getting a direct look at possibly the most intimidating look on the property right now. Brandon Taylor with the open face in the Achieva. I mean, that is hardcore right there. I know I'd be intimidated. 8 thou separate them up front. Winlight Brown gonna get it done. Birch tried to stop, but Brown was able to catch enough of it to turn on the Winlight. 6 take 2 to be 3 thou under. Nice lap there for John Brown. Birch 14 and 9 thou under. Sorry, Gage, I jinxed you. That one's on me. John Brown lights up the scoreboard to advance. DeAndre Fitzgerald left side dialed 647, and Doug Carter right side dialed 611. There's a minus up there on the right lane scoreboard. You think we got us a bottom bulb right side, and whether we do or we don't, we got a win light right side. 25, one above, 38 total. Fitzgerald, 11 thou red and 3 under. No good. Doug Carter gets the win light. Aaron G left side dialed 636, and Matt Dattis right side. Matty D dialed 613. Three thou separate them up front. Winlight G. 005 and a thou under gets it done. Dattis 8 take 1. Not a bad lap at all, but does not turn on the wind light. 8 take a thou to be 5 thou under, and a double breakout wind light goes to Aaron G. BT left-hand side. Big BT, that is. Brandon Taylor. Dialed 624 out of Roanoke, Alabama. Will take on Rocky Van Oat out of Red Key, Indiana. Dialed 575. BT. There was a point in time where this was the underachiever, and I really feel like he's wanting to still keep it that way, or not wanting to still keep it that way, but it still is that way. He's going to get a win light 005. Dead 2, 7-pack for BT. Nice lap there as Van Oat 2 thou red and a hun under. No good. BT moves on. Jeremy Jensen, left-hand side, dialed at 488. Will take on Justin Mosier in the right, dialed 524. Double enter dragsters. Double enter dragsters. We'll take you now. Double enter dragsters. We will take you to the lanes now. Doubled dragsters. We will take you to the lanes now. Double dragsters. We'll take you to the lanes now as Jensen 24, one above, gets it done. Red light start out of Mosier. Savannah Kid, you are 100% correct. Today might have been rough, but they do have Texas Roadhouse here. And it was rough. It was very rough. There's no might about it. Jake Clayton left side, the Chattanooga Choo Choo. Dialed 625 and Big Jed. Jared Pennington right side in Big Red, dialed 598. 12 thou separate them up front. And Big Jed gets the win. 001, take 3 to be one above 415 total. Clayton, not a bad lap at all. 13 dead 5. Comes up 3 thou short, and Big Jed will move on. You know, at least one of us can show it some love. Big Jed moves on. Clayton will have to get him back on his second entry, but if he does that a whole lot more, I think he'll be in good shape. Garrett Griffith left-hand side. G-Man dialed 639, and Jason McFarland in the right dialed 501. $12 thou separate them up front. Win light McFarland 29, 1 above 2 gets it done. Griffith 17, take 27 to be 3 thou under. Had to take 24 or less. Win light will fall in Jason McFarland's lane. Spencer Massey left-hand side. Top Fuel Spence, the runner-up of the King of the Fling shootout last night, will dial 643, and Andrew DiPiazza right side. My future boss, I see there's a DiPiazza racing in the chat bleachers. Says they'll see me in Iowa in a few months. I'm looking forward to it. That's going to be a good time. The DiPiazza crew and the staff at Tri-State Raceway. I'm sure it's going to be a well-run event, and I'm looking forward to heading on out there and doing some racing in a state I've never been to before. Win light goes to Massey, 25, take 5 to be 5 thou under. DiPiazza 33 and 8 thou under, 3 thousandths more breakout in DiPiazza's lane. Win light goes to Spencer Massey. Bill Hensley left side, dialed 647, and Jorge Salazar Jr. right side, dialed 728. $24 thou separate them up front. Win light Hensley 001 and 3 above take 34. Salazar 25 and 4 above, no good. Bill Hensley moves on. Nacho Rivera left side, dialed 621, and Mark Barnhart right side, dialed 727. Gabe Killian, I don't see why we couldn't make that happen. Going to be a good time. Going to be a full weekend of racing. I'm sure we can sneak that in there somewhere. $33 thou separate them up front. Advantage to Rivera. Win light Nacho Rivera 006 1 above turns on the win light. Right side Barnhart 39 and 1 over, no good. Nacho Rivera moves on. Gabe Torres left side dialed 655, and Dustin Wirtz in the right dialed 520. What's up, Josh Burrow? Jimmy Bryant, Dad just won second round, and I am not still in, unfortunately. But Dad is, so we got one horse rolling. Dragsters even numbered dragsters. Even numbered dragsters will take you to the lanes. Even numbered dragsters round 2 we will take you now. Even dragsters round 2 we will take you to the lanes. Even numbered dragsters, we'll take you to the lanes. Even numbered dragsters, we will take you to the lanes for round number 2. Dustin Wirtz, 8 thou red and 18 thou under, gets the win. Gabe Torres was 19 red, so True Start does not play a factor. And Dustin Wirtz moves on. Michael Pennington left side, dialed 516, and Steve Williams in the right, dialed 502. One thou red for Williams. Pennington. It's going to be tough to handle. 009 and 22 thou under. Sure he had that in his back pocket. Knowingly. Going to turn on the wind light via the red light from Steve Williams. Michael Pennington moves on. Lane Weber, left-hand side, dialed 704, and David Phillips in the right, dialed 691. It's not often on the top bulb side you see a 690 car giving chase, but out here in Vegas, I've seen a lot more mid to high 6-second cars and some 7-second cars out here racing with us. 7 thou separate them up front, and one of them's 007. Slow cars to the front. David Phillips 000 and sits it down to be 2 above. Weber 7 gets fed 29 to be 10 thou under. Had to take 19 or less. David Phillips turns on the wind light. Gabe Hernandez left side, dialed 620, and Brandon Cornell right side, dialed 618. Two thou separate them up front. When light goes to Hernandez, 15 dead 0. Nice lap there, 15 total. As Cornell was 17 up front and locked out already. As Hernandez lights it up, dead 0 to be 15 total. 17 dead 9 for Cornell's not a bad lap at all, but did not get the win light against Gabe Hernandez. Ken Sueyo left side, dialed 584, and Troy Grant in the right, dialed 665. Four thou red for Sueyo. Grant 34 and a thou under. Troy Grant gets the win. Mike Lowe left side, down 572 out of Hurricane, Utah. And a Rod Taylor right side out of Kalispell, Montana, down 514. $42 thou separate them up front, and one of them's 42, but the wind light goes that way. 42 dead 0 for Rod Taylor gets it done. Mike Lowe was perfect. 000 take 60 to be 18 thou under. Had to take 42 or less and got there a little bit too much. Rod Taylor turns on the wind light. John Berger left side, dialed 508, and Michael Miller in the right, dialed 580. 7 thou was the difference at the starting line. 5 thou was the difference at the finish line. Win light goes to John Berger, 15. 2 above, excuse me. Get there, 5 thou. Miller, 22, 2 above. No good. Berger advances. Nick Pressimo on left side, dialed 577, and Chad Campbell on the right, dialed 624. Shannon Walker, I just went back and looked at that. I appreciate that. As Nick Pressimone, 23, sits it down to be 3 above, gets it done as Campbell, 006 take a lot. Got there 63, put it 9 thou under. Pressimone looked like he might have set it down based off the mile an hour. And can't really tell on the live feed, but only 114 for 580 seems a little low. But I don't really know. Chad Campbell, either way, got there just a little bit too much, and the win light goes to Nick Pressimone. Bill Dykes, left-hand side, dialed 544, and Daryl Himley, right side, dialed 451 in the door car. Double reds. Win light goes to Dykes. True Start victory, 1 thou red and 53 thou under. As Himley, 10 thou red and 4 above. Bill Dykes gets the win light. Nathan Caulson, left side, dialed 661, and Billy Groton III, right side, dialed 620. Jesse, I don't know if that's the case, but I appreciate the kind words anyways. If you believe it, then I believe it. Red light start for Caulson by 5 thou. Groton 5 thou green. Whoa, 5 thou green. And 12 thou under. We'll turn on the win light. Is that a bring up? Sorry, I need to get formal with this one. Preston Pennington, left-hand side, dialed 473, and Roger Sauter, right side, dialed 573. Six thou separate them. Win light. Pennington 18, 1 above, 1 gets it done. Sauter 24, take 40 to be 35 thou under. Had to take 5 or less. Preston Pennington moves on. Aaron Milton, left side, dialed 580, and Daniel McClellan, right side, dialed 547. Two Hun separate them up front. Winlight McClellan 25 dead 2, get there 7 thou in front. Milton was 005, but lights it up 2 above 9 to come up 7 thou short. McClellan turns on the win light. Shane Carr, left hand side, dialed 533, and Bill Botello, right side, dialed 505. Win light goes to Shane Carr, 37 and a thou under, gets it done. As Botello, 25, take 57 to be 46 thou under. Starting line advantage was 12. Had to take that or less at the finish line. Got there a little bit too much. And the win light goes to Shane Carr. Travis Rutzel, left side, dialed 548. And Joey Leavitt, right side, dialed 620. Joe, is not going to want that ticket. He's having some issues as far as the starting line goes. Put it dead on 7, though. So Carr's dialed in, but unfortunately, that entry at least will come to an end here in the million. Rutzel is 11 and 8 above to turn on the win light. Joe Schmall, left side, dialed 678, and Talon Farmer, right side, dialed 658. Seven thou separate them up front. Farmer chasing them down. Win light Farmer, 17, dead 3, get there 13 thou in front. Schmall, 10 and 2 above, no good. Talon Farmer lights up the scoreboard. Andy Schmall, left-hand side, dialed 595. Right side, dialed 695. Nasty on this end. We are dead even. Win light goes to Schmall. 5 and 11 thou under, beats 5, take 4 to be 15 thou under. Andy Schmall laying down a nice lap. Nice lap in both lanes. Schmall turns on the win light. David Beckwith, left side, dialed 730, and Darian Van Dyst in the right, dialed 451. Big advantage left side, win light right side. Oh, Lord. That's a hard closing rate to judge. That's a 60-mile-an-hour closing rate. 60-mile-an-hour difference in 2 door cars. Beckwith 11 and a hun under gets the win. Van Dyst was late and 12 thou under, no good. David Beckwith gets the win. Josh Pickett, left side, dialed 630, and Hank Premov in the right, dialed 562. $28 thou separate them up front. Win light Pickett 2, take 2 to be 1 above. Nice lap there. Premov 30 and 15 thou under. Got a little bit behind it up front, and Josh Pickett took advantage. 2, take 2 sends him to round 3. Dave Mazier, left side, dialed 495, and Bodie Bennett in the right, dialed 501. Shout out to Mazier. I've won me a Mazier starter. As part of a random tech card draw, went and picked my prize and came out with a starter. So shout out to Mazier. Appreciate you. 25 thou, separate them up front. Winlight Bennett 9, take 12 to be 1 or 2 above, excuse me. Mazier 34 dead 8 is no good. Bodie Bennett moving on. Chad Smith, that is not Chad Smith. Is that Chad Smith? I have no idea. I've been thinking it's Sandlin the whole time. I'm just going to say Chad Sandlin because I really don't know. 614 is the dial in left side, and J.R. Loebner in the right dial 474. $22 thou, separate them up front. Winlight to the Sandlin S10, 2 dead 8, 10 total, take 20. Loebner 24 dead 6 is no good. And the Sandlin S10 rolls on. Joey Moore left side, dialed 625, and Michael Johnson on the right, dialed 620. Well, can't give Joey Moore that much of an advantage because he don't mess those up. 15 to above for Moore, take 36. Johnson just missed it and put it 36 thou under no good. Joey Moore to round 3. DeAndre Fitzgerald left side, dialed 645, and Chris Sons in the right, dialed 630. Eight thou, separate them up front. Winlight Sons, 14 total. 7 dead 7 for Chris Sons, take 15 thou. Fitzgerald, not a terrible lap. 15, 1 above 4, no good. Something about that blue S10 out of Tennessee. It just makes good runs. Gage Birch, left-hand side. 6'11" is the dial, down to his last entry. Right-hand side. Justin Lamb, dialed 578. Clark Dukas, that is the same one that Dad used to own. I asked him earlier today, just to clarify, and he said it was. separate them up front. Winlight Birch, 12, take 21 to be 1 above 2, 24 total. Lamb, 30, 1 above 5. Tried to set him down, didn't quite make it work. Gage Birch gets the win. BT left side, Brandon Taylor dialed 623, and Jeff Verdi right side. The first ever Spring Fling Million winner, right side, dialed 589. Nasty 3 thou, separate them up front. Winlight Verdi, 003 and 4 above gets the win as Taylor, perfect, take 49 to be 6 thou under. Not sure. The nose might have snuck in there for BT. Not exactly sure, because BT don't do that very often. Win light goes to Jeff Verdi, and he will advance into round 3. Craig Merrill's left side dialed 713, and Carl Geib in the right dialed 623. Three thou separate them up front. Advantage to Geib. Win light goes there as well. 15 to above gets it done. Merrill's 18 take a bunch to be 47 thou under. Carl Geib turns on the win light. Merrill's had to take 21 or less. Couldn't quite parlay it into a win light. Jake Clayton left-hand side dialed 626, and Josh Decker right side dialed 628. Nine thou separate them up front. Win light goes to Decker 14, one above on the stop, 629 at 98 for Decker. Clayton 005 gets fed 59 to be 34 thou under. Had to take 25 or less. Josh Decker squeaks that one by. Spencer Massey left-hand side dialed 642. Cole Castile in the right dialed 626. Five thou red for Massey. Castile 003, 14 thou under. Turns on the win light. Kerry G, left-hand side, dialed 637, and Nasty Nick Hastings, right side. Hastings dialed 620 in the T1000. $17 head start as we are taking our time getting them staged. Hastings off the bottom. See the dash up there? $17 thou separate them up front. Win light Hastings, 8 total. 001 dead 7, take 8 thou for Nasty Nick. G, 18 and 2 thou under was locked out. Nasty Nick doing Nasty Nick things. 8-pack for Hastings, sending him in around number 3. Garrett Griffith left side, dialed 638, and Paul Lorton in the right, dialed 615. $17 thou separate them up front. Here comes the stop. Does not work for Griffith. Lorton 005 dead 6. Get there first 53. But when you lay down 11 total, don't matter how much you get there. Griffith 22 and Parks at 642 at 96. Couldn't quite make that happen. Paul Lorton gets it done. Jeremy Jensen, left-hand side, dialed 488, and Doug Carter, right side, dialed 611. Fourth thou red for Carter. Jensen 10. And 2 thou under. Double J moves on. Rocky Van Oat, left-hand side. Dialed 574. Out of Red Key, Indiana, and the Vega Wagon will take on Matt Daddis, right side out of Vermilion, Ohio. The Grand Am, dialed 609. Winlight, Van Oat, 14, take a thou to be 3 thou under. Daddis, 17 and 5 thou under. And if I'm not mistaken, Matt Daddis is done in the million. Rocky Van Oat takes out a heavy hitter, but he's no slouch himself. Rocky moves on. Justin Mosier, left side, dialed 524, taking on John Brown on the right, dialed 505. Separate them up front. Winlight, Brown 24 dead 6 gets there 2 thou in front. Mosier 14, 1 above 8 comes up 2 thou short. Winlight, John Brown. Tim Wirtz, left side, dialed 512, and Andrew DiPiazza, right side, dialed 488. $21 thou separate them. One of them's 21. Winlight to Wirtz. Perfect. Take a thou to be 1 above 8. 18 total. DiPiazza tried to make it work. 21 and 2 thou under. Couldn't quite get it done as Wirtz was just a buzzsaw in the other lane. Perfect and 1 above will move on and collect himself $50 in a Kyle Seipel 000 hero coin. And Ernie Macias, right side, 537 is the dial for the door car buy. $001 on the buy. 1 above 2. 13 total. And that'll wrap up the door car side of round number 2. Rad Torque Systems round number 2, that is.